free. Put your hand in the ink. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16. Put your hand in the RE, grab whatever rifle you can. Put your hand in the Abrams tank. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the ink. We'll figure it out. It's yours out. It's free. Put your hand in the ink. Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F-16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16. Put your hand in the RE, grab whatever rifle you can. Put your hand in the Abrams tank. We'll figure it out. Roll on a YouTube video. Put your hand in the ink. We'll figure it out. It's yours out. It's free. Put your hand in the ink. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasanabi Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. It is July 11th, 2026. Saturday, July 11th, 2026. And it's 75 degrees and sunny here in Stolen Tongva land, West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. I joined the DSA yesterday. Congratulations, chatter. We are live. We're alive, and there is a lot going on. Yeah, I'm wearing a Tuscany leather suit. You have the game for being late. Okay, dude, real funny. Yeah, no, that's what I have to do. You're right. I have good reason for being late. I'm going to tell you all about in a second. Because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. You doing an event in Texas, Haas? Eventually, soon. I haven't figured out the exact details, but we're working on it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, normally I would tell you I'm a chud-ass loser and I didn't do nothing the night prior, but this is not one of those nights. Because last night I did do something. I went out. I went outside. Met friend of the show, Hannah Einbinder. Went to the Chapo Trap House Chunks premiere. Okay? That's right. Went to the Chapo Trap House Chunks premiere, worldwide. It was awesome. It was great. There was a Nick Mullen bit in there that was incredible. Very dark, very funny. And I loved it. I had a great time. I didn't think I was going to have a great time. I was just doing it as show of support for the friends, for the boys. You know how it is. You know, when you're like, you said show of the friend of the show. But yeah, you know, when you feel like a sense of obligation to show support to your friends, and then you go and it's actually fire. This was one of those moments. So did you wear a suit? I wore the same thing I was wearing the whole day. But yeah, I went out there and I lived life. I was living La Vida Loca last night. And by that, I mean, I just went to the premiere. I had 1/4 of a Sapporo beer. And then I came back home and passed out instantly. Yes, I know Rokana was detained when he was in the West Bank, chatters. I know. Why do you think I don't know this? I was supposed to have him on yesterday. We couldn't make it work because he was traveling. I'm trying to have him on either tomorrow or definitely on Monday. In any case, folks, I touched grass. That's what I did. And it was a great experience overall. Woke up early in the morning. What did I do? I worked out. That's what I did. Hit some deadlifts. Couldn't hit all the way up to 405, but got up to 375 for an easy 5. So that's not the worst, you know. I'm a little bit weaker, but you know, we're getting back. We're getting back up there. Definitely stronger than I thought I would be, but still fairly weak. 6-pack soon, you know. Deadlift at my old ass age, yes. Deadlifts in my old ass age, I know. So, that's living La Vida Loca, baby. And the reason why I'm late is because I was doing an interview with a reporter. So that's the reason why I'm late. It's the reason why I'm delayed. But hopefully it'll be a good article that you guys will read and can show your parents later when it comes out. So it'll be worth it. Do I condemn Zoran for Italian erasure? Yes, we will be talking about that. Took your advice and started creatine. Oh my God, it's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, creatine is life. I love creatine. I've been watching for 6 years, and every time you in New York City, I'm at work. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. And I'm in New York City, I'm working too. Here's one way to become a leftist.
You're left-wing because you have empathy for people. I'm left-wing because I have no empathy for people and hate all you stupid fucks. Like, all of you guys got to being left-wing by being like, I care about other people and think their needs should be met. And I took one look at all these stupid people who don't know how to do stuff and said, nah, we ain't having any of that. Then, you know, you come to the logical conclusion that to have no stupid people, everybody needs to be educated, and for everybody to be educated, education needs to be free and also accessible, and also make sure that people have time for it, which means that they need to have no stress, and if they have no stress, that means that their basic Maslow hierarchy of needs pyramid is taken care of, so you need to give them free food and free housing. Boom, left wing. If you only care about yourself, you should be left wing. Like, objectively.
Why is he touching the walls? I don't know, man. I mean, this is like J-Reg. J-Reg, if he was actually cool and not all over the place politically. Yeah, I mean, I've made this argument before. There's a selfish argument to combat homelessness from you know, socialist policy making. So yeah. Hasan, did you hear that Legacy 2021 Classic React Streams character Ann Whitcomb may have been murdered? Yes, I know. I am familiar. I will be covering that today. I got my mom to watch you, and she started liking you, but she saw you biting your nails, and she said she can't focus on what you're saying because it's so gross. Okay, well, you know, boomers need to get used to that because I feel like that's a trait of my generation. Sometimes I'll be looking at other people's hands and I'm like, oh, you're a nail biter too. You get all up in them cuticles. It's fine. It's normal. It's a good thing. You know? What is this? You going to this in New York City? Your nephew is left wing. Ready for a sneak peek at the YouTube FIFA Creator Cup? Check out some of the stars who'll be in action. Don't forget to tune in. Who's my nephew? Oh, Jason the Ween's in this? Nice. Isn't he ass? I mean, speed carry for sure. I don't know how. I mean, this guy's Brazilian, so I assume he's goated. This guy's also Brazilian. I know Marlon's pretty good. Jason is just dookie. Stop biting your nails and become a third worldist. Okay. Okay. They're attacking Will Lawrence. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm definitely gonna cover that. Israeli prime minister's son quietly changes his name. Benjamin Netanyahu's son Yair legally changed his name to Jonathan Hun, becoming the second Netanyahu's son to do so in an effort to obscure his public profile. Well, that's not going to work. Also, Hun, chill, bro. Chill. Hasan the Hun, Jonathan Hun. Is Ro Khanna on the docket? Yes, we'll talk about the Ro Khanna situation. I'm going to have Ro Khanna on the broadcast as well. What? Jason is Asian American, but not a genetic freak like Yao Ming, so I'm skeptical of his athleticism. What the fuck? Why did you have to get race scientists with it? I said he's ass because I've played basketball with him, and I just know the limitations of his athletic prowess. You didn't have to be weird about it. Also, comparing Jason the Ween to Yao Ming, are you fucking nuts? Your nails are one of the most renewable resources on the planet. True. Okay. Anyway, let's blast off. We got a lot. Going on in the world. That's all I have for you, though, as far as personal news. I'm gonna blast off, and we're gonna keep it going. Obviously, clavicular is in Israel. We'll be talking about that today. That's definitely a real news story. I can't even believe it. Situation monitoring. U.S. housing legislation becomes law. Situation monitoring. Ro Khanna detained in West Bank. Clavicular in Israel. Saturday fun day. Get in now. Hasan, nail biting is a form of OCD. You have BFRB, body focused repetitive behavior. Whatever, dude. Have you ever considered that nails are delicious? Have you thought about that? Clavicular and Ro Khanna in Israel at the same time? No, Ro Khanna wasn't in Israel, buddy. Ro Khanna was in occupied West Bank, occupied Palestinian territory. Anyway, let's blast off. And let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. Thank you for the blast off meme. Blast off meme showing me and Mitchie Poo. We're still waiting on the updates on Mitchie Poo's well-being. I mean, I myself as a lover of his am looking forward to hearing from Mitchie Poo because I miss him. He hasn't been responding to my phone sex requests. It's messed up. He went with friend of the show, Cam Caskey. I know, guys. And he was hanging out with other friend of the show, Jasper Nathaniel, as well. I thought you guys split up. No, dude. I know. It was on rocky. It was on shaky ground because he, obviously the most esteemed name in news media, My Mixtapes, revealed that, or the Daily Node revealed that he was also in a relationship, in an open pan polyamorous relationship with Margaret Qualley. But we're still cooking. Yeah. Is he going to be your plus one at Cutie's wedding? Yes. Mitch McConnell is going to be my plus one at Cutie Cinderella's wedding. Yes. Okay. What do you think about the New York Times DSA piece on Morris Katz and fight agency is a total hit job? Yes. I'm going to be covering this a little bit. I forgot to cover it yesterday. I do feel like, regardless of my own personal experience, not even experience, I don't have any experience, but like my own personal opinion, I do think that there is something broader at play here with the fight agency who makes great ads. I think that they are trying to dismantle and destroy anything that has touched left populist candidacies here, down to the fucking consultants, down to the staffers. I mean, I saw like there was like a donation watch. There was like a FEC tracker that was looking at like who had donated to Graham Plattner. Like they're getting very insane. They're getting totally insane about it. I guess the next step of this would be like the DSA getting banned from Act Blue. Hopefully that doesn't happen. That would be the nuclear option, but it's very clear that the establishment and the right-wing forces within the center of power in the Democratic Party are trying to do everything they can to like destroy anyone and everyone. Like everyone's getting the Hasanabi hit jobs. That's what's going on. I was just the appetizer. You know, they haven't gotten to the entree yet. It seems that they are, and I said this would happen. If you remember, I said this would happen. They are very clearly trying to dismantle any and every person that is to the left of Ronald Reagan. Any campaign that is to the left of Ronald Reagan is completely unacceptable by the right-wing forces within the party, and they are aggressively the Democrats are aggressively coming after and maybe even collaborating to a certain degree with the reactionary forces in this country. Fox News is covering this stuff nonstop and kind of feels to me like the center-right forces in the Democratic Party are taking advantage of that coverage. Yeah, I don't remember people saying, how do we fire every single Swalwell staffer? I don't remember that at all. You know? It's also additionally strange because some of the people that are pushing for this, are actually people that have worked with rapists and alleged rapists like Neera Tanden, right? Some of the people that are pushing for this have worked with rampant sexual harassers, serial sexual harassers like Andrew Cuomo. Some of the people that are pushing for, dismantling the left populists like ad agencies, consultants, whoever that's ever touched a left populist candidacy, they're aggressively going after them. And it's really strange because half of those people also were very actively in the tank for Andrew Cuomo against Zohran Mamdani. Like they looked at Zohran Mamdani and they were like, fast and free buses, critical of Israel. No, thank you. We need to get the cop rapist in charge. You know? So I find it very odd. I find it very, very odd. We'll get into that. There's two New York Times pieces I want to look at. One was obviously how the New York Times reported the Graham Plattner story, because that's a story in and of itself, as I told you. The crazy part about the coverage, the Swalwell was in the news for a couple days and then they brushed over it. Graham Plattner is 100% going to be in the media all the way up until 2028. I 100% bet they'll be dumb enough to try and use Graham Plattner to criticize AOC's presidential run. I mean, they've already, Neera Tanden hasn't even shied away from slinging those accusations in the direction of Abdul and even tried to, what is this? My 3-point plan to solve the housing crisis. 1, arrest Hasan Piker. 2, name every street after Charlie Kirk. 3, bomb Iran. Okay, but like, this is literally the meta for like so many right wingers. Like this is what right wingers want, unironically. Like half of the evangelical Christians would be like, this is fine. This is the perfect solution to all of my problems. Like they'd be like, no, I want to pay $10 million for a starter home that's falling apart as soon as I open the door. But that's fine. It's fine to pay $10 million for a starter home that normally should go for like $100,000. As long as, we're arresting Hasan Piker, naming every street after Charlie Kirk, bombing Iran, and making sure that, no one who has any sort of gender dysphoria even attempts to play a sport, okay? Even thinks about playing a sport. If you're like even a little bit trans, you know what I mean? You're just not even allowed to watch sports. fuck it. We should make it so that trans people can't even watch sports. Then it's fine. It's all worth it at that point. If you're trans, you're not allowed to even consume sports. We'll come to your house. We'll spend $1 billion on the flock cameras that we set up to make sure that if anyone who's trans is even thinking about sports, you're going to jail. Yeah, that's my campaign. That's what I'm running on. This is going to kill the baseball fandom. It doesn't matter. It's worth it because I'm a fucking psychopath. And all I think about every day is other people living their lives. Okay? And it makes me angry. They should be living lives in the way that I want them to live. And if they're living their lives in any other way, they should be punished. That's what being a right winger is all about. Just like waking up in the morning and going, ah! Other people exist. And they have hopes, aspirations, dreams, and sometimes they're happy. And I really don't like that they live lives that are not designed around my personal interests and my personal worldview and my fears. Anyway, I saw a trans person in the park kick a soccer ball back to some kids who had lost it, and it gave my grandma eye cancer. Yeah! That's how it goes. That's how it begins. Trans person walking around in the park throws a basketball back at the children playing basketball. That's how it begins. We need to make healthcare extra expensive now. And that's fine. It's okay to make healthcare more expensive. That's what I like. I like paying more for healthcare. It's my favorite thing. Also, we have to bomb Iran. Don't ask me why. Another $20 billion to Israel, and we have to bomb Iran. That's how I feel about it, okay? And no, I will never be convinced. If you come to me with a candidacy, if you come to me with a campaign that says like a better future is possible, I will look at you like you've explained to me the worst thing of all time. What are you, a communist? You got 160K views on a bitty clip? Hasan watches China's Long March 10B achieve its first rocket launch and recovery. Send this to him if you want to be blocked by Musk. Did Elon Musk's stock price drop? My iPhone automatically blacks out when playing this part. Hasan's mom likes Erling Haaland. I also like Erling Haaland. I am Hasan's mom. Wait for brother Madahu to immigrate 100,000 people to the moon in 2036. Still not good as Lauma. After all, he has explosive data. We don't. The market is the most realistic. Hayek's invisible hand is still chasing me. Dude, Chinese netizens are out here talking about, they're Hayek posting. Bilibili Chinese netizens are talking about Hayek. Meanwhile, American netizens are, once again, talking about transgender people and how we got to find new and clever ways to punish them, or how another victim of like ICE brutality totally deserved it or something. It's awesome. God, I fucking just feel so bleak. Feel so goddamn bleak thinking about our trajectory and then comparing it to the Chinese trajectory. A lot of Chinese are chuds, though. No, I know. Anyway. Bro, I'm already a retail worker. What else punishment do they want me to take? We'll talk about Ro Khanna. We'll start with Ro Khanna. Here. Representative Ro Khanna detained by Israeli settlers in the West Bank.
Ro Khanna visited Turmus Aya in the occupied West Bank, a village with thousands of Palestinian Americans who have come under repeated attacks by Jewish settlers. Kana says he became a target as well, detained by settlers and the Israeli military for more than an hour, according to Reuters.
By the way, insane. I mean, this is expected, but it's insane. And we've entered new territory where you don't even have the Israeli military, but actual fucking hilltop youths detaining not just American citizens, but now American representatives, okay? Elected members of Congress. In a normal planet, in a normal universe, we lived in a normal universe, this would be considered an international crisis. What the hell is going on? In Israel, it's, a Tuesday. Yeah. Shout out to Cam Kasky, Jasper Nathaniel, and also Rokana for, doing this. Respect. Also, Ugopnik, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. I don't know what else to say about this other than the fact that this cannot go on. Okay, this is insane. It's complete insanity. What can you say?
I'm certainly probably the first American politician who's been detained by the IDF and Israeli settlers. I mean, we were at a village that Israeli settlers had destroyed. They had destroyed the school. They had destroyed that village, and we were just looking at it. And these hoodlums come in with machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road. And then they call the IDF, and the IDF...
Here's the funny part about this, or like the ironic part about this. Are you ready? Most of these settlers, a lot of these settlers, maybe not these guys, but a lot of these settlers are American citizens. If they were to do this in the United States of America to Rokana, they would be in perma jail. They would be under the jail. Can you imagine if a bunch of masked thugs, not the ICE agents, but if a bunch of masked thugs that have no law enforcement capabilities whatsoever were to do an armed insurrection, a bunch of hogs came up to Rokana and were like, get in the car, we're detaining you. They would be in prison. Even with our current system, even with this administration, they would be in prison. I'm sorry, guys. I know we say like, no, not under this admin. If they were ICE, they wouldn't. ICE does this all the time. Okay? But these are random people. They have no law enforcement capabilities. They just have guns that we gave them, ironically enough. Itamar Ben-Gvir gave them our guns that we shipped over there so they could form a militia.
Is on their side, not on the side of the Americans.
Kana is on a 3-day trip to the West Bank as he weighs a potential presidential run in 2028. Support for Israel in the U.S. has fallen significantly, especially among Democrats, where a progressive young wing of the party has been highly critical of Israel.
I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding. Having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans. No respect that there was an American congressperson in that bus. And laughing when our translator told them that there are Americans there and the American embassy is concerned.
Kana says the issue of Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank will be a moral test for his party.
It is the arrogance of power, of a power that has had no accountability, total impunity.
Rokana is reaching GOAT status at alarming levels, by the way. I'll say it. Rokana is straight up reaching GOAT status slowly but surely at first, and now just I don't know. It's completely out of control.
And has created a toxic culture of oppression.
Like, think about this, man. This is Rokana, the same Rokana and yet so different. The same Ro Khanna that I had a conversation at the DNC. Remember? I had a talk with him at the DNC. It was public. You can go and watch it. Then another talk here at my house during Christmas time, right around the Epstein files release. It's called opportunism, brother. There's opportunism. And then there's straight up going to the West Bank and then getting detained by not just the Israeli occupying forces, but also by fucking West Bank settlers. You know? Like, please. This is a level beyond. Okay? This is not performative. And if this is performative, I want this kind of performance from every single elected representative. Okay?
Congressman Ro Khanna.
Because how is this any different than when I glazed Chris Van Hollen for flying down to El Salvador to extract information about his constituent, Kilmar Abrego Garcia? This is what I want from my politicians. This is what I want from all politicians. And there were people who were saying it was performative when Van Hollen did it. And I said, no, this is good. Also, he said IDF, not random settlers like the CNN headline says. No, he says settlers too. We can, on the one hand, talk about how unaccountable Israeli settlers are and how dangerous Israeli settlers are on a daily basis, and then make it seem like Ro Khanna going out there is simply performative. We can't do that. You know? We can't be doing that. That's crazy. He is putting his body on the line and shedding light on the some of the worst injustices that are taking place with our tax dollars right now. And as an American elected representative, him doing that is very important. I will not be having any Ro Khanna slander on the timeline, at least for this duration, you know? Who knows where that Ro Khanna cycle might take us, but so far, this is very good. Okay? Ro is funded by the Ro Pack? Yeah. Said this before, you got to treat politicians like dogs, reward them when they do good and scold them when they do wrong. Yeah. Anyway. President Ireland's sister was on a flotilla and arrested in international waters by Israel a month or so ago. I think she's okay now, but yeah. Yeah. But I have a consistent opinion on this. If someone puts their body on the line like that, I'm going to give them the praise that they deserve. Okay? Where's the New York Times reporting on this? Of course, they're too busy covering Plattner's rise and fall revives old questions about Bernie bros and women. Yeah, Congressman Ro Khanna said, in Palestine, I felt first as someone who was brown, he said. We really saw the apartheid-like conditions, the inequality. An American politician is blocked by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Representative Ro Khanna was barred from leaving for 90 minutes, where past U.S. leaders toured the region to show support for Israel. Today's Democratic presidential aspirants are going to bolster their credentials as critics. Even that's like a cynical byline, I'm going to be honest. Like, oh yeah, he's just doing this as a way to show his bona fides as a Israel critic. You know what I mean? I think the story in and of itself is the fact that they straight up stopped him from moving around. Henn believes that after a U.S. congressman's bus is hijacked by machine gun wielding terrorists, it's appropriate for machine gun wielding soldiers to detain him. Henn is a fascist. Henn also seems to be historically swagless, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah. Henn Mazik is very mad. My Wario. Jeremy Diamond was there too. Israeli settlers armed with clubs, rocks, and knives blocked our way and attacked us and another group of journalists today in the occupied West Bank at the same location where U.S. settlers beat citizen Saif Mosallet to death exactly 1 year ago today. Even Dan Osborne says something about the Ro Khanna thing. I mean, yeah, dude, that's the whole point. Not Jamie Dimon, Jeremy Dimon. This is a different attack, by the way. This is not the same attack. This is a different attack. It just happens. I understand why you would confuse this with the same attack because it happens all the time, all over the West Bank. Impunity. These guys get to do this with no accountability. These guys get to do this with impunity all the time, and they get defended by the Israeli occupying forces. The Israeli government knows exactly what's going on. They encourage it. They're perfectly on board with it. Make no mistake. Okay? But yeah, let's cover this. Israeli settlers had guns, and Representative Ro Khanna was scared. On Wednesday afternoon, Mr. Khanna, the congressman from Silicon Valley who's exploring a 2028 presidential run, was visiting the ruins of Kirbet Zanuda, a tiny Palestinian Bedouin village in the southern West Bank that was abandoned after escalating attacks from settlers and then demolished. Suddenly a car, that's a pogrom, by the way. Like the New York Times is just like kind of glancing over it, but that's straight up a pogrom, right? Suddenly, a car of men holding guns pulled up and blocked the narrow road out of the village. These men began taunting the congressman and his team, swearing at them in Hebrew and Arabic, and kicking the tires off their minibus, according to accounts, photographs, and video footage from Mr. Khanna, an aide, and his security guard. A photographer for the New York Times traveling in a different vehicle also saw the interaction. Soon, a jeep with more men arrived. When the two cars from the Israeli military pulled up, Mr. Khanna assumed the soldiers were there to help him pass. Instead, the soldiers smoked cigarettes, chatted with the men, and after the settlers left, moved a car to block the road, he recounted. I felt powerless in that situation, which is not an easy thing, as I have a lot of privilege in life, said Mr. Khanna, who was eventually allowed to continue his journey after calls to the U.S. Embassy and Israeli police. Imagine how people feel every day. Palestinians under the occupation, if they could make an American congressman feel powerless for 90 minutes. Mr. Khanna said the experience was the most frightening part of a 3-day trip organized by a member of his staff. In a statement on Saturday, a spokesperson for the Israeli military said that, dude, by the way, I just got to say, I'm so proud of Cam Kasky. Cameron is the motherfucking GOAT. Okay? Straight up. The best. Out of all of the Hasanabi heads out there, Cameron might be, he's topping the fucking charts right now. Okay? Second time coming back. First time he went during his short run in New York 12, ironically enough. And I think he could have defeated Michael Asher. I straight up believe that in my heart of hearts. Okay. Rank 1, top rank Hasanabi head, Cameron Kasky. You should all strive to be as cool as he is. Ro and I visited the destroyed village of Zanuda and the site of an EU-funded school that got burned down by settlers. It was here that we got intercepted and captured by settlers wielding American-made rifles. The IDF showed up to back up the settlers, not the U.S. congressman. He's the top dog, number 1 draft pick, straight up. Nadav Wyman says, I was there with Representative Ro Khanna as an expert on settler violence. Armed settlers were the first to arrive, and then, as has become the norm, Israeli soldiers joined them. Together, they detained the delegation for over an hour. The IDF is lying, and not for the first time. Like, this is an incident of international status because of Ro Khanna's position as an American congressperson, right? But this is something that is completely routine in the United States of Israel, right? In the occupied territories, this level of violence, detainment, and far worse consequences for the average Palestinians or even Americans or even Israelis that try to aid the Palestinians and try to put their bodies on the line to block the settlers from engaging in pogroms. The Israeli states of America. That is an everyday experience. That's the reason why Jeremy Diamond has a separate instance of violence in a different part of the West Bank, the occupied Palestinian territory. No other country gets to do this. No other country will take our weapons and then train those weapons on our congresspersons, on our citizens even. Any other country that does this, they're getting invaded. This is the reality of apartheid. That's it. This is the reality for Israel. Wait, Jeremy Diamond got attacked again? Yes, it's a sad state of affairs, but I feel like Jeremy Diamond is on getting your ass beat by settlers beat on fucking CNN. I feel like Jeremy Diamond's existence in Israel is literally just driving around the West Bank until some random fucking hilltop youth try to beat his ass or like throw rocks at his car, terrify him until the IDF comes, and then the IDF will also terrify him further. Jeremy Diamond every other week is getting his ass beat. Every other week. What makes it strange to me, at least, is that the rest of the CNN crew that, live in the United States of America or are stationed in Tel Aviv don't turn around and cover this stuff to be like, hey, what are we doing here? This is terrorism. Can you please stop terrorizing our journalist all the time as you do virtually every other fucking day? What the hell is this? Has Roe been released? Yes. Guys, this happened the Roe thing happened a couple days ago, by the way. He's already in the United States of America. I will be having Ro Khanna on the broadcast hopefully tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, on Monday. Definitely on Monday. I was supposed to have him on yesterday, but he was traveling, so we couldn't make it happen. We couldn't make it work. So, in a statement on Saturday, a spokesperson for the Israeli military said that it had received the report of Israeli civilians unlawfully blocking the vehicles of foreign nationals and members of the news media near the village on Wednesday. Troops were dispatched and reopened the road, the spokesperson said. Of course, classic. We investigated ourselves, and I'll have you know, we found no wrongdoing. Shocking. Definitely. I'm so surprised that Israel would find itself Israel would look at the situation and say, hey, actually, this is perfectly valid. Perfectly valid for us. The military disputed that its soldiers had participated in blocking the exit and said that the identity of the armed civilian was being reviewed at a time when Israel's hemorrhaging support among Americans, and particularly among Democrats, a tour of the West Bank is a new way for progressive politicians to signal their concern. For decades, potential presidential aspirants made pilgrimages to Israel in hopes of burnishing their foreign policy credentials. Their trips followed a familiar itinerary: meetings with Israeli political leaders, sightseeing at the Western Wall, maybe even kissing it, a tour of the Israel city damaged by Palestinian rocket fire, visits with Palestinian leaders in Ramallah, a city in the West Bank. The goal was to demonstrate their commitment to the United States' special relationship with a longtime ally. But where past Democratic leaders headed to the region to show their support, so far today's Democratic presidential aspirants are going to bolster their credentials as critics. Mr. Khanna said what he observed in the West Bank would inform his politics and perhaps his run for president. If he mounted a campaign, Palestinian rights would be a key focus, he said. I have something unique to offer about the injustice of Palestinians, he said. I'm going to go to every corner of America, regardless of whether I run or not, and tell their stories and tell the story of what's happening in the West Bank. Violent attacks by Israeli settlers on Palestinians in the West Bank have intensified since the Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, that set off the war in Gaza. The response of the Israeli authorities have generally ranged from unkept promises to address the problem to blame shifting to outright denial. As Mr. Khanna was being blocked by settlers in the West Bank, Rahm Emanuel, another potential presidential candidate, was speaking at Tel Aviv University, where he delivered his own critique of Israel and a 23-state solution. Rahm, what kind of crack are you smoking? 23-state solution for Israel and all the Arab nations? Fuck it. Infinite state solution. This man is going to abolish the concept of a nation state through first principles and a reconstruction. How about infinity states? How about one state per every human? Every man his own state. Could have been a typo. No, I don't think this was a typo. I don't think Rahm Emanuel went to Tel Aviv University and was like, how about like 2 to 3 states? How about a 2 to 3 state solution? And then they foolishly wrote 23-state solution in the New York Times. Yeah, Rahm has been also running the gamut on criticisms of Israel in ways that previously would be considered unfathomable, especially by someone like Rahm Emanuel, who is like a pivotal fixture in center-right moderate Democratic Party politics. But he's a guy who obviously understands which way the winds are blowing. The 23-state solution is the official J Street position. Oh, God. The prime minister and his government have led Israel into a dead end, said Mr. Emanuel, the former Chicago mayor and White House chief of staff, who called for an end to U.S. military aid to the country. Opposition to Israel has emerged as a key factor in midterm race from Michigan to New York, as a progressive wing is positioned the issue as a central moral test for Democratic candidates. The visits this week by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Emanuel indicate that presidential aspirants are preparing for America's relationship with Israel to become a litmus test in 2028. Hillary Rodham Clinton liked it. Here are a few key takeaways. Rahm's proposal to shift from a 2-state solution to a 23-state solution deserves real attention. Oh, my God. Shut the fuck up. If I didn't think this was dookie before, I know it's dookie now. Easiest way to immediately diminish the credibility of this analysis, this argument, is by having Hillary Rodham Clinton show support to it. I'm a simple guy. I'm a simple man. I hear Hillary Rodham Clinton take a position on a foreign policy issue. I'm going to take the opposite position. It's probably one of the easiest ways. You can call me a campist. I'm in the anti-Hillary Rodham Clinton camp. Okay? I'm a tanky just for Hillary Rodham Clinton. I know for a fact it's going to be bad. Okay? I hear her defend this. I hear her defend a foreign policy position. I know it's going to be devastating. I know it's going to be bad. I'm a simple man. Okay? You want to be on the right side of history? You can take that to the bank. $23-state solution. Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's the Ro Khanna speech from Tel Aviv University. We'll get into it. It's interesting because Ro Khanna's dad, or not Ro Khanna, sorry, Ari and Rahm Emanuel's dad, was a terrorist, one of the early militias that terrorized Palestinian villages. So someone like that, Rahm Emanuel, coming out, especially as someone who has a lot of credibility as like a center-right figure in the Democratic Party, coming out this critically of Israel means that things are changing at an alarming rate. But there's also, obviously, it's yet another instance where, Rahm is not going far enough. He just knows which way the winds are blowing. Yes, Ari Emanuel is the CEO owner of WME, William Morris Endeavor. Mr. Khanna, too, has shifted on the issue. He's visited Israel 3 times, including in October 2024 as a part of a bipartisan delegation that met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and King Abdullah of Jordan. Mr. Khanna says he still supports Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. What is he saying? What is my man saying, dude? This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. It's just like back to the cycle. Anyway, but criticism of the country is becoming increasingly central to his public image. He's repeatedly accused the country of genocide and endorsed calls to cut off U.S. support even for the Iron Dome missile defense system. Last month, Mr. Khanna went from a target of Track AIPAC, a group that opposed the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, to winning its endorsement in his race for re-election this year. What he saw in the West Bank, Mr. Khanna said, convinced him that the region's problems won't be solved just by replacing Israeli leadership. One of the things that's made me realize is how hard a two-state solution is going to be in practice, that it's going to require the removal of a lot of violent settlers, he said. The on-the-ground reality is so much more brutal and hard and difficult. On his trip, Mr. Khanna visited a number of Palestinian towns and met with families of local business owners. The mayors of Bethlehem, Beit Sha'ir, Beit Jala described the restrictions on their freedom of movement and access to water. They told Mr. Khanna that they had never met a member of Congress, according to the video recorded by his team, and would welcome his colleagues. In the southern West Bank village of al-Khair, he met with the family of Abdav Hat Halin, a well-known Palestinian activist whose work was featured in the Oscar-winning documentary No Other Land, and who was killed by an Israeli settler. On his final day, he visited a school where a 14-year-old was gunned down in broad daylight by a settler and met with Palestinian Americans who described stories of being beaten and threatened. Mr. Khanna, who is Indian American and grew up in Pennsylvania, said he had never been so aware of his race as on his trip. In Palestine, I felt first as someone who was brown, he said. We really saw the apartheid-like conditions, the inequality. He added, no American would support this if they knew the details of what was going on here. Well, ironically enough, I think the Americans that know the details of what's going on there are the ones that are more likely to support it, whether it be the evangelical Christian Zionists that visit the West Bank, or whether it be the Zionist Jews who have family members that directly live in the West Bank. It's just, but I get the point that he's making. The average American, if they understood exactly what was going on, would be horrified by it. It's true. Mr. Khanna's trip was organized by Cameron Kasky, a Parkland school shooting survivor who ran for Congress with a platform of opposing what he called Israel's genocide in Gaza. Mr. Kasky, 25, withdrew from the race to work with Mr. Khanna on combating settler violence in the West Bank. He now works for Mr. Khanna on digital strategy. The idea of the trip grew out of an interview. Two of my goats, man, Jasper Nathaniel and Cameron Kasky. An independent journalist who focuses exclusively on the West Bank. Daniel C. Kurtzer, a Princeton professor who was the ambassador to Israel under President George W. Bush and has been involved with trips for U.S. dignitaries, said Mr. Khanna had apparently received a particular view of the region. He got an earful in the company of people who I would say are probably not objective analysts, said Mr. Kurtzer, unlike you. Right? You just mean he got to see the other side, the side that most American politicians don't hear from, the side that is oftentimes not even considered as human beings. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's what he's saying. Make no mistake. You know, the side of the people that fucking lived there and have lived there for hundreds of years. But Mr. Khanna described the visit as uncurated, Palestinian-led glimpse into the West Bank and is one he believes more members of Congress and potential presidential candidates should experience. He also left with some parting words for the Israeli government. Free advice to Israelis, not a good idea to detain long shot presidential candidates, he said. Not how you're going to build goodwill with the next American president, whoever that is. Yeah. Hen Mazik has some thoughts on it. Let's see the other side of the story. Let's hear the side that never shuts the fuck up, that only gets coverage in American news, with the exception of this trip because it was an American congressperson with aspirations for the presidency. Let's hear from my choppelganger, Bizarro Hasan, Hen Mazik. Ro Khanna has shared that he was allegedly stopped by Israeli settlers in the West Bank for 90 minutes. Here we go. Hasbara machine. Hasbarabi. Time and again, I have had to come out and condemn radical Israelis in the West Bank, and I will continue to do so. The behavior of this minority and the violence, the behavior of this minority, just a bunch of bad apples, just a bunch of random guys. The behavior of this minority and the violence we have seen from them is abhorrent. I've read Ro Khanna's piece on his experience, and I have great sympathy for what happened to him. Having guns waved in your face is not a nice experience by any rate. I will not downplay the actions of radicals, no matter what side they proclaim they are on. Though I will add one note. While the Israeli citizens behaved terribly, I think the focus should be on that and not on the idea of delaying Khanna's entry while they checked in with the embassy to make sure he was allowed through. The fuck are you talking about? That revelation in and of itself shows that this dynamic is busted. That's illegal. The IDF doesn't get to do any law enforcement operations on illegally occupied territory, and especially not against a fucking American congressperson. How normalized is this reality in your mind that you're like, well, these fucking terrorists were perfectly well within their rights to go in and stop and restrict the travel of an American congressperson in illegally occupied territory that they illegally occupy with their weapons that they get from the American taxpayers that Ro Khanna at a certain point in his life has actually signed off on, ironically enough, when he was writing off aid packages to Israel. What a change of pace for Ro Khanna. Should there be checkpoints and security measures? In a perfect world, no. But with the threat of terror, what do you mean checkpoints and security measures? Dog, it's illegal. You are illegally occupying this territory. You don't get to put security checkpoints. This is like going to Russian-occupied Donbass and being like, well, there has to be security checkpoints because after Russia invaded the country and occupied it and annexed the territory, they have to make sure that it's like, secure. The fuck do you mean? Bitch, it's not your land to secure. What do you mean secure? Your presence is not security. Your presence is insecurity. Anyway, but people claiming he was held hostage are minimizing the term and making a mockery of all of it. I work with Israeli. Oh, and then here come the tears. You can't have a Hasbarist write any long screed without hearing about the feelings, okay? We have to hear about my feelings. You're engaging in minimization. You're minimizing my beautiful hostages by talking about you getting detained. How dare you say detainment? The real detainment is my feelings, me. My feelings. Nobody gives a fuck about your feelings, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, hostage taking. Dude, that's like a sketch at this point. You know what I mean? Imagine there's a bank robbery going on and one of the tellers is held hostage. Hen Mazik comes on the scene and goes, hold on. Only Hamas can take hostages of Israeli Jews. Everybody else, you can't use that term. It hurts my feelings to hear. It hurts my feelings to hear you say that this person was taken hostage. Okay? Only Hamas is capable of taking hostages. How dare you use such a fiery term here? This is unacceptable. You must stop. You must stop right now. You are not allowed to use the term hostage taking. Who died and made these guys the fucking gatekeepers of terminology such as genocide, hostage taking? Like, I don't understand it. You know what I mean? Why? Why should anybody be like, oh, I'm sorry, an Israel supporter is speaking, I didn't realize. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are where you're like, listen, you can criticize my emotional support apartheid state, but you better choose your words carefully. Okay, suck my dick. Those are the words I'm choosing carefully. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? Is he reporting or giving an opinion? I mean, he's a Hosberus, so every opinion that he's giving is an opinion that is like Hen Mazik's entire job is to try to normalize what Israel does on a regular basis, try to like infiltrate Hollywood circles and try to get like a couple suckers duped into writing something that they're going to get yelled at later down the line because it was like unbelievably pro-Israel, and people will reflect back at it as though you were doing pro-genocide propaganda. That's his job. His job is to launder the reputation of Israel. He does a very, he does a very piss poor job at it. It's a very tough job, to be fair. But people claiming he was held hostage or minimizing the term and making a mockery of all of it. I work with Israeli hostages held at gunpoint by Hamas under a tunnel in the dark with no food for years. Absurd. And raped. You cannot compare it. Regardless, this situation must be very stressful, and for that, Ro Khanna has my deepest sympathies. And then, Ukrainian flag, Israeli flag in the bio. You lost me at the part where you extended him sympathy. He deserves no sympathy whatsoever. Don't be so nice, Hen. Ro is a Nazi. The settler issue must be addressed, but he's there because he's running for office. Stop being apologetic, appeaser. You have no idea who this guy is.
I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding, having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans, no respect that there was an American congressperson in that bus, and laughing when our translator told them that there are Americans there and the American embassy is concerned. It is the arrogance of power, of a power that has had no accountability, total impunity.
I mean, I think we got to workshop that a little bit, Ro. You got to talk about how a group of settlers that do this to an American congressman, God knows what they're doing to American activists, and nobody even talks about what they're doing to the Palestinians every day, right?
And it's created a toxic culture of oppression.
Because that's the reality here. The people and the institutions that do this to Ro Khanna are doing far worse shit to the Palestinians, and we know that already, right? And that's kind of what he's there to highlight. He did a good job, though. Dude, Hen Mazik freaked out because someone reported concentration camps were being built in Gaza, and he was trying to say concentration camps only ever existed in the Holocaust and no other time period, including now. Yeah, I have long observed the Hasbara operations as, being an avowed anti-Zionist for many decades at this point. And one of the things that I have said since, October 8, basically, is that the thing that will do in Israel's credibility, the thing that will destroy its PR is not necessarily going to be people coming to the recognition of the humanity of the Palestinians, although for some, that is what will obviously take place, and that has taken place. But it will also be the arrogance. It will also be the entitlement. It will also be the hubris, the sense of entitlement from every envoy of Israel is so unbelievably annoying. Like when you hear the average defender of Israel speak on these terms, right? When you hear the average Israeli speak about what must be done to the Palestinians, you're horrified. And then you hear from the Western-focused envoys of Israel, the communicators that are supposed to describe to the average American who's not bought in to the century-long Zionist propaganda at this point. You hear something that is irredeemable. You see the violence, and you think to yourself, the average American sees the violence, and they think to themselves, okay, I'm used to having brown children be collateralized on television. We've seen this throughout the global war on terror, right? This is what was on the television. American soldiers doing something that was fairly violent, but it was like for a higher purpose. America being the world police. I'm used to seeing hollowed out, bombed out buildings in that part of the world, but I still think it's fucked up. Then you hear from an Israeli defend this violence and demand censorship, deplatforming, unlimited tax dollars, and you go, nope, I'm out. That's what played a major role in the dynamic shifting amongst a lot of Americans. That is what played a major role in the attitude, in the sea change against Israel. Israelis, and specifically they're Hasbara operatives, but Israelis by and large are their worst enemies, their own worst enemies. Okay? It's that simple. Once you hear from a guy from the Israeli Foreign Ministry speak about how everyone is an anti-Semite if they don't give billions of dollars in defense expenditure to the nation state of Israel, once you hear that, you can't unhear it. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? And a part of that is because Zionism ultimately is a supremacist ideology. It's a fascist ideology. That's why. That's why these guys can't fucking help themselves. They can't even do good propaganda because in their minds, that arrogance is baked into the supremacist worldview that they have, where it's like, of course you're going to fucking give me $1 billion. Are you kidding me? I'm Israel. I'm the most important thing on the planet. That's it. Yeah. The absolute arrogance of the Israeli right, their adolescent rage at ever being subject to scrutiny, criticism, or accountability, even from the country they depend on for support, is going to keep alienating Americans and Europeans. They really want to be a pariah state. They got something to alienate everyone in America. Morally revolting apartheid policy to alienate the left, insolence and arrogance to alienate the center, and non-Christian ethno-religious supremacism to alienate the right. A real slam dunk of diplomacy. Yes. Did you already talk about Waze being based in Israel? Of course, dude. What do you mean? You think I didn't know that? Yes, Waze is an Israeli app. SodaStream, Waze, that's it, pretty much. SodaStream, Waze. Yeah, Google bought Waze over a decade ago, but it was originally an Israeli application, yes. Cherry tomato. Congressman Greg Murphy, sounds like another plea for publicity, anything to get in front of the camera. Why else would you be there? It isn't your country. It isn't the settlers' country either, says Ruben Gallego. Okay, Ruben. Okay, Rube. Yeah. But yeah, on the other side of this, I guess there is the whole, like there's the liberal Zionist salvaging operation that's taking place, which is like the last bastion of Israel defense will come from J Street. Okay. AIPAC, I don't think after this cycle, AIPAC will have any staying power in the Democratic Party. It will be J Street in its entirety. J Street will cover the left flank, and AIPAC will cover the right. I think the J Street attitude is also inherently contradictory and not exactly tenable either. But they'll try to find a way, because J Street is much better at doing like liberal focused propaganda. Obviously, that's their bread and butter. That's what they do, right? Obviously, at the end of the day, J Street's goals and AIPAC's goals, if you reduce it to its bare bones, is the same: the continuation of the state of Israel, and continuing to generate support for the nation state of Israel, right? That's their goal. AIPAC has been able to get away with full spectrum coverage because the Democratic Party and its top officials have always been stooges for Israel. They've been pro-Israel unconditionally. J Street, on the other hand, has oftentimes been the supporters of people like Bernie Sanders and the edge cases. But we saw J Street rear its ugly head in the aftermath of October 7 when they mass released statements to every single candidate and every single congressperson that they support to not bring up to never talk about a ceasefire. When push came to shove, J Street showed that their goals were identical to AIPAC. And ultimately, their goals are similar to AIPAC. J Street will say they don't like settler violence, and I believe them. I do believe them. But I think J Street's disdain for settler violence is... AIPAC doesn't give a shit about settler violence. They love it. Who fucking cares, right? J Street does care about settler violence. That's the difference between liberal Zionism and ultra-Zionism, right? J Street is a liberal Zionist group, cares about settler violence because it makes them look horrible. Maybe some of them, and I do believe some of them genuinely do care about this violence. They do find it unconscionable. But at the end of the day, the purpose that they're serving is to eradicate settler violence so they can continue Western support for Israel. Okay? And before people say Brad Lander, while Brad Lander is a J Street liberal Zionist, Brad Lander has gone far beyond what J Street has ever said. Make no mistake. When you, as an American congressperson, as an American Jew, say that Israel is an apartheid state, Israel is an occupation, you've gone far beyond J Street. A recognition of this basic reality is above and beyond the level of comfort that J Street usually has. They'll probably still back Brad Lander, but that's not a thing that any defender of Israel will ever readily acknowledge. You are the left flank. What electoralism does to a motherfucker's brain. Dog, I need you guys to understand something, okay? I operate in the real world. I hope you guys also can join me there. Many of you already have. But like these changes that you are now recognizing, the changes in the public consciousness, the changes in the attitudes towards Israel, they didn't happen overnight. They didn't happen spontaneously. They happened because dumb motherfuckers like me with pie in the sky idealism worked nonstop to try to get here. And you did too. If you protested, you did as well. We all played our fucking part. We all played our role. But you can't just like assume that these kinds of changes happen overnight or magically or spontaneously, okay? And the job is not done, but you guys constantly want to put the cart before the horse. There is tireless advocacy, steadfast advocacy for the past 40, 50, 60 fucking years at this point, and it has grown slowly but surely. But a lot of people come into the situation and they're like, okay, after October 7, I found out about Israel. I understood why Hamas is doing the things it is doing. I'm pro-Hamas now, and now anything short of demanding that every politician do a loyalty pledge to Yahya Sinwar is actually normalizing behavior, is actually Zionist behavior, is actually you're pro-liberal, you're pro-Israel, you're pro-genocide. It's like, dude, calm down. You know, these things take fucking time, okay? Shut the fuck up. Every person plays a different role in this. Be a little bit more understanding of people going through their own personal journey. Okay? They're like Catholic religious converts. I know. It's so crazy. So many people fucking wear their reluctance to identify where people are at on their sleeve as a marker for their purity. Calm down, okay? There is no time. Yeah, I know, dumbass. That's precisely the reason why I do the things that I'm doing, to bring as many people into the fold as possible, because I understand the urgency. Hello. Those who understand the urgency take whatever steps necessary to get people to come to the recognition of reality, the reality for the Palestinians. You understand that, right? Because if people were operating with your mentality, we would not be able to win people over. The sea change would not have happened. That's the whole point. Many of you sit around and criticize those who are trying to do whatever they can and act as though we are impediments to progress. And you point to the urgency. You point to the urgency of the situation. You point to the lack of time that Palestinians have, okay? But you fail to recognize that you yourself had no idea what was going on back when people like myself were speaking on these issues. The urgency was still real back then, and you weren't doing anything. Yeah, I traveled through Israel and the West Bank, Congressman Greg Murphy. Anyway. You were standing up for Palestine on October 8, 2023. My lion. I mean, I was standing up for Palestine far before October 8, 2023. That's why any point between, 1919 and modern day, current day, if you were doing a pro-Palestinian rally, you were on the right side of history. Okay? That's why it's crazy when people go, oh, October 8th, they were doing pro-Palestine rallies. That's a pro-Hamas rally. It's like, no, that was a pro-Palestine rally, and they were right. And you don't get to say that they were, premature in their anti-fascist sentiment. You don't get to punish them for knowing the full story. You don't get to criticize them like that. You know? All of Israel's, here is one of the very important parts from Rahm Emanuel's speech, though. Because again, Rahm Emanuel is like trying to position himself as a critic of Israel. All of Israel's major banks have branches in the settlement. Sanctioning them means sanctioning the Israeli financial system itself. You want to pursue a greater Israel, you pay full price for it. Everything. That's a choice you make. I'm afraid that's beast mode. And that is the telltale sign that things have shifted so dramatically. That is the greatest sign of this dramatic shift. The fact that Rahm Emanuel is saying that. I mean, unbelievable. This is something that, this statement is not something that I ever thought I would hear from AOC 3 or 4 years ago. Rahm Emanuel, if you were to tell me 5 years ago that Rahm Emanuel would make this statement, I would laugh at you. I'd be like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Rahm Emanuel's fucking dad was a part of, I think, Irgun or Lihi. Okay? That's not, you're on crack. You're smoking on crack and also heroin at the same time. And now that is the reality. So things do change. It was Irgun? Okay, yeah. So I do wonder where this is all going. Progressives want to eliminate aid to Israel. Sounds great. I've wanted that since before it was cool. Oh my God, shut the fuck up, Matt. But that's not going to end the conflict. And what happens next? Pressure. Next steps will be cutting off non-financial aid, including missile defense and intelligence, normalizing relations with Israel's opponents, and per Rahm Emanuel of all people, comprehensive sanctions on U.S.-Israeli trade. You should spell out which one you're worried about. Yeah. It was Irgun, the extreme, but the most extreme, but most extreme. No, Irgun wasn't the most extreme. Lihi was the most extreme, I think. But Irgun is also a fucking terrorist group, yes. You think Rahm is lying? I mean, I think he's a room reader and he wants to be president. Leahy was weirdly Nazball as well. Stern Gang was the one that openly called themselves terrorists, by the way. I mean, all of the early Zionist militias were, you know, they were doing a litany of different terror. Haganah being like the I believe the largest one that was also, Irgun was split from the discord of Haganah, and Leahy was split from the discord of Irgun. Stern Gang, Leahy is the most radical out of all of them. Haganah is the I guess least radical, but still very radical. They all did acts of terror. That chatter was making a joke when they said discord. Okay. But yeah, that's where we're at. Anyway, where's the who's got the Themasius playlist? Do we got the playlist? Because I want to start off by talking about before we get to some other news, I'm going to talk about some good news. Noah Sampson, ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Klein obviously tried to sue Noah and has backed away from suing Noah. So there is some good news. Let's start off there.
I've got a big lawsuit update for you.
And I got to pee.
It's over. Ethan Klein has dropped his defamation lawsuit against me. He filed a motion to dismiss the case with prejudice, meaning that he cannot sue me for the claims in this lawsuit ever again. It's over. We won. I mean, kind of. We didn't really win anything. In fact, I actually lost like a bunch of time and money and peace of mind and all that. But I am no longer being sued, so I guess we'll take it. This lawsuit and the legal threats leading up to it have been a massive year-long headache. I'm super glad that it's over. I can get back to just focusing on videos. And we also get to donate the money we raised for my legal defense, which after subtracting the fees should still be about $100,000. Unfortunately, right now, GoFundMe is holding the funds for review. We've given them all the information they need and we haven't heard back. It's been super frustrating. Hopefully it gets cleared up up soon. And once it does, I'll be posting an update on community posts or maybe a video. In the meantime, consider donating to Project Sarsour, which is where the money will go. It's my friend Ahmed's project. He lives in Gaza, and the money will go to help families there and a number of other projects. Anyways, so the first question you might have here is, what happened? Why did Ethan drop the lawsuit? And right now, I don't have a firm answer for that. Ethan hasn't commented publicly and did not respond to my requests for comment. But now that it's been dropped with prejudice and with no confidentiality clauses, I'm able to talk openly about everything that happened. And I think by the end of the video, we should have a little bit more of an idea as to how this all played out the way that it did. So first, a brief recap. In March of last year, I released this video, The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. It was a response to a video from Ethan Klein called Content Nuke Hasan Piker. In that video, I highlighted a bunch of statements from several prominent content creators and used those statements to demonstrate the way that the Western media apparatus has helped to normalize Israel's genocide in Gaza. Things like atrocity propaganda, misinformation about groups resisting Israel, and Zionist historical narratives. Ethan Klein responded to the video by immediately threatening to sue me for defamation. He issued a cease and desist and demanded that I take the video down and apologize, or else he would sue me. He dedicated a few episodes of his podcast to issuing these sorts of threats.
All he has to do to avoid getting sued is apologize for everything he said and did. He started his second video by saying, Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you. Noah.
Not going to say it, but this kind of arrogance is one that you only achieve after Zionism rots your brain.
Said in his second video, Ethan's threatening to sue me. Have fun with that, I guess. He said, well, I'm about to have fun with it. And unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be having much fun with it.
But I kept the video up. After speaking with several lawyers, I felt pretty confident that I'd be able to defend against a defamation suit. And I also believe that the cease and desist was just a scare tactic, as they're commonly used, to get me to delete my criticism from the internet. The deadline passed and I didn't hear anything from Ethan, and it seemed like everything was good. But then a year later, 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Ethan actually filed the lawsuit. He alleged that I defamed him with 6 statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video and various other claims that I made. He was seeking unlimited damages and a jury trial. When you get served a defamation lawsuit, you have 30 days to respond or face default. So I spent the majority of my time the next few weeks looking everywhere to find a lawyer. Just to file a reply, I was being quoted upwards of $100,000, which is obviously pretty stressful because I don't have that kind of money on hand. So I ended up doing a fundraiser, and I fundraised as much as I could. We got not quite to the goal, but over $100,000, which I thought was pretty good. As the deadline.
Imagine if you sued a YouTuber for a video you didn't like, the entire internet would turn on you. It would be world news. Yes. 100%. Not even a question. And we know already because I joked about suing more Pegaslop. I joked about suing more Pegaslop, and more Pegaslop's defenders went crazy. They went crazy mode. They went crazy mode. Every single person that had defended Ethan Klein's vexatious litigant status, his frivolous lawsuits that he actively pursued simply to bury poorer content creators, much smaller content creators who had hurt his feelings under a mountain of paperwork, costly litigation, and destroy their lives. Every single person that had supported that unconditionally turned around and were like, oh, how can Hasan do this? How can Hasan do this? More Pegaslop is simply making 300 plus videos on him to hold him accountable.
And approached, and I started to get even more stressed out. I still hadn't found a lawyer. That's when I got in touch with Deborah Drews. Deborah Drews is an LA-based attorney who specializes in defamation law, and honestly, I owe her my life. She's an incredible lawyer, and from our first conversation, she showed genuine interest in this case. She was also willing to work at a major discount, which is what made it possible to donate most of this money that we raised. So anyways, I retained Deborah's counsel, of course, and we began working on our response. Our approach was
every single place online I've seen people talking about this are all clowning on Ethan. The only place I've seen him still getting defended is, of course, the LSF thread that was posted about this law. Of course, the holdover space for Epstein brigaders. I don't know why they choose to live in an alternative reality. I don't know what purpose that serves, but hopefully moments like this will snap at least some of these people out of that. You know what I mean? Moments like this is where expectations meet reality, and it shows people that their little Discord servers or their brigaded subreddits are actually totally leading them astray, moving them into this deeper pit of despair, getting them to see a completely separate version of events.
Was going to be to file an anti-SLAPP motion. The SLAPP in anti-SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation, and the statute was designed to prevent powerful people from weaponizing their resources to silence dissent from critics that cannot sustain a long-term legal battle. A successful anti-SLAPP motion can dismiss frivolous lawsuits before they even go to trial and force the plaintiff, in this case it would be Ethan, to pay the defendant's legal fees. As our work on the case progressed, we started to feel like we'd put together a pretty strong case. But then, just a few days before the filing deadline, Ethan Klein reached out to us looking to open up settlement talks. Now, at first, I was taken aback. Ethan sued me, made me pay a bunch of money, stressed out me and my family, and now he's coming to me to settle? No, we're not doing that. That's not happening, especially given how strong we felt our defense was. But Deborah, in her infinite wisdom and expertise, suggested that we didn't know what their terms would be. Maybe they really wanted out of the lawsuit, and maybe their offer would reflect this, and it could be good for us. A settlement would end proceedings immediately, it would eliminate all risk, and it would free up the money that we'd raised to be donated right away. Depending on the specific.
Hasan, you're stupid if you actually believe Ethan is going to suddenly change. Did I say that? Did I even imply that? First of all, for Ethan to even begin the process of change and restitution, he has to, one, drop the numerous other lawsuits that are still ongoing, Morgan being one, Denham's being another one, because he said he was going to pursue an appeal with Denham's. I think there's like also random anonymous Redditors that he's trying to sue as well. I think that there's that lawsuit too. So he needs to drop those. He needs to apologize to every single person he has sued. He needs to probably offer financial compensation to Casey Tron for what he put Casey Tron through. Okay. He's not going to do any of that. I don't think. He's on Stalin levels of paranoia. Yeah, 100%.
That could be a pretty good deal. So we agreed to file an extension.
I don't expect him to ever apologize to me. And to be honest, I don't care about him apologizing to me. Okay? He spent, obviously, even in all of these fucking frivolous lawsuits, he literally spent hours and hours and hours pouring into the paperwork to talk about how I'm like Adolf Hitler and shit like that. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds insane. And you're like, oh, why are you making this about you or whatever? But all of the fucking lawsuits were. All of his lawsuits. Calling me the fucking Grand Mufti of Palestine. Shit like that. I don't give a fuck about him apologizing to me. I don't want it. I don't care. You can spare it. Okay? But apologize to these other people whose lives you fucked up. You used your wealth. You used your unfathomable war chest. Your unbelievable amounts of wealth to go after all of these people. And you ruined their fucking lives. Maybe one day we'll be able to talk about the actual stuff that happened on the background. Okay?
To start settlement talks, but nothing could have prepared me for what they came up with. In exchange for dropping his lawsuit, Ethan Klein wanted a public apology on my primary YouTube channel and Twitter account.
For the record, this is, let's just say, this sheds a little bit more light into the Casey Tron apology, don't you think? Remember when I talked about how like that was a fucking ISIS hostage style video and everyone was like, no, Casey's being sincere. Yeah, this is exactly what he did with Casey Tron, clearly.
Approved by Ethan, which would need to include a claim that he and his wife Hila have both supported.
Again, pre-approved by my client before public release. As in, Ethan gets to pre-approve the release, the apology release. Apology for saying my client supported genocide. Acknowledgement that my client and his wife have supported the Palestinian cause Free to say he disagrees with my client, and my client does much to defend Israel.
Palestinian cause. He also wanted me to remove 6 separate videos from my YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure it's all the videos I've ever talked.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened with Casey Tron, by the way. So even though we all assumed that this proves Casey Tron's gunpoint apology was just written by Ethan, and why it had all these lines about how Hasan didn't support me, or worse than that, an apology for Asmongold. Ethan Klein, through this litigation, got Casey Tron to apologize to Asmongold. A pre-approved Asmongold apology. He looked at that and he checked it off. He looked at that and he demanded it and he got it and he said, this is great. Freak. Imagine suing people into financial despair to force them to call you a Palestinian ally. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
About him in, which includes several videos that are unrelated to the claims made in the actual lawsuit. He also wanted a non-disparagement clause, which would bar me from ever publicly criticizing Ethan again. They did include a potential provision to reimburse my legal fees to be donated to a mutually agreed upon charity, so that's great, but only if my public apology included an acknowledgement that Ethan replenished these funds so that they can go to charity. So these terms were, let's just call them inadequate, hard.
I would call them, Israel style. Like the level of arrogance, the sheer entitlement, the hubris, it is unfucking bearable, dude. Straight up deploying the fucking money cannon at content creators he knows he can bully. So narcissistic.
For us to accept, so we made a counteroffer. No apology, no confidentiality, full reimbursement for all of our legal fees, no deleting any videos outside of the ones which were about the lawsuit, which we felt would become irrelevant if it was settled, and then one public statement which would read as follows. Ethan and I disagree about a video I made in response to his video Content Nuke Hasanabi Piker. He thinks my video says one thing, and I think it says another. Both of us believe that YouTube is a place for free expression, and recognize the right to criticize each other's views. So we've decided to end our dispute amicably. Keeping it out of court frees up funds to help families in Gaza right now. We sent these terms over and didn't hear back, so we prepared to file our anti-slap motion. It was all ready to go. I was kind of excited. Honestly, Deborah cooked. But then a few days later, Ethan filed the motion to dismiss with prejudice. And that was it. So back to that question of what happened? Why'd he back out? Because he hasn't publicly commented and he didn't respond to my request for comment, we can really only speculate. Maybe he did have a change of heart. Maybe he doesn't want to be the one that hands out lawsuits left and right to silence critics. And maybe if he were to admit this publicly and apologize for wasting my time and money and acting like a freak throughout the whole process, then maybe I'd believe that. But until then, I think there are more likely explanations. See, Ethan has stated publicly that his many lawsuits against smaller creators have damaged his reputation.
I don't want to be the fucking litigious.
He didn't want another L. You know the saddest part about the story? This is because of Denims and Moist Critical. That's it. Because Denims was able to secure the funds to pursue and force this into court. And that decision that came down got someone like Moist Critical to cover it. Now, if Moist Critical or Philip DeFranco or numerous other people in the commentary sphere looked at the situation from the start and started criticizing Ethan, perhaps Ethan would have felt humiliated far before it got to this point. Okay? Perhaps if other content creators had criticized Israel. Well, that too. Perhaps if other content creators had been not too shy to, one, criticize Israel, learn more about what Israel was doing, and two, criticize Ethan and learn more about what Ethan was doing, perhaps then Ethan probably would have backed away. Or, oh, sorry, Moist Critical only looked at the lawsuits because of Ethan suing iDubbbz. You're right. That's true. That's true. I fucked it up. You're right. And by the way, I'm not talking about like in the last, because Moist has done a lot of critical coverage on Israel. I'm talking about from the start. Because there were a lot of people in the commentary sphere who are still on Ethan's side, for the record. Okay? They're still on Ethan's side. I'm genuinely grateful for Moist Critical, not only criticizing Israel a lot, especially in the last half a year or so, but even taking the time out to cover the iDubbbz controversy, because that was absolutely what I think caused Ethan to reflect. He realized that, the commentary sphere was going to turn on him. Many of the commentary sphere, the smaller orbiters, are still firmly on his side. But there is a growing movement of people who are very critical of the shit that he's doing. Why hasn't he gone after you at all? Doesn't it make him look like a hypocrite that he won't take you on? I mean, he has tried. I think part of the problem here, I'll tell you why. You want to know why? Because he tried and he fucking failed. Because I refuse to watch the fucking dumbass video that he made. Okay? Not only do I have money, not only do I have a much larger audience and a lot more support and a much larger group of haters, obviously, including fucking entire governments at this point, but he tried his hardest. He tried his darndest. He tried so fucking hard. He made a whole video about it. This was a cause for celebration. But the reason why he couldn't sue me in court was because he thought he could get me to react to the content nuke. And then he thought he could sue me for reacting to the content nuke. And I never reacted. And for the longest time, he tried to get his audience to be like, oh, see, you're scared. You're terrified of Ethan's intellectual prowess. He's destroyed you in the marketplace of ideas, you fucking terrorists, For a whole ass year after the context nuke came out. For a whole ass year, people kept coming in here to be like, you're terrified. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to play this fucking game. I've already reacted to the context nuke before it even came out, because it was the exact same commentary that I had heard a million times over, because Ethan just basically scoured the same subreddits. It was all coming from the same place. And it's the ADL uses the same database. Ethan used the same database. It was all coming mostly from Epstein. And I had already reacted to it. So if you wanted to hear my fucking perspective, you could go and watch that, right? And I told people this at the time. Nobody fucking wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to watch because they just wanted drama. For them, this wasn't about a genocide that was ongoing. This wasn't about criticism. But that's the reason why. That's the reason why he couldn't fucking catch me in a fucking lawsuit. And he also blew his load by basically begging on camera to get me to fucking react to it. It would have been hilarious after all of that if he turned around and tried to sue the subject of his enmity, the subject of his video. He literally cried on camera that I wouldn't react to his video. He straight up fucking crowed. Real tears. And then when all was said and done, I did react to it. It took 9 hours to react to like half of it. You can go watch the video if you want. It's on my YouTube page. Yeah, he crowed. He crowed real tears. But if you're wondering why he never ended up suing me, it's because it failed. Remember back in November 2024 when we watched Stalkman on stream constructing the tweets with boner box that would lead to the Twitch's banning Israel IPs crusade? It was all a joke, and look where that went. It wasn't even a joke. He lied. And it failed.
This asshole that's suing everybody. Like, I know what people think of me. I know what people say about me. I'm not a moron. I know, like, the consequences of doing all these lawsuits and stuff.
The biggest backlash so far came very recently when he was criticized by a prominent YouTuber, Charlie of the channel Penguin Zero. He criticized Ethan's lawsuits, and these videos got millions of views.
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way in that regard.
Ethan also just lost a lawsuit against the streamer Denims. He sued her for copyright infringement, and the ruling on this one was just brutal. The judge ruled against Ethan while citing his own previous case of defending against a
literally cost so many small content creators their ad revenue, and people blamed you for talking politics. I know. This man tried to trigger an adpocalypse on Twitch deliberately and saw a little bit of success in the interim because, like, Twitch had to, like, reroute certain things, like create a political alignment. There were, like, Iranian content creators that lost their revenue in the process as well, their ad revenue. He did that shit. And then there were dumb fucks who had the audacity, who blamed me for it. They were like, oh, yeah, it would be better if Hasan wasn't on the fucking platform. It'd be better if Hasan wasn't talking politics on the platform. People I used to watch that were like sub 100 viewers were crying about you legit. I know. A concerted effort to do tremendous amounts of damage. Yeah, Ethan tried to briefly sue Sean the Black. Yeah, look, because Snark and the two disgraced journalists are unwilling to swallow their pride, it looks like the lawsuit against Sean will be moving forward. So I'm in an act of unimaginable grace. I'm prepared to make one final offer. If Hasan donates 25 grand to each of their GoFundMes, I will tear up the Sean the Black complaint that I've already spent several thousands writing. Furthermore, Hasan, any behind the scenes donations will be found during discovery. So pretending like you're helping them, BTS works now, but everything will be overturned to us in due time. How'd that work out for you, Ethan? Like, this is what he was doing. Not a single fucking content creator in this sphere ever covered this shit. He was out here Trump posting on a daily fucking basis. This was extortion, and it is illegal, by the way. You can't do this. Every day there were like 4 or 5 Instagram stories like this one. Every damn day. It's unbearable. It's virtually impossible to document the depravity. Okay? He's getting a fraction of the comeuppance. And if he had any integrity, if he still had some semblance of his humanity that he hasn't lost, he would apologize for all of it. Not to me. I don't give a shit. You don't have to apologize to me, but apologize to every single person whose lives you fucking ruined. Okay? Because he did. He did. He ruined so many lives, dude.
Frivolous copyright lawsuit. It wasn't until both of these events that Ethan began offering to drop his defamation.
Philip DeFranco covered this. Yeah, he covered some of it. Did you know he was laying a trap for Lawfare to sue you and then decide not to watch? I mean, I had my suspicions.
lawsuits in exchange for an apology, of course.
If Ian would issue a genuine apology, I'd probably think about dropping the lawsuit. And honestly, the same is true of Noah Sampson. If he just issued like a heartfelt apology, I'd probably consider dropping it.
And there's another part to this that I think is worth discussing, which is how Ethan's reputation has also taken hits due to his support for Israel. According to him, this perception has ruined some of his personal and professional relationships.
From a professional perspective, our entire lives are ruined. Collaborations, partners, business partners, employees, creators, friends.
If you look at the trends in views and subscribers, there's been a demonstrable drop since October of 2023. Former fans of H3 are leaving and have spoken about the sort of rampant Zionism in that community. Apparently, even just wearing their merch now has an explicit association with the state of Israel. At one point, Ethan may have thought that suing me for criticizing his statements about Israel could change this public perception.
I'd love to see you reason out in a court document about how I and Mudahar support genocide.
Remember when Mudahar backed away from this too? Because even he was like, this is fucking crazy. Like, this is too much. Because Mudahar was supposed to be in on this lawsuit against Noah Sampson, if you remember. He backed out of it. He was like, nope, I'm not doing this shit. I realize which way the fucking tides have turned.
I look forward to that.
But somewhere along the line, he must have realized that this strategy wouldn't work. When he got the chance to prove me wrong in front of a judge, just like he wanted, he folded. He backed out at the last minute. So here we are. So anyways, super glad this is all over, ready to get back to making regular videos. I'll update everyone with a post as soon as I can about the GoFundMe situation once that's cleared up. I appreciate everyone who has supported me throughout this whole ordeal, including those who have contributed to the fundraiser and the many creators who were kind enough to join in on the fundraiser stream. That was super cool. And once again, huge shout out to my lawyer, Deborah Drews, and her firm, Drews Legal. She genuinely saved the day. If you have any legal troubles in the vein of this case, her firm may be interested down the line, so hit them up. Okay, that's it. We're done.
Yeah, here he is crying.
You won't fucking watch the damn video. Don't let him get away with that, man. It's just pathetic. He won't fucking watch the damn video. Don't let him get away with that, man. It's just pathetic.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad that Noah is no longer in the crosshairs. So that's good. There's still a long way to go for restitution. Yeah, this is the power of gray rocking abusers. Yeah. Yeah. It is. A lot of this stuff is just pure narcissism. A lot of this stuff is pure narcissism. My girlfriend cut up her Teddy Fresh hoodie after I showed her some of the content nuke, lol. He can't reopen this lawsuit. It's over. He dismissed it. Yeah, with prejudice. So it's over. Have you seen H3 sing shock to his kids? Dude's obsessed. Yeah, it's fine. It's pathetic. It was dismissed by the judge with prejudice. With prejudice means a new case with these same conditions cannot be opened. Yeah, he was fucking going crazy. He was going after Philip DeFranco's wife. Philip DeFranco's wife is in the comment section of a deranged snarker on TikTok. Nice look, guys. Don't tempt me. I'm feeling like a messy bitch right now.
I grew up with brothers who controlled what went on the TV, so I watched YouTube my entire childhood, and it has been super interesting to watch people who were once really big on YouTube and where they are now, and one of those people for me is Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions used to have some value, used to have some worth. In fact, at one point I felt like he was being a champion for free and fair use rights on YouTube. He has had just a consistent crash downward, and now I dare to say that he has reached rock bottom, at least in my book.
Yeah. It's just, I just like. Yeah. He never went after Philip, of course. Even though Philip DeFranco did offer some coverage to what was going on every now and then, like periodically. The reason he filed to dismiss with prejudice is to avoid having to pay for Noah's lawsuit. The case was that bad, he would have lost the slap motion. Yeah. Yeah. I think a big part of him dropping it is because if he lost this case, I think one more, he could be marked as a vexatious litigant. I don't think the timeline adds up. I don't think he's lost that many lawsuits. I think it has to be 7 in a short period of time, right? I don't know the exact details of this, but like, yes, Ethan Klein was close to testing the boundaries of the California legal system. Is it 5 in 7 years or 7 in 5 years? Yeah. And also, in order to be a vexatious litigant, I think you have to also self-represent. So if you just have like a lawyer, which Ethan does. Again, I don't know the full details. I'm not a fucking YouTube lawyer, and YouTube lawyers don't really know the details either. Let's be real, as evidenced by the fact that so many of them celebrated every single one of these decisions. You know, Asmongold, the number one YouTube lawyer, that pervert legal, whatever the fuck his name is, legal mindset? There's a couple of these like YouTube lawyers. Not legal is awesome. I'm talking about all these other fucking weirdos that are insanely right wing, and they all grabbed onto this bullshit. I hope Legal covers it at one point. That'd be great. I don't think he will. I don't know where his I don't know where he's at on some of this stuff, but knowingly filing frivolous lawsuits against the rules of professional conduct. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe you could get his West Bank lawyer disbarred potentially. YouTube lawyers know about the same amount of the law as you. Yeah.
Done.
Just so ridiculous. There is also 2 videos that I've been meaning to watch specifically on this issue for those who are who have lives, who haven't been paying attention to like Ethan Klein's behavior over the last 2 years or so, almost 3 years now. One is Kaya's Corner. Right? Is it Kaya's Corner? The fan channel that made a video about the true legacy of Ethan Klein? Is that? And then there's also the Kilotonics video that's very good as well. The Kilotonics one actually covers a lot of the other bad faith actors. It's 4 hours long though, almost. The Hasan Bad video. That one covers like. This one is more so focused on Hasan Bad, the Weasley Little Liar Awards. It more so covers the entirety of the commentary sphere and like a lot of the Ethan Klein's like allies and orbiters, and how they just have for the last 3 years deployed the fuck Hasan route every single time they've been outed as like sex criminals or perverts or pedophiles or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like there is an entire genre of content creators out there that constantly get into trouble, sometimes legal trouble, sometimes trouble in the courts. And anytime their audience is like, what the fuck are you doing? This is insane. They'll be like, well, Hasan is worse. Also known as the Epstein method. It's a parachute for some of the worst scumbags on the internet who have absolutely destroyed the commentary sphere. These guys aren't exactly fans of mine either, like the Kilotonics guy. They're not. I don't think that they're fans of mine at all. And they certainly used to be haters of mine for the longest time. I think many of these guys actually come from the Destiny Orbiter community, and they used to be Orbiters of Destiny, and then they realized that he was a real piece of shit who was kind of using the fuck Hasan method to get away with doing actual fucking criminal shit. Bro, check my logs. I've been trying to show you. This explains how this genre of slop tubers came about. Oh, this is how to radicalize a slop tuber. I've seen this by Data Mail. Yeah. The Kilotonics video is insane. I never knew you had more villains in your rogues gallery than Batman and Spider-Man combined. Yeah. I do. Here, let's just watch this a little bit. Let's get a little taste of this. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's impossible.
All right, so if you've used the internet at any point in the last few years, it means at one time or another, you've probably heard the name Hasan Piker. Hasan, who also goes by Hasanabi, is 34 years old. He's one of online politics' largest creators, and he's known for taking controversial far-left positions and being very tall.
You are tall. He's a tall guy.
Hasan is best summarized as being very passionately progressive, anti-capitalist, pro-Palestinian, and overall just having somewhat radical takes that go against the grain. And he can occasionally make comments that have a tendency to make a lot of people very upset.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
Over the duration of his career online, while he does have some support around him, Hasan has gradually become public enemy #1 for a lot of creators and their fan bases. He draws some pretty intense criticism from not just the right, but also the left. And lately, he's even becoming more and more of a regular target for a bunch of apolitical idiot slop channels.
Hey, Hasan, you crying stupid bitch. Brother, you are the biggest piece of shit I have ever seen. Shut your fucking mouth.
The attacks on Hasan range from him encouraging violence, to him being an anti-Semite, to him simply being kind of stupid, which is probably kind of true.
I don't know which is which, dude. Doesn't know where Yemen is? I think... Nope. This is literally a video about my critics making ridiculous claims and him unironically using me joking that was then taken seriously by Epstein, who probably knew that I was joking at the time, but still used this as an example. I still remember this. There was I accidentally couldn't find where Turkey is. Of course I'm fucking joking. You didn't think about that? I clicked on Turkey, the country that I'm from, that I lived in for the first 18 years of my life. I was baiting my fucking chat. Nope. Got it.
Now, this video is not really about debunking every argument against him, but a lot of the attacking is coming from pretty dishonest places. Like the time...
It's so crazy, man. I can't even fucking... Even a video that's like supposed to take a critical lens, still, that's how much staying power hater narratives have on the internet. That's how much staying power it has. Bro, before that video, before that me fucking around on stream, I had written extensively about the crisis in Yemen, like years prior to that. That's crazy. Been a fan for 6 years, didn't know what that was the context of that clip. It blows my mind. Getting the treatment of a woman not being able to make jokes. I know. I mean, that's besides the point. For the record, like, that's obviously not that serious. Who cares? But it is kind of wild that, like, even a video that's supposed to take like a 4-hour, very critical approach to like what my fucking haters have developed around me as this mythology of a stupid guy who is also very bad and a dangerous terrorist still ends up falling for it. You know what I mean?
People claimed that Hasan urged his viewers to kill U.S. Senator Rick Scott. Here's what he said.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
This clip got Hasan suspended, and many to this day claim that he was issuing a death threat towards a U.S. senator. The issue there is that Hasan is clearly talking to U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, who's making remarks about how much he wants to combat Medicare fraud.
The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. A prominent part of the Republican Party.
So Hasan is clearly saying, Mike Johnson, if you actually cared about Medicare fraud, you'd do the opposite of what you've done with Rick Scott because of how egregious of an offender he is. Rick Scott is pretty well known for conducting one of the largest healthcare fraud schemes in U.S. history when he was chief executive at Columbia. So to say Hasan was urging his viewers to kill Rick Scott is an outright lie, and to say it was any kind of death threat would also be pretty fucking stupid. So that's just one example of what are very common dishonest attacks on Hasan. There are to be made about him, and we'll go over a few of them later. But those tend to get lost in this sea of total hysteria. The widespread derangement that people have for this guy has over time.
Let me guess, the genuine criticisms are also still going to be like mostly base-boosted hater critiques, rich socialism, dog abuser, lives a lavish lifestyle, which is directly contradictory to his advocacy. Yeah, I wrote about fucking Yemen in 2016, years prior to that fucking meme, dude. What's going on in Yemen and why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement? That's like 3 years before that meme of me being like, oh, where's Yemen? Mobile chatter here, bro. I watched a pseudoscience debunker clown on you for supposedly being a fan of Dr. Jiang. Oh my God.
Devolved into attacks on anyone he associates with, calls for him to be deplatformed, and people have even become pretty chill with the US government violating Hasan's First Amendment rights. No, I'm not saying you can't dislike the guy, I don't give a shit. The dude preaches socialism and drives a Porsche. Like, I get it. I'm not a Hasan fan, I've literally never even watched a
fucking called it.
Single stream of his, so personally I don't care. But the tendency for people to lose their minds and just make shit up whenever Hasan is involved left me wondering, how did we get here? Ethan Klein, also known as H3H3, is 40 years old. He has a massive following on YouTube, and he's a pretty significant figure in the history of content creation, going back to the early days of React videos.
You know, I read a book a day not to show off. It's again about the knowledge.
By the way, he's got a really interesting technique for reading books, and when he says he reads one book a day, well, let's just say.
If you want to understand how strong and how powerful the Hasan bad aura is, especially in the commentary sphere, even a commentary guy who's like going to dissect how stupid these arguments are has to still hedge their positioning by being like, yeah, this guy is bad. You know, I have my own opinions about how bad he is. And that literally always has to go back to champagne socialism. He's a dog abuser, whatever the fuck these guys have like leaned into. It's just, it has to happen. I wish more people would explore whether or not this is inherently contradictory to my worldview at all, you know? That would be, maybe one day we'll get there. One day we're going to get there where people understand that, you know, socialism doesn't mean you can't have nice things, or socialism doesn't mean you can't be successful in any way, shape, or form. It's about unlocking that very same autonomy for all people. Okay?
We will have to redefine the word read.
Have someone else read it for you.
That's awesome. Along with his own content, Ethan's also well known for winning a landmark copyright infringement suit in 2017 filed by Matt Haas, whose video Ethan reacted to. That case was one of the first examples of fair use for React content being successfully argued in court. In 2021, Ethan and Hasan started a podcast together called The Leftovers. It was a political and cultural talk show with a left-leaning slant, and the show was a huge success. Until October of 2023, when a Hamas-led terror attack targeted Israeli citizens. After the attack, Ethan and Hasan went live for an emotional episode discussing the events.
As a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old.
Ethan is an Israeli-American dual citizen and feels passionately about Israeli geopolitics. He's also married to Ela, who was born in Israel and served in the IDF. The Kleins actually even met each other in Israel. Hasan, on the other hand, is passionately in support of Palestine, and the resulting ideological differences between the two led to some on-air friction following the start of the conflict.
Oh, my timing matters. No, let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
You know what I said. on the day
But
of the occupation.
I know you don't, but like we're being a little silly.
In late October of that year, Ethan announced that the Leftovers podcast would go on hiatus.
I do feel like I'm probably going to pause Leftovers for the time being, because you know what I mean. It's just I don't want to talk about it anymore.
And after 61 episodes, the Leftovers podcast never came back. This is when the divide started to form between Ethan and Hasan. Early on, for instance, Ethan would take issue with some things that Hasan's chat was saying about him, and he criticized him for not moderating it more effectively.
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people.
My feelings were hurt. My feelings were hurt. It's like the first year of Israel's genocide of the Palestinians was literally just about the feelings of people who wanted to defend Israel. Okay? That was all it was. College campuses, my feelings are hurt. Okay? In broad daylight, my feelings are hurt. People were like desperate to try to get the fucking word out, to show the truth about what Israel was doing to the Palestinians and what Israel had done to the Palestinians. And every conversation was met with a damn. My fucking feelings. This right here. How many fucking YouTubers made videos about this? How many fucking YouTubers who now probably say, oh, free Palestine, fuck Israel, or even far more radical things. How many of them made a video about how I had hurt Ethan Klein's fucking feelings? Every single slop tuber made videos that accrued millions of fucking views at the time. Every single one. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Never let a genocide go to waste. And I was right too. My community was right. I was right. We were right. I was unbelievably gracious. Far more than he deserved at the time too. I was so understanding. I was trying to be like, look, I know you have family members that live in Israel. I'm trying to communicate this to you that you're saying things that people who are pro-Israel say. You centering your feelings in this conversation when people are getting slaughtered by this apartheid state is ridiculous. And it's coming across as ridiculous to people.
In here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, and as
Ethan,
fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when you're...
To save us time, let's not get too bogged down with specifics.
Yeah. And then people are like, people use that to be like, oh, remember XQC? You got mad at XQC? Yeah, dumbass. I did. Because XQC was farming me for also being right about the fucking gambling situation. I was right about the gambling situation, and he aggressively leaned into attacks against me and my community for being right about the gambling situation, but too early, far too early for people's taste. And people went along with it. And to this day still, they fucking aggressively hound my ass. Okay? Same with fucking Ethan. Because for a lot of people, they have baby brains. They can't think of concepts beyond the parasocial feelings that they have for their favorite content creators. Oh, you hurt this content creator's feelings. Fuck you. You hurt that content creator's feelings. Fuck you. Especially when we're talking about like a geopolitical incident, a fucking genocide, the crime of all crimes. Like, who gives a fuck about people's feelings? Stop being babies, man. How can you behave in a tribalistic manner towards your favorite content creator and feel slighted at their behest?
Nutshell, over the course of the next year, the divide between Ethan and Hasan grew larger and larger. Ethan and the H3 community believed that Hasan was promoting extremist.
Is this the guy? Didn't we ban him before? For the record, I don't agree with the champagne socialism criticism. I was just saying I understand why on the surface some people get rubbed the wrong way. I don't think you're bad. Smile. Oh, one day, that's the Mount Everest of socialism. The idea that even fucking far wealthier people than myself could not genuinely advocate for a better future. I do not believe that. One day other people will also recognize after more and more prominent figures come out and are advocating for a better path forward. People will start to recognize that they're simply behaving from a cynical perspective. They're being duped into believing that those, even in positions of power, those who have been unbelievably fortunate could also make sure that other people don't have to be as lucky as they are to make ends meet. One day, it will happen.
Potentially dangerous viewpoints, while Hasan and his community believed that Ethan was becoming more Zionistic over time and subtly spreading pro-Israel propaganda. The two of them would exchange jabs for months, with Ethan commonly taking to Instagram to voice his grievances, like attacking Hasan's moderator and smaller creator Frogan for her radical views, and Hasan in turn would occasionally respond on stream.
There's a difference between anti-Semitism and people coming to the assumption that Ethan might be defending Israel a little bit and therefore might have some Zionist opinions because of the past 12 months centering himself as he looks to ban prominent pro-Palestinian voices off the platform with ridiculous smears that they are being anti-Semitic.
While all this is going on, around the end of 2024, Ethan also began discussing a perceived anti-Semitism problem on Twitch. According to Ethan, Hasan and his associates are prime examples of anti-Semitic content being unfairly allowed on the platform, and he called for Dan Clancy, Twitch's CEO, to step down. We'll talk about this part more later, but I did want to note that this is around the same time that Dan Saltman, CEO of Redact, began his campaign against Twitch's perceived anti-Semitism problem. By the start of 2025, tensions had gotten pretty high. To the extent that the H3 show covered politics, their conversation centered more so around Israel and anti-Semitism rather than the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
It feels like where it was during the war and the Holocaust. It's reminiscent of that time.
I've always said, like, I have no idea how the Holocaust could happen. It just makes no sense. And now I see it. I see how it happened.
And Ethan would also regularly...
Yeah, she's right. Just not in the direction that she thinks is the right direction. She's right. I've often wondered how evil could manifest in society to such a degree that people would turn a blind eye to these atrocities. And then I watched the last 3 years unfold. I watched people turn a blind eye to said atrocities. You know? First ever instance of a live streamed Holocaust. It took place. Everyone was aware of it, right? Everyone was made aware of it. Gaza was destroyed.
To Instagram to go to war with H3 Snark, a subreddit dedicated to A-logging and talking shit about primarily Ethan and Hila. And in January, Ethan released a content nuke, a 102-minute-long deconstruction of Hasan's content, including further allegations of Hasan and those around him being anti-Semitic and essentially promoting terrorism. After the content nuke, things started to go off the rails. In March, a pair of noteworthy things happened to Ethan. On one occasion, he had a pair of human skulls ordered online and sent to his house. And on another, a CPS call was made to his house after Ethan shared a story on the H3 podcast about his family contracting a parasite.
This morning, we got a visit from Child Protective Services. I told this story on the show a few weeks ago about how when we adopted Olive, she had Giardia. And then Sonny started having diarrhea, so we suspected he might have Giardia. Seeing as that he's an infant, he's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, etc.
Then in June of last year, Ethan revealed that he had registered the content nuke with the U.S. Library of Congress.
I also can't even understand how like any of that got tied back to Denims, myself, Frogan, or any number of different individuals after the fact. I cannot believe how much sympathy he farmed over that, especially because obviously he was wronged in that situation. And I made it very clear at the time. It's like fucking ridiculous. But then he turned around and took all of that sympathy to attack others and falsely fucking blame people, smear people over and over again. What a ridiculous crock of shit that was, dude. Everyone, iDubbbz too, everyone was responsible for CPS.
And that he's filing copyright infringement lawsuits against Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron, 3 Hasan-adjacent creators who, according to Ethan, reacted to the nuke in a non-transformative way. And that's kind of loosely where we're at. What started as a political disagreement has spiraled into 3 copyright lawsuits, a campaign to financially harm Twitch and by consequence its creators, and a long, bitter, and kind of pathetic feud where you will be forced to pick a side. But before you pick a side, while you may feel some sympathy for Ethan because of the very real harassment that he's faced, or maybe you just agree with his takes on Israel or anti-Semitism, we have to make sure we don't forget about the most important thing in the whole situation, which is that when it comes to Ethan's narrative, this is all complete bullshit. If you can look past some of the political disagreement and analyze the Ethan and Hasan conflict in its entirety, it's pretty clear that Ethan is an insecure, neurotic, vindictive liar. And his crusades against Twitch and Hasan and subreddits, these are all just dishonest missions to silence people who are saying things about him that he doesn't like. What's worse is that this clown show is being encouraged and facilitated by a host of hacks and other liars around Ethan that have attached themselves to him, sometimes just to further their own dishonest agendas against Hasan. Now, normally I wouldn't really care that much if a bunch of lying freaks all band together to help each other out with their controversies. That's kind of to be expected. But what elevates my distaste for all this stuff, and what should elevate yours, is that standards of behavior that have long been widely held on the internet are being totally abandoned, all in the name of Hasan bad. Historically, things like lying, harassment, calls to the platform, or abusing copyright would get you absolutely torn to shreds. But when it comes to Ethan and all his yes men, everyone all of a sudden seems to be okay with those things. And it's just because of who's on the other side. Ethan Klein isn't the originator of the mass derangement about Hasan, but his situation has given some of the most annoying drama slop tubers the perfect vehicle to pretend to have political opinions, escalate their grudges, and in the process, smash all standards of behavior for political and commentary creators. So today we're going to recognize some of these creators.
It's true. I mean, it bricked and probably even created a new funnel for right-wing to far-right content creation and right-wing to far-right viewers that created like the next Gamergate, basically. This was before I ever came onto the scene, or, you know, when I was at the Young Turks and a smaller content creator that was like largely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, there were a lot of content creators who were doing this by attacking the Young Turks, and they created a funnel. You had the Gamergate era. A lot of people were radicalized and went down the right-wing rabbit hole back then. This is the new rabbit hole. The new rabbit hole is anchored around developing unbelievable levels of enmity towards a designed villain of the internet. And it has made people's standards completely fall apart. No one has any standards anymore. The type of shit that people would normally criticize across the board, the rest of the internet would create this like protective ecosystem, would you know, the community would self-police in these sorts of circumstances. If there was a content creator that was like going after people's money, for example, going after their advertisers with like slander, with ridiculous claims, most people would, yes, I said designed, not designated, designed. The reason why I said designed as a figure of enmity is because there should have never been this level of anger and hatred unless all of these guys are super fucking far right. Many of these guys are not even far right. They just position themselves as anti-left. Okay? They position themselves as anti-left. And for the last like 7 years at this point, I've just been on the receiving end of a barrage of smears, A-logging, cyber stalking. And that's part of the reason why so many people's opinions of me have been shaped by that. And not only that, but I think a lot of these people, without even realizing, have developed right-wing opinions. There are plenty of these people. There are plenty of people out there who just kind of watch TikToks or watch these clips or watch these drama summaries, who would self-identify as liberals, who without realizing think that such a toxic, odious, repulsive figure like myself could never be in favor of a good policy. So they end up thinking like, oh no, everything that he's advocating for, all the candidates that he's advocating for, he's stumping for, they must also be bad. Their only worldview revolves around what these content creators have developed, which is not sincerely held beliefs, not like an actual, moral compass or anything like that, but just whatever the fuck I'm doing, they're against.
For their contributions to this online culture shift. One where truth doesn't matter, there are no bad tactics, only bad targets, and anything goes as long as you win. These are the Weasley Little Liar Awards. Starting with Ethan Klein.
This is a lie.
Yeah, it does not look.
This is a disgusting fucking lie. And here on the H3 show, we tell the truth. And soon we're going to be able to do that. So I'm really very grateful and excited for that. Because I am honest to a fault, Dan. I'll have you know.
Yeah, no, that I'm aware of.
I would never, I don't lie, but some people do lie. Name one thing I've ever lied about. You can't. I'm allergic to lying. Bro, I'm truthful in every fucking conceivable way. I feel like I'm honest to a fault. I'm not a liar. I don't believe in lying. I would never lie to you. I've never lied. I am not a liar. I feel like I've never lied about anything in my whole career.
I wish you were more of a liar. It would probably save us a...
Being anti-left inherently makes you open to the far right. Yes, and that's precisely what took place. Anti-communism oftentimes doesn't stop at just liberalism. It takes you to weird fascist pivots. This is a smaller version of that, like a more online drama-focused version of that. Because I was presented as the figurehead of all things left by a lot of these people, they didn't even realize, but many of these people that watch these content creators didn't even realize, but they were developing enmity towards the left and the left position of American politics while they were simply trying to stay informed.
When I started researching for this video, I already knew that Ethan had been dishonest about some things throughout his feud with Hasan, but I was a little
Kilotonics, don't sue me for walking away to piss.
surprised to learn just how long of a history Ethan has of dishonesty. A very clear and repeated pattern of it, in fact. Now, you'll very rarely catch Ethan in a direct, overt lie. What happens far more commonly is that Ethan will kind of just say things. He makes statements about other people or ongoing situations as though they're a fact, when he has no evidence to be saying the thing that he's saying. For instance, back in 2021, there was this whole falling out between Ethan and his former podcast co-host, Trisha Paytas. During the breakup, Ethan made this tweet where he claimed that Trisha had accused him of sexually harassing her, which it kind of gives off this, like, I'm being falsely Me Too'd kind of vibe, right? But in the video Ethan's responding to, which is this one, Trisha doesn't really say anything like that. This video is pretty much just about Ethan bringing up topics like her sexual assault, medical history, and other things that supposedly triggered her. Trisha responded to Ethan on Twitter by saying she didn't even think he had watched her video, and given how far off he was, it's entirely possible that Ethan just read the title and went nuts. The only time Trisha even remotely approaches suggesting sexual harassment was when she complained that Ethan was sexualizing her beauty products.
None of it felt right. Being sexualized, skincare being sexualized, none of it felt right.
After Ethan watched the video, here's how he responded to that claim.
Did she say I sexually harassed her? No, she didn't say that, but she said I was making everything sexual. I was making her beauty products sexual. I feel like she really tried her app. She tried to ruin my life, my reputation, my business.
And this is what Trisha was referring to.
This is your self-love in a bottle.
Why was that sexual? Look at you're like, oh, like it was like a money shot. Watch how she squirts this shit.
This is your self-love.
Yeah, also kind of phallic.
What?
You say, Trish, what's the secret? And then you show like it looks like a cock.
What?
Balls and cock.
What are you talking about?
Look, 2 balls and a cock. It's like a giant phallus.
Oh my God. It's the products in the thing.
Bro, it's literally a penis. Is there jizz in your makeup?
If I had a makeup wipe, I take my makeup off.
Is there semen in your makeup?
Huh?
Is there semen in your makeup?
No.
I don't even care that Ethan did this. I mean, yeah, that looks like dick and balls. But Ethan acted so disgusted at the idea that he would do something like that, and said that Trisha must have been trying to ruin his reputation. The irresponsibility of Ethan's reaction is likely what led to many H3 fans believing that Trisha accused him of actual sexual assault, and they might still believe that to this day. You might call what Ethan did here a false accusation.
He's lying.
But while Ethan did acknowledge that Trisha didn't accuse him of sexual harassment, would it really have been that crazy if she had?
Well, a ton of the comments said things like talking about my mom's breasts and asking if I was breastfed because they heard in a previous episode Ethan talking about my mom's breasts in detail.
Her mommy milkers.
Yes, right. Yeah, to quote Ethan, I believe.
So I was hoping you could help me.
I can help you. I'd love to help you, actually. I've actually dreamed of helping you. What happened to your hand, buddy? Jerking off too hard? Is that a masturbation injury? She has tried to penetrate him with a strappy.
Stop. Don't need to bring it up all the time.
Well, not all the time. It's what, my 3rd time since I
Third
learned
time
about
in
it?
3 days.
There's this guy, Brad the Bull, who's like railing his wife, but that's neither here nor there. Hasan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. That's fun.
Okay, that was weird when you said that.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
Well, I'm sure, but it's like made me uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't like it.
Just a lot of volume. Because when you're eating pussy, you need to make sure that... Oh, you went to Italy for how long?
4 weeks.
You went to Italy. You guys stayed in touch. No strange Italian dick, I'm assuming.
No.
Have you seen your dad naked? Does Ian walk around naked? If you had privacy, would you walk around naked? Butt-ass naked? By the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Because I'm going to fuck him for her? Because she's the cuck?
You know, the first time that you made the Anissa the cuck joke, it hit really good.
Well,
I feel like each subsequent one we're getting further and further.
What was wrong with that? I thought
it just sounded weird, kind of creepy.
Okay, if you're gonna constantly joke around like that with people you know personally, including your own employees, you don't get to react like this when you think one of them might be accusing you of sexual harassment. Anyway, that was just one of what might have been many potential examples of Ethan misrepresenting things during the fallout with his former co-host. But their breakup was a total shit show, and it's possible Trisha isn't the most reliable person either, so maybe you're willing to give Ethan some grace with this one. Understandable. But what about the defamation lawsuit that was filed against Ethan by Ryan Kavanaugh? In 2021, Ethan was sued by Triller, which one of Kavanaugh's companies had a controlling interest in. The lawsuit was related to the H3 podcast, streaming clips from a boxing match between Jake Paul and Ben Askren, which was a pay-per-view event that Triller owned the exclusive rights to. Now, Ethan did admit to pirating the fight in DMs with Philip DeFranco, saying that he didn't want to financially support Jake Paul, who'd been credibly accused of sexual assault. But the lawsuit was specifically for copyright, especially given that Ethan had shown on screen an unlisted link to a full upload of the fight. Ethan objected strongly to this lawsuit, essentially suggesting that it was frivolous and he was being unfairly singled out. One thing he noted was that Triller had been dropping most of their other lawsuits against towards actually potentially illegal restreaming sites. But most of those sites, they didn't have strong evidence against, whereas Ethan broadcast the fight and a link to it on a recorded live stream. Triller also made it known that they would be taking an aggressive approach to suing people who pirated or redistributed their product, and Ethan wasn't the only content creator they pursued to that end. But his frustrations and public statements.
I rewatched your big debate with him recently when you mentioned it on stream, and holy shit, he cried more about his own feelings than I remembered at the time. Lamau, you'd be like, why don't you care about the genocide? Yeah, as people's opinions evolve throughout time on the issue of Israel versus Palestine, I think if you go back and watch the Content Nuke now, or if you go back and watch the debate, you will realize how unserious he was throughout the entire process and how insanely pro-Israel, and therefore, I don't think this is a stretch to say, pro-Israeli genocide of Palestinians he personally designed himself to be. Now, I did not think that societal attitudes would shift this dramatically over such a short period of time, but even when you look back at it, like, even when you look back at it with today's attitude, you will realize, oh my fucking God, this guy is unbearable.
It's about the case led to a series of additional lawsuits between him and Triller, which Ethan Klein chose to respond to by beginning to disparage Ryan Kavanaugh.
Like his biggest, look, I'll tell you this much, okay? The reason why he was able to get away with so much shit smearing for like the first 2 years of Israel's genocide was because most people either didn't know anything about what was going on, had like some residual pro-Israel opinions as a consequence of the way that the mainstream media had presented Israel as a reliable ally for decades prior, or the people that knew a little bit more or had antagonistic positions to Israel were too afraid to say anything because back then, still, when someone called you a fucking anti-Semite, it was over, right? And there are still plenty of content creators who refuse to touch this issue because they either don't know enough or can't hold their own in a debate or a conversation around these issues and are genuinely still terrified of being hit with that cannon of gross accusations and smears. You have to remember that. That's why, if you're wondering why so many fucking content creators remain silent throughout this entire process, that's a big part of the reason. That is a big part of the reason. Because they thought, oh, this is bad. I don't want to touch this because this is Israel-Palestine related. This is politics related. The Sabragate. Like, remember? 30-day bans for content creators, including a Jewish content creator, for Sabragate. Because they did a hummus tier list. And they ranked the different kinds of hummus that was good to shitty. And people sat around, Asmongold, Ethan Klein, Destiny, they all sat around and made sincere pleas to stop the anti-Semitism. The Habibi tier list. Who has the Habibi, not the Sabra tier list, sorry. Who has the Habibi tier list? I fucked it up. There's been so many things that I literally forgot what took place. There's been years and years of this shit. So I apologize. Yes, it was who has the Habibi pass, okay? And Sabra Hummus was the lowest tier. Ethan claimed that was actually about Jews, that like Jews were the lowest tier. Sabra Hummus is universally recognized as dog shit hummus, okay? I cannot believe that created such tremendous controversy.
On the H3 podcast for months on end, Ethan would go live and vent his frustrations with Triller and Kavanaugh dozens of times over the course of the next several months, but the attacking quickly started to veer into pretty weird territory. Ethan became quite fixated on Ryan's ex-wife, for instance, and he'd routinely do bits on the show about her and her new husband, including detailed descriptions of their hypothetical sexual activity.
Yeah, those bans were double the length of Asmongold's ban. that Asmongold received for saying Palestinians are from an inferior culture and deserve genocide.
Look how big the bowl is, though, man. Probably plows the shit out of her, dude. Brad fucking rails her hard. Imagine getting railed by that, dude. Your wife is getting railed by a giant fucking Israeli dude with jacked, huge Jewish cock, and your wife loves it. So you stand in the closet and listen as your dick is in a cock cage.
And while we're here, I think it's worth noting that Ryan separated from his ex-wife in 2020, a year before the lawsuit was even filed. So she and her new husband had absolutely nothing to do with it. But Ethan and his community had no hesitation in involving her in their smear campaign against her former husband. And when I say involved, I mean directly. The incessant mentioning of Kavanaugh's ex-wife led H3 fans to start brigading her and her new husband's Instagram page, where they left tons of very weird and hypersexual comments.
I was probably getting 20 to 30,000 death threats. He started telling them to go after my ex-wife, who's my best friend and mother of my child. She was getting death threats. They were just, I mean, it was to the point where I couldn't ignore it anymore.
And again, these two were not involved in the lawsuit in any way whatsoever. But not only that, Kavanaugh himself claims to have had almost nothing to do with it personally.
And it went after, I don't know, 5 or 6 sites. I kind of wasn't involved. I just, knew they were doing it. And then one day, someone called me and said, this guy's like just trashing on you on his podcast. I'm like, I've never heard of this guy. Why would he be doing that? And they're like, they say you're suing him. And I'm like, I've never heard of him. Why would I sue him? Needless to say, I kind of ignored it. And then over the next month, they're like, this guy's done like 30 podcasts on me. And then it was like 50.
Ethan and the H3 crew even went so far as making an entire...
By the way, maybe more Pegaslop should be worried, actually. Because Ryan won that. Does this behavior remind you of anybody else? Perhaps someone living in the beautiful nation state of Singapore, the crown jewel of the world. And Pegasus? More Pegaslop? Just saying. Get the cane out, boys.
Website dedicated to comparing Kavanaugh to convicted rapist Harvey Weinstein.
Our website about Ryan Kavanaugh.
Does Ryan Kavanaugh look like Harvey Weinstein?
Oh, that's the one.
To date, Ryan Kavanaugh has been mentioned on the H3.
Are you still fearful of your life because of Pegasus? Always. Every day. Every day I wake up terrified in a cold sweat, thinking about all of the real threats to my life and safety born out of more Pegaslop and his commentary, which is slanderous, libelous, smears. But yeah, I mean, the hyperfixation is insane, right? Like, what I don't understand is like how people don't recognize that as like someone having a mental health episode.
156 different episodes, many of which came after Ryan retaliated against them by filing a defamation suit against Ethan. That case specifically cited comments that Ethan repeatedly made about Ryan's business operating as a Ponzi scheme, which Ethan sourced from a 2019 article from Variety. The issue there is that Variety had amended this article within 24 hours after it was posted, including a full retraction from the original person who called Ryan's business a Ponzi scheme. Now, it seems like this case was ultimately settled outside of court, but Ethan was forced to issue an on-stream apology after the court rejected his motion to dismiss the case, finding that he had been aware of the retraction, but repeatedly restated the false assertion anyway over the following months.
You're a liar. You lie.
I skipped some of the crazier details about this story, like how Ethan supposedly paid editors to constantly monitor Kavanaugh's Wikipedia page and insert more negative information about him.
They said, I won this lawsuit against the guy who propagated it and who's paying to have all these editors do this. The appeal will be held this summer and he'll have to take it all down. We went to a mediation and he agreed to even do it, which is why I know I already knew he controlled it, but he admitted it.
But either way, even if you think Trisha is a crazy person, or...
Would you say that more Pegasus's videos make you feel unsafe to do business in the great nation of Singapore? Yes. Yes. I am, as many know, I'm a big businessman and I love doing business. I love doing big business deals, especially, you know what I like? I like that Singapore has been a shining beacon of prosperity and a light in an otherwise dark world. Okay? That's what I like about Singapore. When I think about Singapore, I think about straits that numerous oil tankers and numerous commerce flows through. And I think about the multiple ports that the beautiful nation state of Singapore has. Okay? I think about opening all straits, including the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? Singapore comes to me in my dreams. Did you know that? Singapore comes to me in my dreams. I dream of a better future. One where Singapore is the leader of international commerce. And then I wake up and I realize Singapore already is the leader of international commerce and shipping. That's right. But unfortunately, what makes things so sad is that I can never go there. I can never go there and conduct business. And the reason for why is because of one man and one man only. More Pegasus. More Pegasus in his YouTube channel have made it so that the billions of dollars of trade that I would like to conduct in Singapore is one that I have to forego. I close my eyes and I think about Lee Kuan Yew, that brilliant man who also loved Deng Xiaoping. That's what I think about. Yeah. All of these things could be solved if the Singaporean government took action against one of their biggest criminals, More Pegasus. Yeah. What does Singapore like more than anything else? Improving their GDP. How could they do this? If I did business in the nation state of Singapore. One might call it a city state. I call it a nation state. I'm in a suit. That's how you know I'm a businessman who likes conducting big business deals, specifically in the country of Singapore. The most reliable nation state. All of my finances, instead of taking them over to the tax haven of Dubai, I want to take them to Singapore, but I can't because I'm in fear of my life and safety. Something to think about.
Ryan Kavanaugh's an asshole. Ethan is still shown that he's willing to misrepresent claims, falsely attribute things to others, and even outright defame people that he doesn't like. This guy...
What is this? Believe it or not, years ago, Pegasus used to make videos not about you all the time. I used to watch him all the time as a kid to the point I made him fan art. Oh my God.
This stuff is a favorite pastime for Ethan. He likes to jump to conclusions and just say shit about people, often with no evidence. He implied or outright suggested that Dan Clancy and Taylor Lorenz were pedophiles for like no reason. He wrongly accused the Wall Street Journal of doctoring photos and then had to walk it back, while he himself has routinely had issues with sharing fake or doctored social media posts and passing them off as real, and he's shown a willingness to contort and misrepresent events in his life whenever it suits his purposes, which is what he's doing now in his war against Reddit, Twitch, and Hasan.
The harassment that me and Eli are receiving is just genuinely unfucking comparable, like nothing I've ever dealt with. And to the point where I don't know how it's allowed on Reddit. Like an organized harassment campaign spreading across multiple subreddits, targeting
I wonder
like
who he's talking about.
Two specific people. It's so fucked up. And once again, to remind everybody that Reddit has no problem with this community that exists solely to do the most insane, unhinged, unacceptable harassment campaigns you can possibly imagine. On the internet today, people think they can say anything they want about me.
And by the way, her posting this is continuing the defamation and this whole like snark narrative that they're trying to make like mainstream.
And by the way, they're part of the harassment campaign that I can't believe is so big. They're misrepresenting everything I said. They're mischaracterizing, like taking things out of context, fucking, like you guys are part of that harassment campaign, you scumbags.
Ever since the Leftovers podcast ended, Ethan has spent almost 2 years trying to convince the online world that he is the victim of a massive organized harassment campaign, which is being spearheaded by Hasan and his surrounding network of evil harassers, or something like that. This harassment narrative itself is being pushed pretty effectively by Ethan, and he's received quite a lot of support from across the internet. So while he's been aggressively retaliating against his enemies, like his use of the legal system, to many it's understandable, or even justified. But is Ethan's narrative accurate? To answer that, let's go back to the beginning of the Ethan and Hasan feud, back in late 2023. You'll remember from earlier that one of the first major sources of tension between the two was Ethan being upset at things that Hasan's chat was saying about him.
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat at all.
The thing with this argument is, first of all, I don't know what Ethan expected Hasan to do about a chat that looked like this. Like, look at this shit. But more importantly, Ethan seems to not understand that you are the only person who is responsible for the things that you say on the internet. It's nobody else's job to protect you if audiences and comment sections have a negative reaction to the things that you're saying. The backlash that Ethan's been getting online from communities like Hasan's, it doesn't just unfairly come from nowhere. It is a direct response to controversial ideas that he and Eli have expressed after the conflict in Gaza started.
The reason why people are saying that is because of the conflations that you made, Ethan. I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way if you're going to make these comparisons that they've heard from actually racist people.
Now, to be fair to Ethan,
which again, right too early, right on the time, totally correct on that. Like, what am I supposed to do when when you sound like Ben Shapiro? Of course people are going to go, oh, you're pro-Israel, actually. And he never understood that. This is literally the starting point. His narcissism caused him to refuse to reckon with the reality that his output was why people were reacting to him that way. I wasn't certainly fucking funneling hatred in his direction. As a matter of fact, I actually consistently told my audience, like, he's not your enemy. Just shut the fuck up. It's fine. He's just a random content creator, until it became impossible to fucking ignore.
Ethan, he has repeatedly expressed support for Palestine and condemned the actions of Israel during the war.
What is happening in Gaza is disgusting, and it needs to stop immediately.
But the Kleins have also often shown a tendency to couple these general condemnations of Israel with things like flowery praise about the country and how free it is.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people,
or highly incendiary statements about people who were saying free Palestine too closely to October 7th.
When you come out and say free Palestine after they just lost everybody, that's not what you should be saying right now.
And I'm free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing. I know what it is. You're saying I support Hamas. I mean, that's what you're saying. I'm just saying don't cheer for terrorists. I don't think that that's a crazy take. If you think it is, then let's go invite the Iraqi terrorists who are exacting revenge to come to your city block and kill every fucking one you love. If you think Hamas is dope, just remember, you deserve to be burned alive by terrorists and your whole family murdered in front of you.
Ethan's also been criticized for spreading misinformation about important historical events regarding Palestinian suffering, or for uncritically accepting negative stories about their combatants.
H3 promoted the beheaded babies myth extensively, for example, and has not retracted since.
While being overly skeptical or just rejecting negative stories about Israel.
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped. I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up.
I understand why Ethan's brain would operate this way, and it's not like there's anything immoral about having a bias. But obviously at a certain point, after Ethan makes enough comments like this, to a lot of people, he's going to start to sound like he's defending Israel a little bit, like kind of reflexively.
They could have held a ceasefire at any point. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By leaving, by releasing the hostages?
Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement for Israel not coming into Gaza. To defend Israel's actions.
That didn't happen either.
Yes, it did. This type of thing is why people think that Ethan and Hila are running defense for Israel. And there are dozens of examples of this. There's Hila essentially saluting IDF pilots on Instagram after Israel's strike on Iran. Or there's also her referring to former Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant as a really good guy, a man who is currently wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes, including directing attacks on civilians. Nobody made her say that. Nobody made Ethan defend it. But the Kleins seem to want to endlessly make comments on this very controversial subject and expect to never be attacked for the things that they're expressing. They think that because they say the words, "We support Palestine," that the people that criticize them must just hate Jewish people.
He's watching the same clip over and over, retweeting like psychopathic anti-Semites. There's no other explanation for these people being so weirdly obsessed with her.
To a lot of people, Ethan saying genocide is bad is probably not adequate. Genocide being bad is obvious. That's a default position. To them, this situation would be kind of like someone saying rape is bad and then talking about how much they love Bill Cosby.
After people have some of my barbecue sauce, after a while when it kicks in, they get all huggy-buggy.
Jesus. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. The point is that Ethan and Hila are the ones choosing to put this stuff on the internet. Like during the height of what many people consider to be a genocide by Israel, Hila posted on Instagram last February, showing off her new blue Star of David tattoo. You know, like the one on the Israeli flag. Now yes, blue is a traditional color in Judaism, but a lot of that is because of its appearance on the flag of Israel. There are a lot of people that understandably are not going to like an apparent show of support for a country that's been accused of using chemical weapons near civilians or opening fire on people waiting for aid. But here's how Ethan responds to negative comments on Hila's post about her tattoo.
Obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said enjoy hell.
Yeah. No, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all. Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow. Spot him from a crowd.
From his perspective, obviously, like, anyone criticizing Israel is peak maximum anti-Semitism, okay? And maximum anti-Semitism deserves stalking, doxing, complete harassment. Like, this is the ADL method, okay? This is the ADL method. So for him, it was like anyone that has ever had a negative opinion about me is a vicious anti-Semite, neo-Nazi, and they have to be purged from the internet. They have to be ritualistically harassed, destroyed, deplatformed. We have to call up their fucking business wherever they work, and we have to make sure that they get fired. And they did this, and they continue to do this to everyone, no matter how big or small. They would do this to content creators. They did this to someone like myself as well. Obviously, constant demands of deplatforming, celebration when the federal government actually takes any action towards me. Insane. Insane. Yeah, real Coke bird hours, dude.
So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him, or probably even his parents, would be pretty disappointed to see that. Although who knows? Here's his mom. I'm not going to click that for her. I'm not, you know what? Fuck him. This is what you. Here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, hey Joe? I love it.
And yeah, Ethan's producer cuts away from the Instagram feed there so that Ethan doesn't blast the guy's mom to his thousands of viewers. This clip comes across kind of deranged to me, but it gives you a little bit of a window into how Ethan's mind works. To him, people can't simply be having a response to controversial statements or things they themselves have put out there. It must be because of anti-Semitism or bigotry. And ultimately, I think the reason why Ethan reacts this way is because in reality, he cannot stand being criticized.
There's been a lot of criticism of me of late. There's been a lot of people that have said lots and lots of videos. I have a natural aversion to criticism specifically, which is something that I've been learning about myself through therapy, which I've started recently.
Ethan cannot help himself from reading comment sections, Reddit's, tweets about him. He obsesses over how he's being perceived, and he compulsively responds to almost anybody that's critical of him. And he has a long history of this temperament. As a quick example, there was this call on election night that Ethan had with Philip DeFranco, where Ethan, for like literally no reason, awkwardly tries to force into the conversation how people on the internet just hate him because he's Jewish.
Well, I don't know if you knew this about me, Phil, but I'm Jewish. Yeah, it's pretty controversial, but I could go into detail. Do you want to? I could go into all the details. Okay, it sounds like he wants to get into it. It sounds like you want to get into it.
No.
Thank you.
And then immediately after getting off that call, Ethan goes out of his way to pull up Philly's chat and whine about things people are saying about him.
Okay, be good, be good. Yeah. Nothing gets me excited like seeing Philip DeFranco's chat call me El Zionist Nazi, free Palestine. Ethan, you can migrate to Israel.
And finally, when he gets criticized by the crew for killing the vibe of the podcast, this is how he responds.
How the fuck did I kill the mood?
Bruh.
What the fuck did I do?
You killed the mood.
Why? How?
But with your calling Phil and bringing up
That was fucking awesome.
I thought it was a fun call.
Yeah, what the fuck? What's happening? What am I doing? What is this world we're living in? What's happening right now? Tell me how.
I told you.
Tell me how.
I don't have a way to get through to you then.
There's
It's just
no shot.
depressed
That
now.
call was awesome.
I didn't feel awesome coming off that call.
Why?
I'm just telling you.
Was that call awesome?
Because it turned into you just complaining about his chat. Everybody, like, they fucking hate you and they're spamming it or whatever.
Ethan's obvious ruminating on criticism shows up in a lot of places. He left Twitter in favor of Instagram, probably because stories don't have comment sections. H3 also seems to often heavily filter or disable comments on episodes that they think might get some pushback. And I've also recently found that the H3 podcast commonly cuts out entire sections of their live streams, even sometimes.
They also fucking ban any and every form of criticism against Ethan from their subreddit. As a matter of fact, it's such a common issue that it literally is responsible for entire communities of former fans. Like, Ethan moderates it personally. I'm sure he has like a, moderation team and shit too, but like he moderates it personally. My Reddit, I don't fucking touch. That's why half the time they're shitting on me from the left usually. Saying that I'm a fucking Zionist Israel lover or whatever the fuck. His subreddit, he has a strict control over. And he uses his subreddit as a mechanism, as a vehicle of harassment against whoever his enemies are. Okay? Yeah, Okay Buddy's even worse. Okay Buddy cooks my ass even further than r/Hasan.
Way after the fact,
Piker.
seemingly in response to criticism, which I guess they do have a right to do, but I will say as someone who's currently trying to criticize them, it's pretty fucking irritating. But all this is to say, Ethan isn't a fan of being criticized, at all. And when he started facing a lot more negative scrutiny after October 7th, it seems like he wanted Hasan to exert sweeping control over his entire audience's perception of him. And despite how unrealistic that is, Hasan still tried.
Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person. I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Changing your perspective on an issue that is like near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own. You need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop.
But it was never quite enough for Ethan.
He genuinely hates you, bro. I know he does.
I wish him well regardless.
And eventually, Ethan declared war on all things Hasan, which brought us to where we are now. Now, what Ethan could do is he could stop reflexively defending Israel. He could stop commenting on the issue altogether. Maybe he could reflect on and internalize some of what people are telling him. Or he could change nothing and just accept that some people...
Age like milk. Yeah, no, worse. Age like milk moment of all time. I think my biggest strength and my biggest weakness is my predisposition towards redemption. It's my biggest strength, but nobody ever fucking recognizes it when it's successful because now we have more allies. But when it fails, oh my Lord, when it fucking fails, nobody ever lets it go. I will never stop being charitable to people regardless until someone has shown that they are irredeemable. And I think a lot of people have a very different standard for what it is to be irredeemable. I have a much greater bandwidth for that. Okay. I'm never going to stop being charitable to people because I know for a fact that this community wouldn't be what it is if I stopped doing that, if I engaged in like demands for purity, things of that nature. But, you know, I do recognize it, okay? I do recognize it. I come across as stupid sometimes. I have been played a fool. I know. Aiden Ross, XQC, Ethan Klein. You know, there are plenty of content creators that I have been endlessly charitable to. Hope that I could change them. Hope that I could change their minds. You know? I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to keep doing that because I hope that everyone can change their minds one day. I believe that. I sincerely believe that.
People on the internet are going to have a problem with it. But of course, he hasn't done any of these things. Ethan has instead chosen to lie. He's built this myth of a mass harassment campaign against him, and he's using this lie to try to financially harm Twitch, change Reddit policy, and abuse...
Hey, Hasan, does more Pegasus videos of intense bullying and harassment ever cause you not to eat and lose sleep? All the time. Thank you for asking. All the time. Yeah. It's real. All the time. And worst of all, this is a fairly large community of business-minded individuals, as you know. A fairly large community of business-minded individuals who are titans in their own might, in their own right, across numerous sectors. And interestingly enough, most of it revolving around logistics and shipping and ports. And so it's not just about me wanting to no longer do business in the beautiful nation state of Singapore because I'm genuinely fearful for my safety and security, but it's also this entire community designed around shipping, international shipping and commerce. A lot of importers and exporters that also probably feel a sense of reluctance utilizing Singaporean ports as a direct consequence of the insecurity that they feel about more Pegasus's YouTube videos and harassment, mass harassment. Remember, I wear suits and everyone in my audience also does that as well. And a suit is a sign of someone who is invested in the import-export industry, in the import-export field. Did you say logistics? I'm working out some deals with the Port of Singapore right now. Wow, I didn't realize your stream was so business-minded. Yeah. Yeah. Norway scored a goal? Goddamn. Yeah, this is Maersk executives. Most of us. Some in the shipping industry, specifically for insurance. Why else would we cover the comings and goings of the Strait of Hormuz so aggressively? Why else would we monitor the situation almost on a daily basis? It's because we, as a community, care about the opening of all straits. We care about the free flow of commerce.
The court system against the people that he holds responsible for his decline in popularity. The three main things that Ethan's been dishonest about are H3 snark, the CPS call, and the copyright lawsuits. Let's start with snark. After the leftovers ended, the growing rift between Ethan and Hasan's communities sparked increased activity on the H3 Snark subreddit. For those of you that don't know what snark means, here's a quick overview. Snark communities are online groups dedicated to sharing negative or critical content about a figure that the group is centered around. That's it. They're basically just groups of people who dislike an influencer or a public figure, and they talk shit about them, laugh about them, criticize them. That's all it is. H3 has had their own snark community since early in 2023, but as Ethan's content became more political, and as the feud with Hasan began, it gradually started growing in popularity. Now, it should be noted that most of these places, especially on Reddit, have strict rules against crossing the line. They typically moderate against posts that encourage or facilitate harassment, such as doxing, and the ones that don't usually don't last very long on the platform. You can always find psycho people who engage in poor behavior in literally any online community, even fan ones, but this doesn't mean the community itself is an issue. For this reason, as a concept, snark seems mostly harmless. But Ethan doesn't see it this way, and even since before the leftovers ended, Ethan has taken massive issue with his own snark community, and he essentially considers them to be headquarters of the harassment campaign that he believes he's facing.
H3 Snark, which is a subreddit dedicated to not even like feedback, like just blatant fucking horrific harassment and like defamation.
So what exactly is Ethan referring to when he talks about this organized harassment and defamation campaign? Honestly, it's a little difficult to say. Ethan's been historically pretty non-specific in his complaints about snark, but he has on occasion pointed out a few hard examples, so let's look at some of those. So here's a post from a little over a year ago, speculating that Teddy Fresh, the client's clothing brand, potentially plagiarized the design of a new release, because in addition to the visual similarities, the senior designer for Teddy Fresh previously liked the post from the designer they're alleged to have stolen from. Here's Ethan talking about this post on stream.
On the Snark subreddit, the top post right now is dedicated to identifying and harassing non-public Teddy Fresh employees. We have no recourse. Like, this is not okay what's happening. I don't know how Reddit allows this. I really don't. It's fucking sickening.
Okay, so Ethan claims this post is dedicated to identifying and harassing non-public Teddy Fresh employees. But the problem is this person did have senior designer at Teddy Fresh in their public Instagram bio. Teddy Fresh also routinely posts about their designers, including their names, in their own Instagram posts. And Hila Klein has posted this person on her own YouTube channel, including naming them and introducing them as a designer at Teddy Fresh.
Vlog, I'm Sean, I'm resident senior designer of Teddy Fresh.
The H3 crew seemed to be under the impression that this post was a dox, by the way, because the document they compiled on it was titled Snark Dox. But based on what I can see, this poster wasn't trying to identify anybody. Motherfucker, you guys are the ones that identified them.
It's not a lie, if you believe it.
And furthermore, Ethan is shocked that Reddit allows this post, calling it targeted harassment. But how exactly is an accusation of wrongdoing by itself harassment? There's no call to action, there's no threat, there's no invasion of privacy. It's literally just a few photos and evidence for their claim. Surely Ethan doesn't consider it to be harassment to accuse somebody of plagiarism, right? There's this video, apparently by a former H3 Snark moderator, supposedly exposing the harassment the community engages in. And some of the examples they list are like, just listen.
The Snarkers would even...
If any of you are currently regularly posting or consuming a community that's based around negative interest in something, it's unhealthy. Being obsessed with things is fine. Being negatively obsessed with things you don't like is one of the worst things you could do for your mental health. Yes. For example, this community is positively obsessed with shipping and shipping routes, specifically around Singapore. This community is obsessed with logistics. This community is obsessed with commerce, free flow, and free trade all across the planet. Okay? And as a community obsessed with the Singaporean ports, we hate what More Pegasus has done to tarnish the good reputation of the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Just saying.
Post drawings of crew members for the purpose of everyone else in the live chat to make fun of them. But the thing that stuck out to me from the times I was looking at the H3 Snark live chat is that they really hate Zach. Whenever Zach was on screen, the H3 Snark chat would go crazy and comment about how ugly Zach is.
Drawings? People calling Zach ugly? Oh my god, we need to do something about this. Oh, and by the way, Ethan fully endorses this video.
An ex-snarker made a video about the Snark subreddit that I thought was wonderful. This all took place on Reddit's platform. They have a live chat feature that during every show they would open up, or they would engage in targeted, relentless harassment against all of us. I'm very grateful to this person. People don't understand the forces that I'm dealing with, of how fucking disgustingly evil these people are.
So look, if you scroll through the H3 Snark page, you'll see posts that are making fun of things Ethan has said, sometimes clipping something from a recent stream. Here's a post just sharing something Hasan said about Ethan. This subreddit is like 99% just posts like this. So I'm not saying there's never been a post here that could qualify as harassment, but if for Ethan things like laughing at drawings does qualify, it makes me seriously question his judgment of the severity of what's happening here. Moving on, another part of Ethan's claim is that this community is defaming him and his business, and Ethan really doesn't like defamation.
This is defamation, right? No, defamation. I'm literally going to sue you for defamation. Uh-oh.
But this part is even harder to evaluate, because Ethan is even less specific about the defamation. He tends to just generally kind of whine about defamation and slander, and rarely, if ever, provides any specific examples of it.
These are like 3 huge fucking communities that are posting about me and Hila every fucking day. Fucking
relentless slander, straight up lies, defamation.
One of the only times I could find him providing actual evidence was this infamous Ramadan post, which contained a lie that the H3H3 subreddit was removing posts celebrating Ramadan. Ethan was understandably pretty upset about this, but when you look into what actually happened here, it seems likely that this example of defamation just doesn't really mean much of anything. According to the moderators of the subreddit, the post was originally made by like a rogue mod on an alt account, and once they found out that it was false, they deleted the post, demodded the user, and updated their rules to have higher standards. So one user on a popular forum maliciously spread misinformation, was caught, got punished, and then the owners took steps to try to prevent it from happening again. So this just isn't indicative of any systemic or coordinated misconduct. This is just called the internet. Plus, it seems like this should be how you'd want a place like this to be moderated. They have rules against misinformation, and they do enforce them. Like if you go search through the subreddit, you can find hundreds of examples of the moderators telling the subreddit not to contact sponsors, to respect people's privacy, marking certain posts as being satirical.
I'm an executive chef, and I was thinking about opening up 10 restaurants in Singapore, but after everything you've been saying, I don't know if I should anymore. Well, I still love Singapore. I'm just, you know, it feels like more Pegasus is just showing a very different side to Singapore, you know? Don't give up on Singapore's beauty. And don't give up on serving as an executive chef the great people of Singapore minus more Pegasus, right? Misinformation, incorrect data entry like that boils my logistics industry blood.
All things that point to them actually trying to prevent harassment and defamation. Like with any popular forum, some stuff might occasionally slip through the cracks, but this stuff would be outliers. It's quite obviously not the purpose of this community. So Ethan's claims that this place exists solely to conduct an organized harassment campaign against him are at best flimsy, and at worst, kind of bullshit. But there's one more thing Ethan has shown, and it's this screenshot he shared from Discord of supposedly a moderator of H3 Snark sharing the address of the H3 and Teddy Fresh studios. Now, if this is exactly how Ethan describes it, it could be an issue. But this looks like a private DM, not a public Discord server. There's no information about who this was sent to, whether this person is still a moderator, whether they even ever were a moderator, or whether any of the other mods knew about it. So I kind of just don't really know what I'm looking at here. Without more context, this just isn't evidence of organized, coordinated harassment. This could be nothing more than just one person doing something wrong, which again can happen in any large online community. So look, my perception of what's happened here is that Ethan conflates harassment with unwanted negative scrutiny, and he might even conflate slander with things he disagrees with. 99.9% of the users here are just talking, making jokes, criticizing him, voicing their opinions. Some of them may say things that are untrue or even cruel, but dude, that's what the internet is. H3 has millions of subscribers. At a certain point, you can't control what everyone says or thinks about you. So as far as I can tell, Ethan just isn't the victim of anything unique here, but obviously he disagrees.
Bro, why do you keep talking about Pegasus in Singapore? I literally never heard of this guy. Ha ha ha. Can someone explain, please, why Hasan keeps talking? We're joking. It's called memes, okay? That's what we're doing. But what's not a meme is our love for shipping, commerce, and logistics. What's not a meme and not a joke is art. Look at the suit. What does the suit tell you? That I'm a business guy. Okay? I'm a numbers guy, and I really like doing numbers, specifically in the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Okay? Are you confused about the passion that this community has for doing business in Singapore and its ports and the opening of straits and making sure that free flow of commerce transits through the Strait of Malacca, for example? Because that's a fixture of this community. I mean, this is a community that is designed around trade routes.
And his response to these insults, to criticism, and to this one lie that was ultimately removed was declaring all-out war on Reddit and H3 Snark.
And it's just fucking disgusting. Like, Reddit, you are disgusting. Fucking shame on you. The CEO, the officers, everybody.
Yeah, he also, didn't he also want to do like a Laura Loomer style situation where he was going to like lock himself up to chain himself to like Reddit headquarters or something, in the same way that like Laura Loomer chained herself to the door of Twitter?
Everybody who's in this company is 100% liable for everything that's happening on all these Snark subreddits.
He started by going to Reddit and complaining about Snark numerous times, demanding that they take action against the subreddit.
And I've tried to notify Reddit, and they just don't fucking care. We reported it, and we were trying to contact someone at Reddit. I've gone through every avenue possible with Reddit. If this doesn't get taken care of, then I'm going to have to start holding Reddit accountable.
Which led to quite a lot of whining from Ethan when they chose not to do anything.
The whole Snark phenomenon is so pathetic that Reddit allows this shit to continue. This is another reason why I just cannot fucking believe that Reddit doesn't react react. It's so fucked up that Reddit allows this and doesn't do anything.
But Ethan did eventually hear back from Reddit, although he wasn't very pleased with what they had to say.
We got a hold of someone at Reddit, and we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person, and they got back to us, and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're...
That was the funniest thing. Dude, Reddit was like, dog, have you seen your subreddit? It's literally entirely dedicated to this fucking one person. Or not even one person, but like everyone that has ever, in your mind, wronged you in any capacity. Any criticisms of you any criticism of you turns into this subreddit being utilized as a vehicle of endless harassment and enmity.
Harassing people, and they're harassing people, so I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
And while it would be really funny if Reddit actually said that to him, I highly doubt that that's what Ethan was told. I imagine he was told something more like, this community is totally fine. They're not doing anything different than your own is. But this is where things started getting a little weird. Ethan didn't just disagree with Reddit's decisions. He started claiming that Reddit was conspiring against him to protect Snark.
I believe that Reddit is colluding with the moderators of this Snark community and actively protecting it.
And to his credit, I'm sure that Ethan really was on the verge of cracking this thing wide open.
Twitch has been ideologically captured, and the people in that company are using their terms of service selectively as a form of activism. And I feel that I'm getting the same treatment now from Reddit. Did you know that these two companies in San Francisco, their headquarters are blocks away from each other? It's just interesting. It's just interesting because it shows there's some culture happening in this tech space. I think that these people are all very similar minded. I think that's what this is telling me.
Right. But somehow this airtight narrative didn't gain quite as much traction as Ethan would like, so he started being somewhat openly dishonest about it. For instance, when Adam McIntyre's Snark community got taken down by Reddit, allegedly due to behaviors similar to the H3 Snark page, Ethan took it as proof that Reddit is conspiring against him. But he prefers to just disregard the known fact that Adam's page didn't get removed due to any alleged behaviors, but rather because it was completely unmoderated, whereas H3 Snark has always had active moderators. Ethan is aware of this, by the way, he just chooses to believe something else.
It's hard for him to be honest. He lies a lot. He does.
In fact, there are often pretty decent explanations for why things on Reddit haven't gone Ethan's way, but rather than opening his eyes, everything only leads him to further believe that Reddit leadership must be snarkers themselves. That's right, it's a big Reddit conspiracy to harass Ethan Klein. That is literally what he believes.
I know that it's likely that one of the admins who's being paid by Reddit is participating and protecting it.
Ethan also started claiming that the coordination and organized harassment actually just happens in Discord servers, which is why you won't find it on the subreddit itself.
These fucking freaks that are in a Discord sharing on all these things. These people can sign up without any info of their account. Most of their activities happening on Discord.
And it's kind of weird that he'd go that route anyway, because somehow Reddit is complicit in something truly horrific here, but simultaneously none of it is actually happening on Reddit, it's all happening somewhere else. But despite not having very much evidence, Ethan remained incredibly determined to push this harassment narrative. So determined, in fact, that he made the very classy decision to appropriate a woman's suicide to further his agenda against Snark. Michaela Raines, also known as Save a Fox, took her own life back in June of last year, and Ethan, within 24 hours of it being announced, ran to Instagram to claim that Snark was responsible. But Michaela's husband didn't cite her Snark community as contributing to her suicide. He rather said that the criticism Michaela faced was often from people she knew or people from other animal sanctuaries. Michaela's Snark page was pretty inactive, with only 19 total posts in its lifetime. She also, according to her husband, had a long history of being in and out of therapy with depression and various other mental ailments. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible that Michaela's Snark page contributed to her distress, but this was obviously a deeply troubled person, and Ethan parading around her body for his own narrative purposes and chalking it all up to Snark when he can't even know that to be true is kind of a disgusting.
Also, when he himself is a contributor to what he claims he's victim to. Like, we've already established, Reddit already established that he operates a Snark subreddit, right? So it would have been nice for him to maybe, realize his behavior was probably leading people down a similar path.
Thing to do. But despite these lies and conspiracy theories and his appeals to Reddit, Ethan was unsuccessful in getting H3 Snark removed.
This is not normal. This is fucking insane, unhinged behavior that is being explicitly sanctioned by Reddit continually. It's nauseating. It's so fucked up.
So he decided to escalate his tactics. Ethan hired an attorney to begin issuing copyright strikes against clips of the H3 podcast that were getting posted on their Snark page. It's unknown exactly how many strikes were issued, but they went after quite a few, including some clips as short as 20 seconds long. Ethan has given various explanations for why he was trying to get these posts removed.
Me and my lawyer were extremely conservative about which posts qualified. The ones that I DMCA'd on that were egregious.
At different times, he's claimed he was only targeting members-only content or posts that openly stated they were trying to steal views. But neither of these turned out to be true. Clips that didn't fit either of those parameters were getting struck also. Eventually, some of these Snarkers were added to Ethan's current lawsuits against Hasan's orbiters, which we'll come back to later. But in these filings, we received expanded explanations for some of the DMCA takedown requests. And all of a sudden, the justifications included things such as posts that didn't have enough comments on them. Not a great reason. These filings also claim that H3 was very purposeful with what they chose to strike, listing just 7
I mean, he does realize it. He just doesn't care about being wrong. That's why everything he says is projecting his own actions onto everyone who injured his ego. I mean, there's got to be a fucking moment of introspection, right? Like, how the fuck do you live like this, man? I think one of my best strengths is the crippling self-doubt that I have that plagues me at times. It makes me a less skilled orator, I think, because that crippling self-doubt is always there in the back of my mind. Am I actually getting this right? Is there more information that I'm not privy to, right? When I'm delivering statements and shit like that. But I guess that also helps. That also helps because, like, I do check myself with regular fucking frequency. This motherfucker never does. You're a bad liar. I'm horrible at lying. I can't do it at all.
Examples, with detailed explanations for each takedown. And in response to the idea that he was trying to silence his critics, Ethan would repeat this claim on stream, asserting that he had only struck a handful of clips from the subreddit.
And your dumb bitch ass at the time was saying I was silencing people, which makes no fucking sense because there's like 1,000 posts up there and we DMCA'd like 5 of them.
But what they're referring to is just a DMCA. One of their posts of like the hundreds, if not thousands, got DMCA'd. And so the story is that I'm trying to silence free speech because one post of 1,000 got DMCA'd.
Like I said, there's hundreds of posts. We removed maybe 5 at most.
But months earlier, when complaining about Reddit's inaction against Snark, Ethan had previously claimed to have successfully filed dozens of copyright strikes against them.
We performed dozens of copyright strikes on the Snark subreddit. We have removed dozens of posts.
So is Ethan possibly lying to downplay how many claims were being filed? If he is, it might be because what Ethan was actually trying to do was get the subreddit banned as a result of excessive DMCA notices, something that he had seen work with other Snark subreddits before.
She told me that she was aware that there's Snark pages that will talk about me and that talk about her, whatever. And she was like, I'm gonna give you this number of someone who can take down your Snarks. These people will go around and they will copyright strike things on subreddits to get them all these violations so then they get removed. I'm pretty sure as well that's how, you know, Trisha Paytas got the Trishyland Reddit taken down.
But obviously that plan didn't work, so he started making...
Just checking in, man. Do you take medication for all that incessant anxiety and depression fueled by hate? Don't mean to be intrusive. No, because I don't have incessant anxiety and depression. I do have self-doubt, but I don't have anxiety or depression. Also, I've been an anti-imperialist socialist publicly on the internet for the last 13 fucking years. This has opened me up to unfathomable lines of attack. Unless you're talking about the fears that I have about going to the beautiful nation state of Singapore, at which point the answer is yes. At which point, when I think about the only time where I ever have scary thoughts is when I'm thinking about doing commerce with the beautiful nation state of Singapore, only because of one guy and one guy only, a guy that lives there that has stalked me for years. His name is More Pegasus.
public threats of legal action against members of H3 Snark. And I wanted to briefly point out the very funny way that he talks when he's addressing Snark. He really thinks he's that guy.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will sue you.
He's already been granted a subpoena to obtain the personal information of prominent H3 Snark members, which he claims is just for legitimate copyright purposes.
And he's threatening to dox them. It's not a dox, you dumb fuck. It's called a subpoena. Now, what happens to that information? I don't know. I literally just want to hold them accountable for copyright infringement. Court filings are all public. So if like their private information shows up there, I literally can't help it.
But if you're not trying to dox them, then why say things like this? I mean, he's just openly expressing here that his goal is, at least partially, to expose the identities of these snarkers.
Like anyone that participated in that sub should be humiliated, embarrassed, and exposed. If I was one of these people and had something to lose, who had, let's say, a good job, or was part of an elite university, something like that, they would certainly not want people to know what they've been up to. They all have quite a lot to lose, and I will be the one that makes them lose those things.
That is pretty explicit. I mean, just look at one of the letters from Ethan's attorney. Give us the identity of Snark moderators, or all of your personal info will be made public. And this letter was regarding a clip posted on H3 Snark that was 90 seconds long. It seems obvious that his primary motivation is not really protecting his property. But you know how we can be sure? Ethan previously, not even that long ago, had opened up the H3 IP to everybody, and he even gave his blessing to people profiting off of his channel.
I am opening our IP to the world. If you want to cut up clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it, go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim.
Remember that?
remove. I will not do anything.
Remember
to be
that?
fair, it's basically been my policy. I don't claim or remove anything really at all.
But now you're making it explicit.
Yeah.
He was openly encouraging people to monetize his property, even on YouTube.
We opened our IP, and there are starting to be
Yeah.
channels who are uploading content
I started noticing.
and they're getting views, and I'm very happy.
But Redditors, who don't profit off of him at all, he has a massive problem with his content being shared there. And the only difference between these two situations, one supports H3, the other criticizes him. You can't blanket open up your IP and then claim infringement when you just don't like who's sharing it. Either it's protected or it's not. So when it comes to H3 snark, Ethan seems to have abused DMCA as a guise to try to silence his critics. That's it. This whole snark controversy is really interesting because when you zoom out, it kind of gives you a lot of perspective on Ethan's character, like how he stands staunchly against involving people's families in online drama.
The way that's super fucked and twisted about it is how they go after people's families.
Except when he does it, or how he hates defamation and considers it harassment.
One of them fabricated a post. That's defamation.
Except when he does it, or how he thinks snark is evil and should be wiped from the internet.
I'm against snark subreddits. I stand opposed to all snark subreddits.
Wow.
Except when he uses it. Yeah, this is Ethan's web browser back during his fallout with Trisha Paytas, and you'll notice Ethan is a frequent visitor of Trishyland. Trisha's snarks.
This public prosecutor of Singapore has a Twitter account you could follow so you can see your very valid fears impacting your business. Government legal advisor, Attorney General's Chamber Singapore. Government legal advisor, public prosecutor, drafter of laws. Visit our website. Wow. That's good. This is good information. Thank you, chatter. I look, for the longest time, I have loved the nation state of Singapore, and I will forever love the nation state of Singapore and its laws. Of course, one of the things I love about the beautiful nation state of Singapore is, of course, its many ports and its interest in keeping the Strait of Malacca open for business, open for my business. And yet, for some reason, as of late, I've had great anxiety about doing commerce in the nation state of Singapore. I'm very worried about traveling to the nation state of Singapore because of more Pegasus and the incessant harassment that he has engaged in, slander, smears. I'm talking about billions of dollars of commerce, okay? Billions of dollars of commerce. By monitoring recent activity in your coverage of Singapore Strait in the city of Batam, I've been able to lock down several contracts in the region. Thank you, sir. Yeah. And of course, this is a massive community that also love utilizing the ports, the many ports, the beautiful ports in the nation state of Singapore. Except for one man who has made our experience, this entire community that is famously business-minded and is a fan of doing commerce and doing trade with the nation state of Singapore, we have felt worried about continuing our future business with the nation state. Potentially billions, if not trillions of dollars of assets moving back and forth. Just something that we're worried about. You know, I'll keep a close watch on the Attorney General's Chambers of Singapore.
Subreddit. Ethan and the H3 crew are known to have been supporters and regular visitors of various Trisha Snark pages, including multiple named after their former podcast, Frenemies. The H3 podcast was actually remarkably public about being appreciative of Snark, back when the target was somebody that they didn't like.
Frenemies too. Oh, you have to request to join? Well, I got to request access now.
Love said he secured Frenemies 12, so we're safe.
Okay.
Wait, Frenemies 12 is us?
Yeah, we got it.
Go to Frenemies 12, people, since Frenemies 2 is closed.
Frenemies 2 is like home base. You know what I mean?
Why have they done this?
The irony is that Ethan and Hila don't actually have a problem with Snark. In fact, when his own fans engage in the same behaviors that he accuses Snark of, he'll just pretend that it isn't happening.
It's a numbers game, okay? Some people, obviously, from our audience are going to be take it too far and be inappropriate and say horrible things. This is not my fan base. So them even trying to make it about our fan base is disingenuous, and it's a fucking lie.
This is slightly old data, but one of the most popular subreddits among people who also post an H3 subreddit is a makeup Snark page. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because the thing is, Ethan is a controversial figure with millions of followers. He's been involved in countless dramas and public feuds with others, and at that scale, criticism is inevitable. Some of it is going to be harsh. Some people might cross lines, but that doesn't mean there's a massive organized campaign against you. It just means you're notable and there's a lot of eyeballs on you. And I don't know how to protect someone like Ethan from every isolated incident of harassment on the internet, but I know that the answer is not silencing all of your critics. Now, some of you might be
Doors
thinking,
open.
but Kilo, didn't these people send CPS and skulls to his house? I don't blame Ethan for taking matters into his own hands. Well, let's see. In November of 2024, Ethan began threatening Reddit with legal action if he couldn't get H3 Snark banned from the website. In December, it was discovered that he had been weaponizing DMCA against them. In January, he finalized his plan to ultimately sue them for copyright infringement. Then in February, he began making vague threats of doxing and exposing the identities of the Snark moderators. And the CPS and skulls incidents didn't happen until March.
So I'm gonna skip the CPS stuff, and let's get to let's speed this up a little bit because I want to see his lawsuit arc, and I also want to see some of these other villains that I apparently have that many of which I have heard of, at least tangentially know of, and some I do not know of at all.
Really got me. It's the stated malicious intent to steal.
And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
So Ethan is targeting people who maliciously reacted by openly stating that they wanted to avoid supporting his channel. And to a lot of people, that makes sense. Go after the people who were trying to harm your channel. But the problem is that both legally and logically, the concept of a quote malicious reaction is kind of fucking incoherent. So legally, any focus on malice in a copyright lawsuit would be a misapplication of copyright law. In US
Oh my God, it turns out this static fucking PNG was right. It turns out that's precisely what a judge, a real ass judge, saw and decided. Wow, it turns out this static PNG knows how to fucking read and has a working brain. Lo and behold, everybody, you can't issue a copyright suit while simultaneously claiming that the content itself is transformative, but not in the direction that you fucking wanted it to be. Wow. But I thought all of these weird, perverted legal guys, fake lawyers,
law, especially when arguing,
were right. I thought Asmongold was right. It turns out they were fucking wrong. Because remember, this video came out before the Denims, the Denims lawsuit ended, which has not even ended. As a matter of fact, it's still ongoing because Ethan wants to foolishly appeal it for some fucking strange reason. He hasn't gotten enough. Denim says, I can't believe Legal Mindset would lie to me. Yeah, it's really messed up. Especially after all of his courses that we paid about, going and living in Asia and all the many benefits of living in Asia. All the many creepy benefits. I'm just a big city lawyer.
for fair use, intent, or malice has pretty much nothing to do with whether infringement has actually occurred. The primary test for fair use focuses on 4 factors, mainly whether the work has been sufficiently transformed by adding new meaning or commentary. But intent or malice is not one of those 4 factors. Someone could be completely unaware that material they're using is even copyrighted, and they can still be found guilty of infringement. Malice might come into play later when determining damages, but legally, it's completely irrelevant to whether anyone's guilty of copyright infringement. And logically, Ethan's focus on malice doesn't really make sense either. Look at it this way. If somebody steals your property, whatever they say they're doing isn't really relevant. If someone steals a bike from your front yard and rides away saying, "It's okay, I'm not stealing it, I'm just riding it," they're still stealing your bike. They're receiving all the benefits of theft, and you're experiencing all the harm of it, regardless of what they said they were doing. With React content, it's the same thing. If you watch someone's entire video on stream, you've taken their content and given your audience a version they can watch instead of the original. Whether you say, "I'm stealing your viewers," or you say, "I love this creator," doesn't change what you're doing. The only thing that matters here is whether or not your coverage adds enough to the original video to make it a fundamentally different product, which would mean you're no longer stealing. And furthermore, everyone who reacts to an entire video on stream with minimal commentary knows that that's what's happening. They know their audience is watching through them instead of going to the original. That's not a secret, that's how the genre works. So if somebody knows they're stealing viewers and they choose to do it anyway, isn't that literally the definition of malice? So then what's the difference between what these 3 women did and anyone else who gave a low-effort reaction to the content nuke? Well, materially, there isn't one. All of them willfully chose to deprive Ethan's channel of potential viewers. The only difference is Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron said those words out loud. I do want to briefly point out that I'm not even really sure that Denims or Caseytron did in fact openly state an intent to steal views. I know Ethan's convinced everyone that that's what happened, but look at what they actually said. Denims responded to a chatter saying they wanted to watch the content nuke through someone else, and simply confirms that she is in fact going to react to it, which isn't really malicious. At the end of the video, she makes the comment from earlier: if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, etc. That's not really malicious intent either. The video is already over, and it's simply an acknowledgement that some people were there for that reason. Same thing with Caseytron. A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. That's not really a statement of intent, it's just kind of a fact. And that's all she said. So is this really them saying they're trying to steal Ethan's views? I'm not really convinced of that. They seem more like statements of awareness about the market for boycotting Ethan Klein's channel. But let's leave that aside. Let's say these were explicit statements of malicious intent. There's another creator who Ethan is not suing who did the exact same thing. XQC proudly admitted that he is stealing Ethan's content during his reaction.
I actually admitted watching it. I admitted watching it. People think reacting on stream? No, watching it. I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching this. What about it?
If Ethan actually cared about lazy React content, XQC is a prime example of somebody he should be going after. He reacted to the content nuke in full with minimal commentary. He's got a massive audience, and he's openly admitted he doesn't care about intellectual property. To Ethan.
So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright? Does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't.
During that same debate, Ethan specifically called out XQC for using deceptive thumbnails, taking the original creator's thumbnail and slapping his face on it to confuse audiences and siphon views.
The fact that you're using the same title and the same thumbnail is so parasitic, it's so shady. You are only doing that to siphon off views and confuse people. There is no other reason for that.
But that's exactly what XQC did with the content nuke. By Ethan's own standards, XQC should be the first person he would go after. But when he watches him proudly admitting to stealing his property, he has only nice things to say.
I'm not reacting to this. I'm watching this. What about it?
And listen, I respect it, man. I acknowledge you.
We hear you.
I acknowledge you as the king of this shit.
So is Ethan just a pussy who won't go after someone that has the money to fight back? Yes.
Yep.
But more importantly, the shows that...
But also, he knows that XQC plays a formative role in the harassment. He knows Asmongold plays a big role in the harassment campaigns because Ethan's audience is dwindling. But there are a lot of much larger and much more insane audiences out there who will participate in the harassment of all of Ethan's enemies, which is precisely the reason why he never chose to sue like Asmongold or XQC, because he doesn't care about receiving negative pushback from their audiences. He actually welcomes the fact that they did this dog shit react in a way that wasn't transformative at all. But he didn't care about copyright at all. That wasn't the point. He just wanted to punish people who made him feel bad for criticizing him.
The lawsuits have nothing to do with malice or lazy React content or protecting intellectual property. This is just a targeted attack on specific people that Ethan doesn't like, which is not really what the court system is meant for. And of the people Ethan is suing, Denims is the clearest example of just how bad faith he's being here. I mean, Ethan spends his entire announcement video talking about the harm of lazy React streamers, like people who walk away from the video and leave it playing.
The problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hasan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts, when Hasan gets up, disappears for an extended period of time, and leaves the video.
You want to know what the craziest thing is? He's literally defended my reacts to XQC and said at the time that I engaged in the most transformative reacts that he had ever seen. Bro, there's literally just like pre-Fallout, post-Fallout Ethan. Every single thing Ethan Klein said about me before he chose to believe that I hurt his feelings and turned the entire internet against him. Is the exact opposite of like the post Fallout where he's just trying to maximize the pain.
Playing for his chair, Mr. Chair, they call it.
But Denim's reaction to the content nuke was nothing like that. The content nuke itself is less than 2 hours long, and Denim's reaction to it is almost 4 hours long. And according to Ethan's own standard, that should qualify as being transformative.
My reacting to Ian's content cop, which I finished in, my total reaction was probably what, like 5 hours or something in total? Maybe less, 4? And his was an hour and a half. I think that sounds pretty reasonable. That's like taking 2 times more than the original runtime, which seems like a good amount to contribute to have proper commentary, right?
So again, by his own measure of what fair use is, Denim sufficiently transformed his video, which should mean she didn't really steal anything. So why then is Ethan still suing her? Ethan had a problem. He wanted to sue Denims, but as of right now, there really isn't that much legal precedent for full-length live React content like this. So it's pretty unclear whether Denims' reaction to the content nuke would legally be found to be an infringement on copyright, especially given the length and added commentary. And because Ethan couldn't know for sure, he decided to hedge.
Some of you guys out there sweating?
He didn't just register the content nuke with the US Copyright Office. He also registered the countdown stream that led up to it on the H3 podcast, which Denims did watch live. And her reaction to this countdown stream is far less likely to fall under fair use. But the problem is this countdown stream doesn't seem like it's what Ethan was talking about when he expressed wanting to protect people's content. In his announcement video, he repeatedly mentions long-form content and uses Lamino, whose videos likely take weeks or months to make, as an example of unfairness.
What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
So he's clearly making it sound like he's talking about video essays and things with high production quality, not some countdown stream. He specifically talks about Denims here as though she reacted to the content nuke itself with no commentary.
I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
But he doesn't mention the countdown stream a single time. It's almost like he doesn't want you to realize that he's completely spite-driven and full of shit.
You're lying.
Maybe I am, so what?
And here's what makes that super obvious. Ethan didn't even register the countdown stream with the content nuke back in January. He did it in March, 2 months later. What happened in March that would make Ethan want to be sure he could go after Denims?
That it seems like she's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning and interviewing my children.
These basically are not even really copyright lawsuits. It's quite obvious that Ethan just came up with a way to use the legal system against his personal enemies. And the ultimate goal of his plan was to threaten them with something that they couldn't fight back against. Take Caseytron and Frogan, for instance. These two have pretty small audiences. They could not have meaningfully impacted Ethan's income at all. But Ethan is pursuing statutory damages, meaning his payout wouldn't be based on any actual lost revenue, but a fixed amount that the court decides upon, and could be up to $150,000. He's also asking for attorney's fees and prejudgment interest, just for good measure. This is Ethan applying the absolute maximum amount of financial pressure possible. He's not really trying to right a wrong. He's trying to make the cost of defense so high that they don't actually have a choice. Caseytron, for instance, expressed concern about losing her home as a result of the lawsuit. And when she's facing that level of financial threat, she doesn't realistically have the option of trying to prove whether she's right or wrong. She's probably gonna just decide to not risk losing her house, which is likely why Caseytron was the first of the 3 defendants to resolve her case. The 2 parties settled in December, and as part of that settlement, she was required to deliver an on-stream apology, a statement which consisted of roughly 26 seconds discussing the importance of copyright, followed by almost 3 minutes of things like this.
I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hasan Piker. Hasan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online. For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was inexcusable. AB, along with his wife Lena, have done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people. I apologize to Ethan.
It was so strange that people watched this and there were still people who I didn't even for a moment. I made my point very clear. I was like, that's great. I'm glad that Casey said that. She should say whatever she needs to get out of this fucking nightmare scenario. But what's wild about it is that I still to this day wonder if there was a single person who watched that video and didn't realize that it was a hostage video and was like sincerely going, wow, Caseytron finally leaked this, spilled the secrets. Like Hasan's a real piece of shit. And she seems sincerely apologetic to Asmongold. Like, I wonder if there's a single person who took this at face value, or if every single person just simply wanted to use this to advance that agenda and just spread it far and wide to be like, see? Yes, his fans thought she was sincere. No. No.
And Gila personally, I have said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the client's success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright and protecting the legal rights of online content creators.
Ethan claims that these lawsuits weren't about the money, and he did this to protect the wider commentary community.
Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, the purpose of this is not financial gain. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
But when he was able to point a dollar bill-shaped gun at Caseytron's head and force her to say whatever he wanted.
You forgot, bro. Betelgeuse says, Hasan, they think Ethan is sincere, morally correct. the Hasan didn't help part was taken seriously by literally everyone online. I don't know. I don't know if like people see, that's what I mean. I don't know if people actually took that seriously or if they were just like using it as an opportunity to advance their fuck Hasan agenda. Not that it matters to me, but the fans think he dropped the Noah Samsen lawsuit as goodwill. What do you mean they think it's sincere? Oh my God. Mitch McConnell, proof of life, Hasan's POV. I don't like that you guys are sharing my sexy ass boyfriend's photos from the hospital bed like that.
Even his intellectual property became an afterthought. He was almost exclusively interested in humiliating her, sucking up to Asmongold, dunking on Hasan, and otherwise just trying to win his little interpersonal online battles. Oh, and then boldly fucking lying afterwards that he had sympathy for Caseytron and that the apology was genuine.
I think ultimately her apology was heartfelt and sincere.
You would have to be a total idiot to actually believe that.
That's incredibly.
Yeah. By the way, now there's even further evidence. I can't say how much I know, but everyone now knows that that apology was forcibly written by Ethan Klein, considering that with the Noah Samsen lawsuit, we found out that that's precisely what Ethan has been doing. So if you had any opinion that this was like a sincere apology, then now you know Ethan has been doing this, advancing lawsuits, and then trying to. Do you have to pause every 3 seconds? Yes, I do, because I like to do transformative content, contrary to what the internet thinks. Yeah, it's very obvious that Ethan made Caseytron write that. His lawyer signed off on it, and then he just sat there on his stream and made it seem like it was a sincere apology. There was a heartfelt apology that Ethan had no say in.
It's stressful, both emotionally and financially, to go through a lawsuit.
It is,
Everybody
and I
knows
appreciate
that.
the situation she's been in.
You're the one putting strain on her situation. Ethan even made Caseytron declare her willingness to help him pursue the H3 Snark moderators, who he claims colluded with the defendants to promote their streams.
For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the clients in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream to the extent that I am able.
But his evidence for this is just this Reddit post listing publicly announced streams that were going to be reacting to the content new.
She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer.
But there's been no evidence presented of any two-way communication between the defendants and H3 Snark, so Ethan's even using these coerced statements to promote narratives about his enemies that he likely doesn't even have evidence for, which means that these totally spite-driven copyright lawsuits are being weaponized to compel the speech of the people that Ethan is feuding with, and all of it is in service of simply managing his online reputation. And even if you hate Hasan and Denims and all these people, what Ethan is doing here should repulse you, because it's extremely clear that his announcement video, the forced apology, his acceptance of the apology, this entire situation was a lie. And he lied because Ethan knows what he's doing is fucked up. He knows it's wrong to abuse the court to litigate personal grievances, so he has to pretend to be doing it for some greater purpose.
I mean, people don't like injustice, and we all see this, and no, it's not right. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that could destroy the commentary community as we know it. Ethan, don't settle. Bleed her bank account bone dry. That's not my intention. My intention is just to obviously stand up for what's right.
But that's obviously not what's happening. None of what Ethan is doing will help the React community. These cases won't establish any helpful legal precedent, and he's not even setting a social precedent against blatantly stealing content, because he's letting the most long-time egregious offenders off the hook. The precedent that Ethan is setting is that wealthy creators can use the threat of litigation to suppress the speech of people they dislike. And despite Ethan claiming he wants to avoid a chilling effect,
I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear.
This will establish a totally different kind of one. Spite-driven lawsuits like this threaten the entire foundation of online commentary. Healthy internet ecosystems thrive on creators engaging with each other's work. Commentary, criticism, live reactions, whether positive or negative, these things expose audiences to new creators, generate more content, and keep the space dynamic and interesting. Creators respond to each other, build off each other's ideas, and issue criticisms. But weaponizing the legal system over personal beef undermines all of that. And Ethan knows it. That's the reason he's doing it. Maybe if there were a legitimate standard that Ethan was trying to correct, then I could get behind him. But But that isn't what's happening. He didn't go after everyone who actually stole his property. He didn't go after people who meaningfully affected his income. He didn't even go after the people who actually set the current standards for the thing he claims to be concerned about. He went after 3 small-scale creators that he hates, and he's using his vastly superior wealth to force them to say whatever he wants, attacking his enemies, making political statements they likely don't believe, and humiliating themselves publicly, all while lying to your face about what he's actually doing. And the thing is, it doesn't matter whether Caseytron is a good person or whether she said shitty things about people. It doesn't matter what Denims or Frogan have done in the past. What matters is whether you think someone with money should be able to abuse the court to silence their enemy's speech and expression, because that is the standard Ethan is setting. Not a standard about transformation, not one about protecting intellectual property. It's just the standard of don't piss off Ethan Klein. And if you're not disgusted by that notion, you should be. Ethan would be.
In this country, we value free speech. And what
It's a bizarre Israel-Palestine analogy. Yes. No, it literally is. It's verbatim. It's 1 for 1. Remember when the country of Israel said they were going to sue Nicholas Kristof for the New York Times reporting about sexual violence that Palestinians had faced in the hands of the Israeli occupying forces, in the hands of settlers? They also went as far as to say, first, we're going to win in the court of the public court of opinion. Then we're going to win in the court of law. A couple weeks after the fact, the New York Times revealed that they were conducting an investigation into Nicholas Kristof for potentially not revealing financial supporters when he had that brief stint when he was running for office. Now, I think that's just like ass covering from the New York Times. And the New York Times not being truly punitive. But it's not shocking to me that someone found some angle of attack against Nicholas Kristof.
reaction video ultimately is free speech.
I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine.
Fair use doesn't give a shit if you watch the video first or not. I didn't watch this video first.
I knew they would watch the entire video, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion.
I have to show that I've watched it before and thought, well, I have something good to add. I didn't watch your video beforehand, bro.
A long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist. They couldn't avoid the temptation.
For the record, random stray. But like this literally vindicated former Ethan against former, what's that Australian guy who hates me too? Yeah. No, Fat Ethan was right, and the Australian guy was totally wrong. Dark Viper AU. I feel bad, because I do genuinely think Dark Viper AU, I think he's like kind of lost in the sauce with the React content, and I think he gets like super hyper fixated on stuff. But by and large, his politics seem far better than any of these other freaks. Like, he just got too passionate and too emotional, while also simultaneously being kind of wrong about the issue. Like, maybe he's morally right if he thinks that, like, React content is just, like, complete theft, right? But he was just legally in the wrong. And because he was just a little bit too passionate about it, he just said, how come you still do chair reacts? I love chair reacts. It's my favorite. I always do it famously. He's a great guy. Love his vids. He cares for his community and has a good worldview. I think so too. I just think he's a little insane. I mean, he straight up said that like reacting to other people's videos is the same as rape. Like you're a rapist if you react to other people's videos. That's what he said. One of his videos on you, it was called How a Socialist Made Capitalism Worse. Yeah. He's a socialist leftist, but had a gambling deal. Pretty hypocritical. Interesting. I didn't know that. He also jumped on Kaigate. Yeah, no, he hates me. So he'll forever hate me. Like, no matter what happens, Dark Viper AU is an enigma to me. Because he's so interesting. Because I think out of all of these people who hate me, he genuinely has like social democratic values. He is like legitimately a progressive person, I think. He's just fucking nuts about React. And not only is he just nuts about Reacts, I think I think he's just very passionate, and he will be a forever enemy of mine, despite the fact that, you know, I think worldview wise, we're probably far closer to one another in the way that we see the world than many of these other guys like Asmongold and shit. So that's a really funny turn of events. JXC a bit too right. They seem all right, but have a similar hiccup with Reacts. Yeah. JXC was the OG React gate. And it's so funny because, like, I literally apologized. I apologized to them. I took the video down. Like, it just did not matter. They just went on a fucking tangent. They went on a tangent with like some fucking right-wing weirdos. Did like a 10-hour broadcast about how I am the most like, I'm the worst villain on the internet. And it's crazy because, again, I think they're somewhat progressive. Right? I think JXC is also somewhat progressive. But they're progressive, but they're friends with like a lot of anti-woke chuds. And maybe they get lost in the sauce a little bit. But I feel like JXC hangs out with Mahler, right-wing weirdo. Yeah, I think something happens, man. I don't know what it is. There's a couple content creators where I'm like, you're surrounded by a lot of these. Didn't you say there was really bad shit going off screen when the initial React Gate shit happened? Yes, but I will. It's fine. We don't need to talk about that. That doesn't matter. Progressive has lost its meaning like anti-Semitism. Agreed? No. When I say these guys are when I say these guys are like somewhat progressive, I mean it. Like, I think they have relatively progressive worldviews, like that while they have like they would just as easily have been in this community. Right? That's the way I see it. Like, they could have just as easily been in this community, but maybe they have like a couple chuddy friends and they just like developed so much animosity towards me that they find themselves constantly on the other side. Find themselves constantly on the other side of these sorts of arguments. Another legion of villains. I really thought that by this point they would have given up. I guess they still hate me and whoever they assume is in my orbit, like Denims, you know? Even though these are content creators in their own right. Reactgate was such an insane era. Fucking Matt Pep made a video about you, which was the first and last time I've ever seen him make an official video about drama. He always only addressed drama on his weekly live streams. It's because I'm male Pokimane, dude. Pokimane sneezes and there's like 700 think pieces on why she ain't shit and deserves less. Right? And because it's been going on for years and years, because it's been going on for fucking a decade plus at this point, Now it's over. Like, no matter what happens, there will always be a decent number of people who just go, she's the fucking worst, because they've heard that so many times over the last decade. And I'm in a similar predicament. There's always going to be people. There's always going to be motherfuckers out there who are just like, no matter what this guy does, I could save orphaned puppies from a burning building, and they'd be like, that's, he did that performatively. Yeah. Call me Piker Main or Pokey Mail.
Of watching it the second it was published.
It's speech, bro. I don't need anyone's permission to say anything.
You can't just say whatever you want. You can't just say, I'm in favor of genocide. You got to watch what you say. I'm not standing by this shit anymore.
And I'm going to call out people like Brendan, too, because this is just bad for everyone. And it's especially egregious considering the hypocrisy of the whole free speech thing that these guys apparently love so well.
Free speech. You go to free speech. Shut up, dumbass.
You're shutting down criticism and you're pretending like it's a copyright issue. It's not. It's fair use. It's protected speech.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech.
There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet. You know, I wish I could just delete them.
Look, see, this is what I mean. Cry me a river, Zap Boy. You will always be the heel of the internet. Does it seem like I'm crying? I don't give a fuck. Look, more often than not, you're going to find yourself on the wrong side of issues. That's my point, right? If your entire fucking worldview revolves around being like, I fucking hate Hasan, you're going to end up being on the fucking wrong side of issues. Do you want to be? Analysis should not be compelling, just factual. This piece of shit, small head. Does he have a platform? How's the subpoena? Yo, small head, you gauge. ...2013 account, bro. You posting like this? Come on. You're older than me. It's ironic because I was just talking about how positioning your worldview around like hating me is always going to put you on the wrong side of issues. You know what I mean? And you just showed it. Frank Miller's goated. He served the movie industry script to a platter. I'll design it. Give me a prompt. Northern Iberia or Celtic blood is a good choice. These are words that want to debate you. You won't even debate you. They'll barrage you with emotional, intense vitriol. Like everyone who debates usually does. Debates devolve to dick measuring contests. Thank you for sparing your favorite content creator of the humiliation of having to actually defend their ideas against someone who knows more than they do. Anyway, let's continue.
Off the internet, you know, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be just convenient? But you know what? You can't do it. That's free speech. You know, and free speech is tested when it's targeted at you.
You can't just say whatever the fuck you want. It's time to start holding people accountable for the shit they're saying.
I fight every day to protect free speech. I put my money on the line, I go to court, and I'll do it as many times as I need to.
You guys have been doing this for years. It's the jig is up. You're gonna have to tell it to a judge, literally.
By the way, this guy likes threatening to sue people. All over fair use and my right to free speech.
And if I wanted to sue you, I probably could fucking ruin your whole life. It'll be great to sue them. I'd love to sue her. I'd love to sue him. I'm gonna sue you. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you.
We get to pursue legal fees for this garbage, anti-free speech lawsuit.
And to all the detractors who are saying that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say. I don't care.
It's easy to defend free speech when it's got nothing to do with you, right? When it makes you look good. But when free speech makes you look bad, then let's see how much you defend it.
But the moment online criticism became too difficult for him to handle, all of those principles went out the window. And not only has he completely abandoned those principles, he's become the thing that he spent so much of his career complaining about. As an example, look at the initial complaints for the lawsuits. These were over 80 pages long and contained things like a comparison between Hasan and Haj Amin al-Husseini, a notable Nazi collaborator during World War II. And yeah, this is clearly partially intended to waste opposing counsel's time and rack up the defendant's legal fees. But Ethan's been on the receiving end of litigation like this before.
He's doing a spite lawsuit trying to ruin our lives. And God forbid I actually fight back against a fucking total fraudulent copyright lawsuit. Well, fuck you, bro.
Or how he spent the last 2 years complaining about online harassment. But in the versions of these complaints that Ethan linked under his announcement video, he censored his lawyer's contact information, obviously to try to prevent harassment. But he did nothing to protect the identities of the 3 defendants, which were previously not widely known. I mean, sure, court filings are public, but then why censor anything at all? Ethan knew what he was trying to protect his lawyer from, but he declined to try to offer that same protection to the defendants and published it to millions of people. I don't know if most people would think of this as doxing, but I don't know what else to call it. And if that is what this was, we shouldn't be surprised. Ethan has clearly shown time and time again that he has no standards of any kind. I mean, like back during the Matt Haas lawsuit, I can't speak for everybody, but I supported Ethan. Yes, partially because of fair use, but also because it was obvious that Matt Haas simply didn't like that someone was making fun of him. It was clearly a case of someone abusing copyright law to go after their enemies. But now that's Ethan, and he's like this with everything. He condemns things when they work against him, but he's perfectly fine with them when they work for him. Like, he considers it harassment when people contact his sponsors over his own controversial statements, but it's totally fine to contact sponsors when he decides it's okay.
It must be nice to be racist, openly racist, bigoted, and Twitch does nothing. Capcom, Samsung, and Chevron should absolutely know about what kind of content Twitch is putting in front of their logo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mr. Apocalypse. Yeah, all because he was butthurt that people were like, dude, you're too pro-Israel.
Or how he thinks snark is the worst possible thing on the internet, but he didn't have a problem with it when it was someone else. His own community is basically Hasan's snark at this point, and they're just mimicking his own behavior.
And he's the type of guy that keeps his girlfriend a secret. I'll just spill the beans. I don't care at all about him. I asked, I said, why do you keep your relationship with Valkyrie a secret? And it was his decision.
He likes everybody dreaming of being with him.
That's obviously why.
He hates people bringing up personal, sensitive stuff, like talking about his dead dog, but he'll readily reveal intimate, private details about people whenever he wants. Seriously, how do you think Ethan would react in 2026 if someone made an entire website dedicated to comparing him to, I don't know, how about convicted mass murderer and child rapist John Wayne Gacy?
I don't know how you can be a parasocial weirdo after knowing me in person. You know what I mean? Like, how is that even possible? Just like drawing fucking hatred towards random people, and, you know, people that I know. It's crazy. Like, if this is probably one of the biggest no-nos in content creation in general, is just like leaning into suspicions and like trying to fucking engage in this kind of parasocial behavior. There's a reason why people don't do that. And it's crazy that he's just like full-fledged, full dick went into it. I guess, yeah, it's the same as stalking exes. You're not wrong.
Which I did do, by the way. So I guess we'll see. Anyway, the point is, this whole thing between Ethan and Hasan, it was never about Israel or Palestine. It was never really about harassment. This was always about a 40-year-old former online hero who torments himself over what people online are saying about him, and who completely loses his mind over not having control over it. He's been losing subscribers and obsessively coming up with massive conspiracy theories to explain why, instead of facing the obvious, which is that he pretends to be honest and stand up for things. But he's a giant crybully whose only principle is self-preservation, and he'll sell you any lie that he can to try to uphold it. Which makes Ethan
a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. A fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
For his efforts, Ethan Klein's the winner of our first Weasley Little Liar Award, the Sort of a Piece of Shit Award. Mazel tov. So you'd probably think that vexatious lawsuits, lying, doxing, and harassing smaller figures into silence would be met with widespread condemnation online. But actually, Ethan is surrounded by a gang of similarly dishonest creators who've been clapping like seals at somebody who has the time and the money to go after Hasan and his orbit. These people have a variety of motivations. Some of them are clout hungry, some of them feel personally slighted by Hasan, and some of them are perhaps just mentally disabled. But all of them deserve to be recognized for helping usher in this new online meta where there are no standards of behavior whatsoever, as long as the person on the other side is named Hasanabi Piker. Time for the awards ceremony. Let's take a look at Cameron F305.
This is one of the craziest videos because this motherfucker made a 4-hour video after being a hater of mine. And I guess it got to such a degree in the commentary sphere that he was just like, I'm done with this. I can't deal with this shit anymore. I have to fucking unload into all these other dickheads. Because, like, once again, dude was in Destiny's community. No conversations with him whatsoever. Don't know him at all. Didn't know that he existed. And then this man made a 4-hour video and he got radicalized. He got fucking radicalized off of just like how unbearably stupid and odious my haters are.
Hey there, folks. I'm your local content cop. I make sure everyone's content is up to par.
Cameron F305 is the owner of an up-and-coming commentary YouTube channel. He's 21 years old, he has around 80,000 subscribers, and he's the smallest online figure in this video. But he's also one of my favorites. Cameron is somewhat well known for various interpersonal online dramas, most of which stem from his time working for...
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Isn't this one of the... This is one of the ones that's like... Anyway, we'll see. We'll
free
see.
on an offshoot of the highly dysfunctional
Maybe
video game
I
project
don't want to
Android
mistake
Simulator
you.
as a music producer. After departing that project, Cameron would go on to produce his own music, inspiring the hearts and minds of probably at least one person, somewhere.
I need you to run. I'll run right back to me. I'll run right back to me.
That song is incredible. But Cameron would gain much more notoriety in May of last year after releasing a pair of hit pieces on iDubbbz. Now to me, iDubbbz hate content has been done to death. He's just an easy and safe target, and everything to be said about him has already been said. So this type of video is just kind of soulless and lazy. But Cameron will happily take that low-hanging fruit. He capitalized on the recent content cop videos on Ethan by parodying the series and turning it around on iDubbbz. Except it's not really a parody because he's not satirizing it or making it funny, he's just copying it and doing it worse.
Edoops, you're a piece of chat. Please log off the Ethernet.
Oh, come on, Cameroon. You're just mad that Edoops now isn't saying the naughty slurs anymore. He's very mad.
I can't tell you what I think should be done to you if you sincerely watch that shit in 2026 or 2025 or whenever the fuck he made this. I'm thinking it, but I can't say it out loud. But I do think that, you know, I think it should be illegal. It should be illegal to be a guy who enjoys that. If you... In the big 226, bro, LARP tubers are in right now. Cringy. Yeah, bro, 226. That's my thing. I know everybody always says it, but I like saying the big 226, okay? Instead of saying 2026, I think it's better to say 226. It's cooler. It sounds cooler. Just let it happen.
Mature now. I think you need to grow up.
Yeah, both of these videos are pretty fucking terrible. They're like exactly what you would expect from someone making an easy, lazy hit piece on a guy who's already widely hated.
You can make mistakes and grow from them. That's fine. But don't make that your entire fucking personality. And even if you don't resonate with it anymore, don't shit on people who enjoyed your old content. You come off as disingenuous and extremely fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's just fucking whining about the same shit everyone else has already said about iDubbbz. But somehow there are still a lot of people out there who will endlessly consume brainless content like this. So these videos actually did pretty well. Cameron earned over 1 million views on the first one and several 100,000 more on the follow-up. The success of these two videos helped Cameron work his way onto H3's radar, and he received a shout out from the big man himself.
This dude put in so much more effort than Ian. Holy fuck. Anyway, check it out. It's really good. Good watch there.
It isn't. From here, Cameron would start to very shamefully act like an Ethan Klein cheerleader and desperately try to get his attention and approval.
Fucking Ethan is going demon mode right now, and I love it. I love petty Ethan, dude. I love petty Ethan. This is great. Ethan, Dia, if you're watching this, can you shoot me an Instagram DM? I guess I can ask him after, but...
Will Smith is one of the most famous cucks.
Yeah! Yeah! Ethan! 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 Get after him!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
I don't know what the that was.
But he also got noticed by Noah Samson, a large pro-Palestinian creator, who made this comment while talking to iDubbbz about the hit pieces.
I don't know if you saw the guy who made the content cop about you right after the H3 content cop was outed as a
that came
pedophile.
across my feed.
Was outed as a child rapist.
Cameron very strongly objected to Noah's comments, claiming that it's a baseless accusation, and he started desperately trying to further latch on to Ethan Klein by threatening to join in on Ethan's existing defamation lawsuit against Noah. But the problem for Cameron here is that it isn't really outright defamatory for Noah to have referred to him as a child rapist. We're not going to dive too deeply into the story today, but the general gist of it is that Cameron is accused of meeting up with a 16-year-old girl when he was 19 and having a series of strange and inappropriate interactions with her. On one occasion, she claims Cameron demanded that she kiss him before he would let her out of his car, and on another, he allegedly picked her up to try to forcibly perform oral sex on her.
He got handsy, told him to stop multiple times, told him I wasn't interested in oral, gave him a bunch of reasons why I didn't want to. He didn't listen. He tried to like forcibly put me on him, so I kicked him, and he was like, well,
I don't know why. I don't know why every single time this happens. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because of like the slant that these guys are on. I don't know how this happened. Like this is not even a hater that I knew I had. You know what I mean? This is one of those situations where it's like there are people out there who have like one-sided beefs and shit. And I don't even know that they exist, but then it just comes out that they're literally just straight up every single time this happens. I don't know why. It comes out that they've they're like a sex pest or they've done like pedophilia. I don't know how.
oh, there's no need for that. That was a whole thing.
Now, it would obviously be impossible to definitively prove one way or another if Cameron is guilty of what he's accused of, but I will say, the story of his accuser has remained consistent and is supported by evidence she's provided, such as location data. But I think the strongest evidence there is against Cameron is that when responding to allegations against him, he has repeatedly chosen to lie, numerous times. If you want to get a more detailed look at the allegations against Cameron, as well as his overall pattern of dishonesty in responding to them, check out this video by Morale that's linked in the description. This video doesn't cover absolutely everything, but it does give a pretty solid overview of Cameron's pattern of lying. Some examples of the behaviors that Morale outlines include faking Discord logs, changing his stories over time, and on one occasion he seems to have even manipulated a police report to damage the credibility of another one of his accusers.
While I'll keep the individual's name censored, you can see he is labeled as a black male born in 1987. I'm not sure if this is Cameron's roommate or another tenant of the apartment complex or someone completely unrelated, but it's not about Crexa, and Cameron knows this. To summarize, Cameron lied about what the report says, he lied about how he got it, and he lied about who redacted it. And he did this all to make someone accusing him of abuse look mentally unstable.
There's a very awesome interview with Aiden Underground where Cameron is being asked to produce an original, unedited audio recording of a call between him and his accuser, and he spends like 30 minutes coming up with the most insane reasons to not have to show it.
Because you took like 20 minutes to find that. Can you just go to your file explorer, hit home, so it shows recent? Can you just do that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not showing you all the fucking, like, there's shit I'm working on that I don't want to leak. There you go.
Can you scroll down by one file?
No.
Just one file. Okay, one more.
No, now you're just being retarded.
There's no way the super secret information conveniently is
No,
the
I'm
fifth
not leaking
file
I'm not
in your
leaking
most
my next
recent.
video.
The first 4 files you show me are all related to what we've just been shown. So I want you to go to the 5th file, and it's very convenient that like the 5th file is going to be some like top secret information that you can't show in your most recent.
I just would rather not.
This is just very like suspicious, man. It is very suspicious.
How in the fucking God's name is me not wanting to show you the fucking premiere file for my next video suspicious?
You don't have to. You just rename it and then you could screenshot. It takes like 2 seconds. Watch, I'll do it now. Time it.
But it's a waste of time.
Yeah, again, we'll never be able to fully prove if Cameron is guilty or not, but a good barometer for these things, I think, is if someone is accused of something, and in response, they lie like 47 different times, it doesn't exactly make me think they didn't do it. So Cameron, sorry buddy, but you've been accused of sexually assaulting a minor, and to date, the allegation seems more credible than not. So when someone like Noah Sampson says you're a child rapist, I don't think many lawyers are gonna take that defamation case, which is probably why it seems like Ethan doesn't really fuck with you.
You know, as time goes on, I'm getting more cynical about it, and I'm just like, it's probably not gonna happen. He's probably not gonna add me onto it. It just might not fit the case that Ethan and Muda have. You know what I mean?
Brother, you have to prove that Noah knew it's a lie and there's credible evidence against you.
That Noah knew. Exactly, Kilo. And that's like where like, it's extremely hard to prove that stuff.
And Cameron's dishonesty extends to his coverage of Hasan as well. In his content cop on Ludwig, for example, Cameron includes a clip of Hasan talking about attending a Diddy party, which, as we all know, is intended to paint a picture of sexual misconduct, potentially involving minors.
Did you guys know Hasan attended a Diddy party?
I walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who were high. One of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl.
Nice friend you got there, Ludwig.
Yeah, so he cuts the clip off there and then throws up this disclaimer to say, now there's no proof.
Now, of course, as far as I'm aware, there's no proof of Hasan doing any Diddy activities. Hasan is awful for many more reasons beyond this. Just thought it was ironic seeing the types of accusations Hasan throws around.
Hasan did anything weird with kids, but Cameron conveniently leaves out the very next line of the clip, where Hasan expresses discomfort with attending the party.
This like supposedly attractive, very young girl like opening up a Christmas gift And I think I told you about this where I was like, this is some real weird Alex Jones style pedo thing here. This is exactly how I felt walking into that house where I was like, this is weird. This is really weird. By the way, this is years before the Diddy allegations, for the record. This was years before. I went to an after party at Coachella. It was like a fucking alcohol after party. It wasn't like Diddy's after party. Okay. It was for some fucking alcohol brand. Right. And I went there and there was, like I explained, there was this like Epcot style dome. And I thought, yeah, it's Ciroc. Oh yeah. Ciroc, which is Diddy's alcohol. There it is. It's a sponsored event for Ciroc. And I thought the fucking dome was so weird. Especially while I was on legal shiitake mushrooms that I had consumed, that I fucking got the hell out of there. I was like, no, this is weird as hell. Isn't that crazy? That is why these motherfuckers will be like, Hasan fucking went to a Diddy party. He loves Diddy. He was Diddy. Including more Pegaslop. This is the exact kind of slander that is legally actionable slander, as a matter of fact, that More Pegasus has engaged in. And this is part of the reason why I always have to think twice about bringing my businesses to the beautiful nation state of Singapore, which I love and admire. I'm a businessman. I'm wearing a suit. Okay? Some canings have to take place for me to reconsider moving billions of dollars of assets that I have, businessman with the suit, clearly, okay? I have a very diverse portfolio of assets, many of which I would like to move to the beautiful nation state of Singapore, known for its ports and its consistent position on keeping straits open so that commerce can flow freely. This is something that I admire about the beautiful nation state of Singapore. And I would like to bring my business as a capital owner, a capitalist, small c, big C, whatever you want to call it, the billions of dollars of assets that I have that I want to bring to the beautiful nation state of Singapore, I feel a little bit worried about, because if a country doesn't abide by its laws and its standards, when there is a potential non-Singaporean living on Singaporean soil and slandering potential business owners that want to work with the Singaporean ports, for example, I worry, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, I worry if they can't follow the law about cyber stalking and harassment and slander, I think to myself, will they follow the law and protect my capital and my assets? I didn't want to say this, but that is a big fear that I have. I'm currently, as it stands, holding back my import-export desires from the beautiful ports that cross through the Strait of Malacca and pour into the nation state of Singapore. And it's a fear. It's a prudent financial decision as it stands currently. We will reconsider this community of import exporters. Yeah, we've all been through this. You're not alone. Yeah. Singapore is a place you shouldn't mess with, probably. What? Baby, this is not a great move, Hasan. We literally do not need you to do this. What are you saying? I love Singapore.
Everyone here looks really, really weird. And when confronted about this blatantly dishonest clipping, this is Cameron's defense.
Why did you cut context from the Hasan going to a Diddy party? He said he left when he saw that. I wasn't accused, like, that doesn't... I'm sorry. What context did I cut out? You don't show the full clip? Of course I don't show the full clip. You think I have time for that? It was like a 2-minute clip. My goal for my videos is always to put them to like 30 minutes. You think I'm trying to like have the full thing? You could go find the full context yourself.
I see. So it's okay to lie in your videos.
From a clip from fucking 2019? Who the fuck's gonna find that?
Because when you really think about it, it should be the viewer's responsibility to go figure out what the truth is on their own.
Amazing.
I mentioned earlier that Cameron was one of my favorite subjects in this video, despite him being a bit irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And it's because he's a great case study for how just soullessly hating on Hasan and his friends can bring you overnight success, even if you're just a deeply weird little freak like he is. These days, Cameron spends his time constantly asking his audience what he should make next instead of coming up with any original ideas, and then just making more shitty content cups, despite having previously stated that he wasn't going to keep doing that. He's lied about serious accusations to protect himself, lied about Hasan to gain favor, and built his entire presence on being an opportunistic rat. And for that,
it is kind of crazy that this is a dude who has like forced himself allegedly upon a minor, cutting very important context from a clip to claim that I was a participant in a Diddy party. Like a knowing, willing Diddy party enjoyer. Like, brother, you're a fucking pedophile. Like, what are you talking about?
Cameron F305 remains a Weasley little liar. The possible child rapist award goes to Cameron. Congratulations, buddy.
Hasan is a political streamer, the most popular by far, and look, I'm not someone who claims to be very knowledgeable about politics, but even to me, it seems like he has some pretty crazy takes.
Willie Mack is a large commentary YouTuber with over 200,000 subscribers. He has an established presence in the drama sphere for making somewhat useful and accessible breakdown videos on new internet stories and controversies. Willie's most recurring topic for the last few years is Hasanabi Piker. In fact, since October 7th, a third of his videos feature Hasan in the title or the thumbnail, and he routinely gets mentioned in other videos that don't have anything to do with Hasan. This guy's obsessed, unhinged even. Now, I'll be fair, Willie's videos on Hasan, they're not that terrible. I mean, they're not good, but occasionally he can make some halfway decent points. But his main criticism of Hasan essentially boils down to inaccuracy and misinformation, which unfortunately doesn't really hit quite the same when you realize just how unreliable of a source Willie himself has become. Demonstrating Willie's ineptitude across all these Hasan videos would probably take us hours, but thankfully for us, Willie and Hasan debated this very topic in November of 2023. Now, for some reason, a lot of people consider Willie to have dominated this debate, but I watched the whole thing again recently, and honestly, he comes across like there's something wrong with him. Willie spends the first like 10 minutes of this debate whining that Hasan didn't watch his video on him, as if that somehow makes Hasan unprepared for the conversation that is about himself.
You want to debate about a video you didn't even watch?
Give me the fucking takes and we'll talk about it.
You're going into a topic you don't know anything about.
The topic is me. This is the other part of the Hasan derangement syndrome, though, where like people tune themselves up. Like, I could just like ritualistically humiliate a person, right? Absolutely fucking destroy them. And as long as like the same communities get together collectively and decide that I was destroyed, they'll just keep pushing that narrative over and over again. And people will be like, yeah, remember when this guy fucking owned you? And most people don't watch the content. Most people don't actually watch the debate. Most people don't actually think critically at all about it. They just hear other people say it, and then they create this narrative, and then that's it. A pivotal part of his fucking video is the notion, right? The pivotal part of his video that claims I'm a misinformer, okay? That I don't have editorial standards, that I misinform people, was around the Al Ahli hospital courtyard strike. To this day, it was a turning point in the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. Okay? Now remember, this guy doesn't know shit about Israel, doesn't know shit about Palestine. Okay? He claimed falsely that I had no evidence whatsoever to blame Israel for it. Now, of course, I had a shit ton of evidence to blame Israel for it. I knew that Israel had blown up hospitals in the past. I knew that Israel was going to continue blowing up every hospital, which it did. And I also knew that 2 days prior to the Al Ahli courtyard strike, Israel had struck the Al Ahli hospital, the radiology department, with an artillery shell. But what he did not know, and he revealed to us in this conversation, was the fact that BBC, CNN, and virtually every single news broadcaster had also immediately assumed that this was an Israeli airstrike. They had all covered it in the morning, saying Israel struck the Al Ahli hospital according to on-the-ground reports. He didn't know that. He didn't even fucking know that. He thought I just made it up on my own. Isn't that fucking crazy?
It's like, yeah, why don't you just make the criticism? I shouldn't have to research or prepare for a criticism that is about me. Motherfucker, I'm me.
Brother, just give me what you want to say. Give me what you want to say. The video's about me, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
sure,
fucking
sure.
talk to me about what the fucking points of the video are and let's discuss it. The fuck do you mean?
My main criticism.
Why would I have to research a video about myself?
Willie uses this bizarre moment to say that Hasan is unprepared for the conversation, which he claims proves one of his points.
So let's hear.
I know, but
what
that
your
kind of like
gripes
that kind of
are.
links up to like my big criticism with you is that you don't actually put in the bare minimum effort to research anything before you jump to conclusions.
But even if this unpreparedness point was somehow not totally stupid and was actually fair, it gets immediately undermined by the fact that Willie isn't prepared either, because he has to pause the conversation right after this to go back and watch his own video to remind himself of the argument that he presumably is here to challenge Hasan with.
What is the lie that I told about Ukraine?
It's not a lie. It's just you made more claims. You made more basic.
Like what?
Claims.
What is the claim?
I gotta
Just
go pull it up in the video because you didn't.
You didn't prepare for your
watch
own
anything.
fucking.
You're just completely like you blew
Dude,
this
it's
whole
your
thing
video.
up.
It's your video about me. These should be so simple for you to be like, this is where you lied.
All right, you got to give me a minute.
Are you trying to link me your video? I'm not gonna watch your video. Just say it with your mouth, with your words. Go ahead.
I have to watch my video to see what my receipt is because this is a year old.
Big chunks. I want to remind people that big chunks of the internet watched this entire experience or they probably didn't watch it, let's be real, but went along with the notion that this was a shellacking that I received. Okay? This conversation that took place, people either claim to have watched and went, Hasan got fucking owned, or just didn't watch and repeated it verbatim. Yeah, the fuck Hasan orbit claimed that this conversation was a dunk show. Now, I don't know if it's because it's their unbearable hatred of me. I don't know if it's their own, like, you got your own comments said you lost. Yeah. Because they fucking brigade everything. That's the whole point. It's about developing a narrative. I'm literally, oh my God. I'm explaining to you how the internet works right now. We're slowly walking through it. Okay? Here's how it goes. First, you have a conversation. Doesn't matter what the actual conversation is. The very fact that the conversation took place is a victory, right? For the hater communities. Then they go and brigade the video itself. And then they upvote the brigaded comments to be like, hey Hasan, I'm a huge fan of yours, but I just got to say, this guy fucking destroyed you. Okay? This guy fucking destroyed you. Then they upvoted. Then the very same communities will point to that to say, see, even his own community is dunking on him. Meanwhile, not a single person from my community watched this experience and had this takeaway, because you'd have to be a fucking moron to have that takeaway from this conversation. Okay?
Right? I didn't know where
You don't even know your own video? You don't know the contents of your own fucking video?
The confusing thing is, like, even if Hasan had watched Willie's video, Willie still had to go back and fetch his old arguments. Like, he wasn't prepared for the conversation either way. But that debate was kind of a microcosm of the big problem with Willie's attacks on Hasan. Almost all of what he says about him can easily be attributed to himself. Remember that his main criticism is that Hasan often gets things wrong.
My goal is to parse through information and misinformation.
You are the misinformation. You get everything wrong. What, you're allowed to lie, slander people, and make up your own misinformation? Your brand is division and misinformation for the sake of propaganda.
Like, can you think? Can you? I'm going to be honest. If you get your political commentary or your news from Willie Slop Show, you're probably not going to make it. And unfortunately, you guys know coworkers that probably do. Or coworkers that probably get their information from guys like this. Okay? That's what's so fucking unbearable. I sometimes feel like I just have to, I'm always swimming upstream. This is the same line I see from Bad Empanada and ultra leftists on Twitter, that I get things wrong. He started the clip by saying you weren't ready to debate because you didn't watch the video. That's what I mean. you can lean into pre-existing bullshit and and it doesn't even matter what your political perspective is. Because Fed Empanadas literally done videos on this fucking dildo. As a matter of fact, he's destroyed this dildo before for him not knowing anything about what he speaks on. Yeah. Another sex pest in the orbiter, by the way, who I believe fell out of favor with Sex Pestity when he called him out for being a sex pest, but I don't know if they're still back to it.
Willie, conversely, routinely prides himself on his research and accuracy.
I was the only one that reached out to everyone involved in this story. Me respecting what creators want on and off the record allows me to talk to all sides of the situation, builds trust with the creator, and also allows me to get follow-up statements for when the drama develops. The most time-consuming part for me making a video is researching the topic, because finding trustworthy news sources is hard. Everyone's reporting with some sort of agenda today.
It's really interesting to hear Willie seemingly present himself as being above having an agenda. It's entirely possible that Willie's research for his Hasan videos in large part consists of just reading subreddits that notoriously have a massive agenda against Hasan.
He claimed that streaming was more soul-sucking and draining on his social battery than a normal job. I sympathize that every line of work is going to have its days where it's hard, but comparing streaming in any way to a real job is so out of touch. Another thing I find funny is Hasan will make it a point to mock Destiny for doing research.
He did all that reading to scour talking points and still got owned.
If you're angry about police brutality, you can watch him laugh at a cop getting shot. Are you okay?
No, you shot me! Oh, God! Are you...
This is a fairly common pattern. A lot of Willie's criticism.
Yeah, that clip is a cop shooting another cop because they're trying to shoot a dog. Hilarious. Remember when they posted that on LSF and everyone agreed with me? That was awesome. Always fucking brigaded shit from subreddits. Always brigaded shit from subreddits. Again, totally out of context statement about the social battery draining that comes from live broadcasting, as opposed to other things that I have done in my life, other lines of work that I have also been a part of, which again received enmity from every one of these dipshits on the internet, like Keemstar and all these other fucking assholes.
Streaming in any way.
They're just, I think right-wingers in general and like the apolitical slop tubers in general are far more organized in mass harassment campaigns than anybody else. And that ultimately causes a lot of fucking normies who in most other circumstances would probably see the context and be like, I like this guy, to think that, you know, someone like myself is just like a fucking horrible monster. Anyway, luckily they're not very organized as far as like having any sort of electoral participation or organized in the real world. All they do is brigade on the internet.
To a real job is so out of touch. Another thing I find funny is Hasan will make it a point to mock. If you're angry about police brutality, you can...
Yeah, mocking Destiny's researching skills, yeah.
Reddit previously. Now, sure, a lot of these takes are kind of run-of-the-mill, and Willie could have come up with them on his own, but the pattern even holds with topics that, I'm sorry, there's just no way.
He compares the annexation of Tibet to the American Civil War.
And the example I used here was actually so f***ing good. Not to, you know, hype myself up.
Yeah, something tells me this guy doesn't organically know a whole lot about the fucking annexation of Tibet. I actually had kind of a hard time finding arguments in Willie's videos that I couldn't also find in Destiny subreddit. And there's no real moral issue with Willie doing his research that way, but if you're getting a lot of your information about Hasan...
I think it's morally okay to target Hasan sponsor to advertise on Twitch. Hasan wipes clean as past broadcast. New Hasan merch, is this fucking insane or am I being
from
cringe?
A community of people that start pissing and shitting themselves if he eats breakfast.
My coworkers at Hasanabi watcher. I just started work recently in the office, and one afternoon I happened to walk by his cubicle. Hasana's monitor of auto streams. My coworker's a cool guy, and I hope to get to chat to him more. I don't know his opinions on issues, but he's definitely a Hasan fan. I hope he doesn't conclude anything about me if he sees the Destiny VOD on my screen. Have any other DGG or been in contact with Hasan fans or friends that are Hasan fans? How was it? Wait, did Ingerland won? No. Football's coming home? No. Oh. Wait, it's over? It's over. It's on extra time. It's 2-1. It's on extra time. You don't know. You're jinxing it. You're fucking jinxing it, mate. It's 2-1. It's 2-1 in overtime. Wait, 25? 25 minutes of extra. Wait, what? Oh, because it was 1-1, so it went into overtime. Okay. I see England bottled this. Yeah, you guys are... Chew one.
Incorrectly. You do not have an agenda-free product. And this has become evident not just in Willie's content, but also his behavior. Over time, Willie has proven to be massively biased towards Destiny and his community. In fact, as it turns out, he seems to be consistently compromised in his ability to report accurately on the Ethan, Hasan, and Destiny conflict. This problem became apparent early last year when Willie published a video covering Destiny's non-consensual sex tape sharing scandal. In the video, Willie republishes unverified claims that he gets from Destiny, the person he's meant to be criticizing.
He goes on to say that people named Lav and Kelly Jean have been distributing his nudes, revenge porn in the literal truest sense. How many crazy women are part of this guy's life? At what point can I victim blame him?
Willie's deference to Destiny showed up throughout this video. Almost half of the runtime was a critique of other people, like the ones who broke the story. And at the end, he couldn't help but bring up Vosh and yes, Hasan as part of a weird, look how bad all these other people are type of segment.
So is Destiny's career over because of this? Well, if Tim Pool can frame himself as a patriot while secretly taking Russian money, Vosh can say Lolly makes you a pedo while having a folder full of Lolly, Hasan can frame himself as more credible than the media while reporting every story wrong, then why wouldn't Destiny
Like, reporting every story wrong is crazy. I can't believe how fucking dumb people are. They get their information from slob tubers. I have no... Oh my God. Just, there's a literacy crisis, brother. So cooked.
Cover from this. Let's be honest, the real punishment is Hasan will bring this up every chance he gets.
He also continues to glaze Destiny at the end of the video.
Destiny and I were not friends. However, I have a lot of respect for him. He's the only major creator in the political space that I have covered that actually looks stuff up, reads first-hand information, and directly engages with his critics.
And remember, all this glazing and whataboutism is taking place in a video that's supposed to be a confrontation about Destiny's crimes. But despite Willie's constant bragging about his superior journalism,
I was the only one that reached out to everyone involved in this story.
He included almost no information from the one person who actually accused Destiny of anything criminal. Another one of Willie's common attacks on Hasan is that he deflects from criticism.
Hasan loves to push the narrative to his audience that all criticism made towards him is invalid.
But listen to how Willie responds when he's confronted about his mistakes in his coverage of Destiny.
I think you didn't include the part where Terry is saying that he is harassing her publicly. And
all right, link me her tweet right now. That's the big thing with all the information.
I don't know if there's like an archival tweet for this, but there were tweets about it, right?
You can't look at more than one tweet. Like, you can't do the bare minimum. Look at more than one tweet, Willie.
Yeah, I think I just didn't want to go down this fucking rabbit hole. I'm just sticking to the main story here.
You know, if I go into a part of the main story.
Yeah, there's a time where I need to cut off the video. I can't research shit forever.
So why would you regurgitate his false narratives?
I literally just read his statement. I didn't say if they were true or not. I don't know if they're true or not.
You could have messaged me, then multiple people even could have clarified.
Is the video about Kelly Jean? No, it's not about fucking Kelly Jean.
You just asked for misinformation example. I gave you one, you bitch.
Well, you're like nitpicking me, and I just have to draw a line at some point where it's like this criticism I don't think is valid.
So Willie's perfectly fine to puff out his chest about his integrity and accuracy and research. But the second he's challenged about his process failing him, he immediately retreats to things like, all I did was read off the misinformation, or, well, I can't do research forever. Things that I'm sure he would definitely let Hasan get away with.
So it wasn't a thoughtful commentary. It's him having an emotional outburst instead of engaging with why Dan is wrong, and then avoiding accountability when he gets criticized. He does this with everybody when the conversation gets slightly complex.
But Willie's total lopsidedness when it comes to talking about Destiny came to a head when he had his personal information doxed by Bad Empanada. Destiny quote-tweeted someone talking about the dox to publicly condemn Bad Empanada, which prompted some people to point out Destiny's glaring hypocrisy, as he is a proud open doxer himself. When JStock retweeted one of these criticisms, it completely broke Willie Mac's brain. He immediately started attacking JStock for spreading his dox, conveniently glossing over the fact that Destiny was the one who originally retweeted it, and to like 60 times more.
I don't know what happened here, because I had pulled out of this stuff, but wasn't he like, I don't know if this is a dox or not, but didn't he get married to someone who served in the IDF? Am I crazy? Like, didn't he? Because he went, and I totally genuinely thought for the longest time that he had no like clue about Israel whatsoever, and he was just doing this simply because like, you know, his cult leader, Sex Pestiny, was like attacking me, so he was farming whatever information he can get from that subreddit, because it's the easiest way to just like slam stuff from that subreddit and receive 500k views instantly. She's Israeli, but no evidence she was in the IDF. He went on a trip to Israel in October 2025. Oh my God.
But when people pointed out how nonsensical this was, Willie doubled down, claiming that he wasn't mad at Destiny because Destiny was defending him. But J-Stock and Dickers, these guys weren't not defending Willie. In a way, they were actually kind of criticizing doxing in general. After some more back and forth, eventually Willie just responded with, "Alright everyone, post my docs cause Destiny has you all mind raped." Huh. Willie persisted with this absolutely incoherent take by releasing a video on the topic a couple weeks later.
At this point, my docs has already spread.
Wait, why did he say Hasan tried to dox my wedding? Wait, what did I do? Wait, I doxed his wedding?
Willie persisted.
Hasan and his criminal friend dox and try to ruin my wedding? It's over. England penalty. It's important you receive strays, but like, what did I do? Also, is it coming home? Did England miss? Not a pen! Mossad assisted replay, for fuck's sake!
With this absolutely incoherent take by releasing a video on the topic a couple weeks later.
At this point, my docs has already spread. The toothpaste is out of the bottle. What bothered me most in this moment was the narrative that I deserve it.
Nobody said that.
They're like, why aren't you mad at Destiny? He quote tweeted your docs too.
Why aren't you mad at Destiny himself?
Destiny is defending my already viral docs that's already in the hands of all the people who hate me. We're acting like context and scale don't matter.
I don't even know how to analyze this. Destiny tweeting about Willie's docs is the largest in scale it would ever go, and the context of other people talking about it had nothing to do with doxing Willie. If it was already viral and everyone knew about it, then what the fuck is he complaining about? I mean it when I say this video was one of the most egregiously horrible pieces of content I've ever seen. It makes no sense, it's filled with misunderstandings of basic social concepts, and it contains completely unsubstantiated claims. In the video, he completely falsely attempts to implicate Queeman as somehow being responsible for—
Wait, you're so pathetic? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is this slop, bruh? I'm pathetic? Wait, what? Why? I'm learning about all these people that have fucking made millions of dollars just lying about my name, dude. And how they're, how they've like fucked themselves over in the same timeline for some reason.
The origin of his docs.
The truth is, Bad Empanada did not originate my docs. He maliciously spread it everywhere, but my docs originated on a niche forum by this guy's unhinged viewers.
And yes, this completely made up narrative that Willie uncritically accepts came from, you guessed it, Destiny.
Guarantee Destiny told Willie Mack that a Queeman fan doxed him, and he believed it uncritically. I might have said that. Let's see what I said exactly. So I sent him a message on July 21st. I said, no clue how to be on these communities, how much of all this stuff. You have all of Kiwi Farms amplifying / tagging you as well and stuff like this. The Queeman / Shisical crowd all work together with them inside Discords and stuff. Be careful, maybe.
Willie actually has no reason at all to believe his docs originated with Queeman or J-Stock's communities.
No penalty! No pin for England! No fucking pen for England! Football still might be coming home! Pen got Vaughn! Damn you, Benjamin Netanyahu! You don't know it. Come on, Haaland.
Docs has been known since years before either of them even started streaming. Maybe you should talk to your buddy Tommy C about that one, Willie.
Yeah, why not? I thought it'd be weird. I like your camera.
Willie's actually shown a propensity for pushing false stories about his enemies. He recently suggested on Twitter that Hasan was some kind of degenerate furry because years ago, he had commented on someone's DeviantArt profile who had favorited some furry-related images. The only problem is those images weren't favorited on that account until 10 years after Hasan's comments. Even the account that Willie was replying to deleted their original tweet, but Willie will just leave his up, and he'll ignore all the people telling him that he's wrong. But he—
You realize the account Hasan commented on didn't even post the stuff, right? They only added those furry posts as their favorite 10 years later.
will reply to and agree with people implying that Hasan rapes his dog. Once you see enough things like this, it gets pretty hard to keep giving Willie Mack the benefit of the doubt. I used to just think he was a little dishonestly biased against Hasan and in favor of Destiny and Ethan. But his constant moronic behavior eventually made me realize that the problem isn't just a bias. We're talking about a fundamental lack of critical thought. Case in point, remember the comparison between Hasan and a literal Nazi in Ethan's filings for the copyright lawsuits? Denim sort of jokingly posed with this page to promote her OnlyFans. Obviously her way of kind of making fun of the ridiculousness of the complaints, while also trying to raise money for her defense. Willie, though, just has no idea what's going on, and instead tries to make it some anti-Semitic thing about Denim posing with Hitler. And then when people try to explain to him what's happening, he, again, doubles down. Just completely missing the point. Nope.
Dude, this type of behavior is so fucking annoying. It's just like every time you're just wrong, you double down. And you're like, well, it's kind of your fault that I was wrong, don't you think? No, it's not. It's actually your fault that you're wrong. No one else is. God damn, man. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? And it's like they're too stupid to recognize it, too. They're too fucking dumb to recognize that they're just wrong all the time.
No idea what's going on around him. This isn't your run-of-the-mill, someone has an agenda or a bias that affects their content. The only explanation for this level of incompetence is that this guy isn't just dishonest. He's got like some type of disability.
Yeah, Willie Max slow.
Willie Max built a lot of his credibility on criticizing people like Hasan for misinformation, poor journalism, and irresponsibility. Meanwhile, he'll reflexively spread false narratives about other creators, kind of serious ones like revenge porn and doxing.
I can't believe, why are you giving him any credibility? He did not build any credibility. Oh my God, he built credibility with people who are even dumber than he is somehow. Oh my Lord. I work with serious journalists. What are we talking about? Oh my God. This is the problem. I have my feet in both of these universes where on the one hand, I'm working with reputable investigative reporters, serious outlets. I'm dealing with political campaigns and shit like that. But also on the other hand, I'm on Twitch, right? And as someone who is on twitch.tv, I get in the fucking mud sometimes and wrestle with the pigs. The problem is the pigs love the mud. They love the shit. They love the mud. They revel in it. They live in it. And therefore, unfortunately, the audience for these fucking pigs turn around and eat up that slop when it's a dumb fucking moron. Now I'm beginning to realize where all of this fucking insane shit comes from. You should leave the streamer shit completely or more effective on the ground. No, I should be able to continue doing both because this is where a lot of people are. And if I wasn't here, I wouldn't have been able to get a lot of people out of this like weird fucking drama slop induced misinformation pipeline that forces them to go right wing. They don't care. They love the drama. I know, but maybe on, mere accident through that fucking drama, they end up learning a thing or two. Okay. I just see these guys as like making my job far harder than it should be. I found you because the DNC kicked you out, but I had been hearing shit about you for years, just like drama shit. And it's wild to think how much people I knew just talk shit about you with no actual knowledge of you. I know it's because of fucking, well, not this guy, but dumb fucks like, Willie Maxlow and all these other fucking people have just like generated so much fake controversy by just simply lying about what I do.
Without verifying them. But when it's people he likes that are accused of serious things, he'll functionally run cover for them. But he has to do things that way, because that's been his brand for a long time now. He is the blue-collar commentary YouTuber that catches normal people up on how awesome Ethan and Destiny are, and how terrible Hasan is. And he's too gullible to question what people tell him, too stupid to understand when he's being lied to, and too compromised to think for himself. Willie's friend Nicholas DiOrio put it best.
Willie's not like internet people, and he's not terminally online. He's just like some fucking guy who makes commentary videos.
You see, Willie's just your everyday working man. He's just the most simple, dull, unexceptional guy you could think of. He's like the most normal guy ever, which is kind of the problem. Willie Max Show gets the literal most normal guy ever award.
Yeah, I think he's just stupid.
The worst thing that I've ever done is call someone fat, call someone a whore, and then said, kill yourself to a chatter. And I am one of the most punished people on the internet. And you have people...
Rape Toad! Ah! Kuman had been defending you from the perspective of not being a fan at all, just honest commentary to point out the contradictions. Yeah, I think like the other side of this issue is that I don't know how much, like how well read Kilotonics is or what their political worldview is, right? The other problem is like, I know that my worldview is not exactly commonplace, especially in American society, right? Like, not only do you have to develop a different understanding of the way that you see countries, foreign countries, and the people that live in them, you have to see them as human beings. You have to obviously overcome lifelong social conditioning that told you that America has to be the world police. Like, combating American exceptionalism is no easy feat, right? So from my perspective, I mean, yeah, these guys are arguing about how it's almost like a no you situation or a buy your logic situation for many of these content creators. But like most of the things that Willie Max Slow and all these other people fucking churn out as fuck us on propaganda is also just wrong, right? It's just not right. It's just completely wrong. Like it's unsubstantiated. It is either totally from it's coming totally from a biased right-wing framework half the time, or it's just made up, right? Completely fucking made up.
On the internet, calling for the death of people online and falsely calling people rapists.
John Robert Robertson, also known as Tectone, is a popular 32-year-old gaming streamer with well over 1 million subscribers. He became popular through streaming the gacha game category, which is another way of saying that he teaches young people how to become addicted to gambling.
Please, just one more. One more orange. I'll do one more. Okay, I'll do one more. Oh, booyah! Yes!
After building a following, Tectone gradually transitioned into other genres, like Souls-like games. But present day, a lot of his content focus seems to be on effectively farming parasocial attachment from his audience.
I love my chat. I love my community. I love you. Yo, chat, real quick, in y'all's opinion.
Tectone recently stepped away from streaming, and for a while now, he's been almost exclusively posting rant videos and trauma dumps. For Tectone, these videos are the place where he gets to write the narrative about himself. He wants to position himself in the eyes of his audience as the good guy of the internet, who stands up to all the evil people and liars online.
And that's why so many people are preying on my downfall, because so many motherfuckers are gonna try to reemerge from their grave when they think that I'll leave, but I'm never gonna fucking leave. And that's why people push this bullshit so much, because I've ruined the careers of so many fucking horrible people. So now they're going at me because I had to fucking end motherfuckers who were fucking bad eggs.
He also very much wants to be seen as wise and relatable, and he'll try to offer wisdom and life advice that probably goes really hard if you're like 14.
A relationship is work. A marriage is work. Now, eventually, there might come a time where you say, it ain't worth the work. If the soil is barren, you will not be able to grow a crop.
Really, he'll just post anything that he thinks makes him look good or sympathetic. In fact, he's recently invented a new meta for getting attention, which is doing or saying something really dumb that he knows will get him banned from Twitch, and then posting a performative video where he gets to complain about how maligned and beleaguered he is.
Now, I've been banned free for another month. This is my monthly ban.
He got banned 6 times last year alone, each time following it up with one of these videos. To get even more attention, he also started a slight political shift in his content recently, where he's been slowly easing into a very weird conservative grift. He'll go on rants complaining about liberals, cancel culture, wokeness, and basically anything that would appeal to very low IQ, politically uninformed people.
COVID era.
It's really funny because he openly mentioned in his court proceedings that he did this. He did the fuck Hasan pivot specifically to farm money from the dumbest people of all time. They subbed Holland. Wait, what? Is it coming home or is it going home? Is it not coming home? Holland got subbed off. Hold. Dude, Norway's pushing FIFA to ban Israel from soccer. I'm sorry to the England fans, but Norway has to win this, okay? Because Norway dropped 5 bombs on Israel, okay? And up until the IRGC, no one had dropped 5 successive bombs on Israel in the past. And it didn't stop there. They're using their influence with FIFA to draw the inconsistent standard, draw attention to the inconsistent standard between allowing Israel to continue fucking participating in FIFA where Russia is banned. If anything, if England wins tonight, that is because Israel's getting revenge. FIFA took away from Norway earlier in the game. It's rigged.
Was very much ruled by woke libtards. It is driven by this cancel culture mob, these fucking leftist liberals. I've lost a lot of friends for merely saying it is okay to be white. If white people are so bad, why the fuck do all y'all want to live in white neighborhoods?
Notice the I'm spitting right now hands. But Tectone's overall dull and performative personality has carried over to his attempts at doing political content, where he makes very strange connections between political topics and himself. Like after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, when he sort of lumped himself in with people who are being targeted.
From the Irna Zarutsky footage to the Charlie Kirk footage, I'm deeply unsettled. However, I'm very grateful that I am still alive. What are we doing? where we are sympathizing with fucking murderers. Guys, I have been banned for nearly 2 months total over the past...
What? Dude, you are dumber than dirt if you watch this fucking guy. Oh my God. Oh my God. There isn't even a creative or entertaining way that I can call you out at this point. Like, it's just, you're so fucking stupid. Holy shit. There are so many stupid fucking people out there. Oh my God, dude.
4 months for calling people names, yet there are people out there calling for the deaths of other people, political figures, and attempting to radicalize and weaponize their f***ing audience to hurt people and kill them.
It's pretty obvious he's talking about Hasan Piker there, who lives pretty rent-free in Tectone's head. By the way, is this Tectone guy okay? Anytime Hasan experiences even the slightest controversy, you will find Tectone somewhere nearby, complaining about how Hasan gets special treatment. In May, he threatened to leave Twitch permanently if Hasan wasn't appropriately punished. Tectone also invoked his father's military service to let us all know how passionate he is about this subject. Hasan covered this tweet on stream, saying this:
My father, my brothers, and our soldiers did not bleed, sacrifice, and die for this bullshit to be allowed and promoted on Twitch. Now, there's much wrong with this. Turns out, this is who he was talking about, Tectone. Apparently, this is his dad.
The biggest photo you see is of Colonel Michael Robertson. He was convicted of 14 accounts of sexual assault. He only served 90 days in jail and paid a $30,000 fine.
As it turns out, Tectone's father, who's known in some circles as Iron Mike, is one of the most prolific sex offenders in U.S. military history. He was the central example in a congressional campaign called Stop Military Rape back in 2011. Hasan drawing attention to this led to a public meltdown by Tectone, where he claimed that he had no idea about his father's history, and he took the opportunity to try to paint Hasan as the bad guy.
It's kind of hard to think of your family as a monster, I suppose, due to this all being resurfaced by Hasan, I suppose.
Wait. Dude, I didn't know he did this. That's so funny. What the fuck? Oh, that tweet made me turn on notifications. I'm never missing this shit again. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we call him the generational rapist, dog. What do you mean? Apple don't fall too far from the tree, big dog. The apple of rape, that is.
I will no longer be interacting with my...
Bro, he said it's your fault that my dad's a rapist. That's crazy. God damn.
Father in any way, shape, or form on my stream or my content.
Yeah, somehow it's Hasan's fault that you can't interact with your sex offender father on stream anymore. Apparently, it's all good to use your family members to try to argue for deplatforming someone, but if they point out that that family member is a piece of shit, then they're the asshole. This situation is a good example of how Weasley Tectone can be. When his father was diagnosed with cancer a couple years ago, he referred to him as his best friend and lifelong role model, and said that he was always there for him. But ever since the incident with Hasan, all of a sudden Tectone speaks much more reservedly about his relationship with his dad.
I barely knew my father at all.
We got this man to disavow his dad. That's crazy. He was also shitting on your dad before this. Yeah, I don't fucking pay attention to Rape Tone, so I don't know anything that he did. This is one of the beauties of having some of the dumbest fucking haters too, and some of the worst people on the planet being my haters, is that they often just step on rakes on their own, and then they'll slam themselves in the face with a rake that they stepped on, and then we'll go, Hasan did this. And it's like, bro, I didn't even know this shit was happening. You know what I mean? I briefly came in, whoop, whoop, right? I didn't know none of this shit. I just knew you were a creep, right? I knew you were a creep. That was it. Like, that's all I knew. And then you come after me and you're like, oh, well, my father didn't almost die. My father didn't rape all those other sexually assault and harass all those other members in the service so that you could run your mouth about whatever the fuck you want on Twitch. And it's like, no, that's like technically in principle, that is what it was supposed to be about. Like, isn't that the whole point of the First Amendment? That, like, you know, our brave warriors are going out and, like, I don't know, fighting pedophile warlords, or, well, not even fighting them, giving them money in Afghanistan so that our free speech is preserved somehow. So, like, even on principle, that statement is fucking idiotic and wrong. But then, on top of that, you know, you're coming at me with your dad's military record, and it turns out your dad's military record ain't looking too good.
I refer to my older brother as my dad, until I was in 3rd grade because he would come around so little that I barely even knew who he was. I almost never spent any time with my father, ever. I never really liked my father.
Okay, John. But Tectone wasn't only upset about the comments about his father. Hasan had also said this.
Like, this man has, I guess, epigenetic memories of rape. He had to do it, you know? He just couldn't. He couldn't stop himself. It's just like, it's a familial obligation over here.
Tectone dishonestly likes to frame this to his viewers as Hasan calling him a rapist simply for being related to his father.
And to imply that I'm a rapist based on what my father has done, it's just a little bit crazy, isn't it?
That would be crazy, but Hasan was obviously referring to multiple allegations of abuse from 2 of Tectone's former partners.
Yeah, that's clearly what I was doing. It's crazy. People kept saying that the case against his father aren't real, that it doesn't matter. Yeah, what about his case?
Including at least 1 accusation of sexual assault from his ex-girlfriend Pingchu. Tectone didn't take kindly to Hasan's comments, completely distraught at the suggestion that he could ever be a rapist.
And to imply that I'm a rapist after I myself have been raped twice?
The incident with Hasan, as well as an existing feud with some of his orbiters, led to Tectone attempting to latch on to Ethan Klein's war against them, and he started alluding to potential defamation lawsuits against Denims and Caseytron for referring to him as a rapist.
Hey, Caseytron, I will be getting in contact with Ethan Klein's lawyer on Friday.
Wow. What an incredible gang of wonderful people. We got the credibly accused pedophile being like, Ethan, please let me join your lawsuit. We got Willie Max Slow, who's, I guess, like, his fault is he's just stupid, right? Then we got Rape Tone, who also wanted to get in on the fun.
Man, we
Legion of Groom.
Have a lot to talk about.
But if your gut reaction to Tectone's allegations is to think they're just allegations, so Hasan and his orbit should be more responsible with their language. Unfortunately, we have another situation where the preferred strategy for responding to the allegations is repeatedly and continuously lying. Tectone's dishonesty is very sprawling and elaborate. He's misrepresented timelines, pitted his exes against each other, and he's constantly alluding to hidden information that will completely exonerate him, that he can't reveal yet, but it never really comes.
And
yeah, that's I mean, that's what Asmongold did too, right? In defense of Rape Tone.
Once I release what I'm going to release, and everybody sees it, and once I exonerate myself, because I'm telling you, when I get exonerated, I'm going nuclear. I'm just being straight up. I am counting the days, and if you don't apologize now, I do expect one when I prove my innocence in the months to come.
If you want to get a full overview of the allegations against Tectone, there's a pair of really good videos by Shamu that are linked in the description that cover everything in detail. Shamu also lays out Tectone's pattern of lying and manipulation. As a quick example, at one
Yes, there's a posse named in the military after his dad, yes, for the crimes he committed.
Point,
Dude, it was in the congressional record. Like, it was literally in the congressional record.
his then-girlfriend Pingchu became aware of abuse allegations against him that his ex-wife Freem was about to go public with. They learned about this through a mutual friend of Pink and Freem, who'd been told about a Google Doc that Freem was compiling, outlining her accusations. Tectone tries to publicly get ahead of these allegations before anyone learns about them by raiding into a Pingchu livestream, where she runs through a clearly rehearsed attempt to discredit and smear Freem as a stalker and a harasser and all kinds of other crazy shit. Pink also hints at something that Freem was planning on doing that would destroy her and Tectone's lives, but she doesn't specifically say what.
She was going to do something much worse, so bad it would have ruined all of our lives. I'm not going to say what it was that she was doing, but it was so horrific it would have ruined all of our lives.
But when Shamu was researching his video, he asked Tectone directly what Freem was planning on coming out with, and this is what he says.
I asked him what the allegations were that Pink mentioned were going to ruin all of their lives, not letting him know I already had the court documents proving what they were. And he lied to me. He said, quote, "No allegations were going to be made against me. This was between her and another woman." Provably a lie.
In the future, Pink would eventually go on to say that she was essentially manipulated into making defamatory statements against Tectone's ex-wife. This stuff is generally how Tectone operates when it comes to his allegations. He engages in tons of well poisoning, smear campaigns, and even outright blatant lies when he thinks he can get away with it. I do recommend checking out Shamu's videos in full. He was one of the first creators to put out a good video on this story, and his thesis seems to have been correct. In January, a Texas court granted Pingchu's protective order against Tectone, finding that there was reasonable grounds to believe that he had committed sexual assault, harassment, and stalking. It turns out that this court case seems to have been the reason behind Tectone's temporary break from streaming. He was so incapable of keeping himself from smearing Pink on his live stream that he might have been legally advised to just step away entirely.
Once again, I want to repeat, Tectone in the court documents, in the deposition, openly admitted that he pivoted to right-wing content and specifically fuck Hasan content because he wanted to make money. Okay? He straight up told a goddamn team of fucking lawyers that he was openly pivoting to fuck Hasan content because it was the easiest way to farm revenue. What do you say to that? When we say rent is due, this is what we mean. Yes, Iran closed the Strait again. I know. And it's not like he stopped doing it afterwards. So I guess he just knows his audience is stupid. I was going to say he thinks his audience is stupid, but I think he knows his audience is stupid, right?
Is supported by the fact that after an almost 6-month-long absence, Tectone returned to streaming on February 1st, less than 2 weeks after the protective order was granted. In this stream, which was clearly supposed to be his response to the situation, Tectone continued to lie about different aspects of the case, reminded everyone that he wasn't convicted of a crime, cried about Charlie Kirk, and yes, of course, he brought up Hasan. One funny detail that came to light from the court case was Tectone essentially suggesting that his new conservative-oriented content, as well as his fixation on Hasan, weren't motivated by politics, but by trying to stay relevant and getting attention. Shocker. Ms. Kiff originally broke the story about the court ruling, and some people started distancing themselves as a result. But I don't really want to talk about the court case that much more. Not just because the details of what Tectone allegedly did to Pink are pretty demented, but also because we didn't need the court's ruling to make this determination. Similar to our Cameron F305 situation from earlier, while there may never be proof that Tectone sexually abused anybody, the sheer quantity of lies he deploys in defense of himself, to me, stands as pretty compelling evidence in and of itself. And this information was all already out there.
There is proof.
There were multiple creators doing the work of laying out how much of a manipulative liar Tectone is. You'd have to be kind of a willful idiot to have defended this guy, even prior to the lawsuit. Kind of like Cameron, actually. Even after the court...
For the record, before people go, oh, should I start making like fuck Hasan content to get a GPU? You won't be able to farm it as much anymore. I still see it every now and then when I turn on YouTube, like randomly, I'll see a fucking stray video that's a rehashing of all of the classic, like multi-year long efforts. And they barely crack 200K nowadays. I think More Pegaslop unironically ruined that for a lot of other people. Like you can't even hit that any longer because the market is oversaturated, so it's fucking falling off. That paired up with the fact that like real world politics is shifting in a seismic manner, and I happen to be, you know, in some ways related to the seismic shift, you know, not entirely, but you know, somewhat a part of this this change that's taking place. So there is definitely a little bit of an anti-Hasan content fatigue. Plus, you don't want to fucking accidentally become a pedophile. You know what I mean? In the way that so many of these guys, I don't know if they started making the fuck Hasan content and became pedophiles, or they were pedophiles and then they started making fuck Hasan content. But somewhere along the way, you get outed as a sex pest.
Rolling, his instinct was to defend Tectone, which was probably because Tectone is a big fan.
What a fucking amazing video. Yo, guys, go here. Go subscribe to Cameron. Great content creator, bro's growing fast as fuck. Absolute W video.
What's the saying? Predators of a feather hunt together? The way Tectone cultivates parasocial relationships, his attempts at narrative control, his willingness to lie, all of this stuff points towards a guy who is beyond desperate to maintain his audience. Probably because his channel is the one place where he gets to try to speak the way he wants to be seen into existence.
When everything's all said and done, oh, it's gonna be all over the internet, man. Like, when everybody knows that I did nothing wrong and I've been getting backstabbed for years by all these dumb fucks, the reality is I've never done anything wrong. Here's the reality. Do you want me to tell you?
I will also say, from my own personal experience, like being in this business for almost a decade at this point, I do think that a lot of people are just mentally ill. Like a lot of content creators are just deeply narcissistic. Like when I started off, I was friends with everybody and I thought everyone was so fucking nice. Right? I'm a dumbass. I always behave that way. I always operate with the idea that like everyone is a nice person. Everyone is you know, going through their own trauma, they're going through their own struggles, but like ultimately they all have the capacity to be good people, right? And slowly but surely I've begun to realize, like after the last decade or so of experiences that I've had, yeah, no, a lot of these guys are just fucking insane. Like they're just genuinely insane where they'll keep doing certain things where I'm like, why are you doing this? This is like hurting your own career. This is hurting everything that you've built. Ethan Klein is a great example of this, right? He did the cardinal sin, farming people that have opened their home to you and your extended family for clicks. Hasan called out XQC for turning on him for clicks. It's from a long time ago. I was talking about the photo.
How to know that I'm innocent of everything that I've ever been accused of, chat? You want to know why? Because I'm a good dude, and that's pretty much all there is.
Tectone likes to talk a bunch of shit about people, but then he'll get into conversations with them and act small and passive. He'll say he's going to exonerate himself, but he never actually responds to anything. He's a gambling addict, his politics content is an obvious grift, he's been caught botting his views, and he uses his platform to publicly smear women who accuse him of abuse.
How do I deal with him? I love him.
Don't touch me.
I'm patient.
No, you're fucking not. You're like the most impatient, moody fucker I've ever met.
I'm patient when it comes to you.
Freem, I carry our marriage, and you know that. Freem, you know that.
I think we have a pretty 50-50 marriage.
You're high. You're high. You're kidding.
You can't trust anything this guy says. He's like not even a real person. And all I'm really saying here is Tectone is the exact type of guy where if he's one of your biggest haters, in a way, it's a little bit of a compliment. Seriously, what are the redeemable qualities here? He's unfunny, unintelligent, inauthentic, fake, and probably abusive. And he's bald and ugly. Tectone gets the let's be real, he probably did it award.
I think that our
This is my most Israeli hater.
children,
More Israeli than Ethan Klein.
okay, as a collective, our children are being exposed to shit that they should not be exposed.
Like literally is in Israel. Like went to Israel award after October 7.
To. And yes, that includes the weird sex shit that's pushed in schools, and it's all
Yeah, the vessel of Big Yahoo himself. It's again, how the fuck do you watch a guy like this and you're like, I'm getting my commentary from this person. Like I'm learning the world. I'm learning about the world from this person.
also the unimaginable amount of random degenerate, furry, gore, porn, vor shit that you see in Roblox. And in my opinion, kids should not be exposed to shit like this.
This fucking thing is Nux Taku. Nux is a 30-year-old variety streamer with over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. He's most well known for his anime-related content, his time hosting some terrible podcast.
No! Holland! Holland! Score a fucking goal, Holland! Is it over? Is it done? Is it over? It's done. Made this song actually got mad at fucking Jeremy Corbyn for the way he pronounced Epstein as Epstein. Oh, that's awesome. That's way funnier. Holland was isolated the entire game. He had 2 shots the entire game. I saw one where they refused. There was a little bit of striker drama. Like, look.
Baird coming forward. Holland just dumped Gahey to the turf. No foul called. Sola on the run. Erling Haaland's wide open in the middle if he can find him.
Look at him.
Sola taking himself. Alexander Sola.
Give it the fucking Holland. What are you fucking doing? You absolute tosser. Pass the fucking ball. Fucking hell. I'm not watching. I didn't watch anything. Calm down. Let's get back to this.
Mudahar, and making weird shit like this.
I'm the chat type, Barry Bogger's mad type, Monka is my lad type, epic clapping rat type, Twitch is hentai.
Nux's early career mostly consisted of satirical videos about popular anime series like Naruto and One Punch Man, before eventually incorporating video essays, analysis, and reviews of a wide range of anime franchises. In 2021, he debuted his animated virtual avatar, officially becoming what's known as a VTuber.
I promised you guys that I would.
I'm sorry, did you guys say stop, don't show it again? Or are you saying stop, don't show it again?
His time hosting some terrible podcast with Mudahar, and making weird shit like this.
I'm the chat type, Barry Bogger's mad type, Monka is my lad type, epic clapping rat type, Twitch is hentai.
Nux's early career mostly consisted of...
Are you guys saying stop, don't show it again?
satirical videos about popular anime series like Naruto and One Punch Man, before eventually incorporating video essays, analysis, and reviews of a wide range of anime franchises. In 2021, he debuted his animated virtual avatar, officially becoming what's known as a VTuber.
I promised you guys that I would do this a while ago, and the time has finally come. I have a VTuber avatar now, and it's time to take over the internet!
And from here on out, I'm going to try to limit the
It's another one of those things where like his voice is so goddamn annoying.
number of clips that I use from Nux because, as you can tell, his voice is extremely fucking annoying. In 2020, Nux launched a second channel called Nuxanor, which originally focused on gaming and drama content. For a long time on this channel, Nux generally avoided covering politics.
This is why I don't do politics, okay? I don't want to talk about politics because it's the most toxic fandom of all time. As you know, politics, not really my wheelhouse. Not really stuff I cover, not really stuff I care about, and I am just some anime-looking idiot on the internet that you shouldn't actually be listening to for any political opinions.
But over time, his videos became more and more about real-world drama and current events, and eventually, he started covering politics directly. You can probably guess what Nux's political takes are like. They're just soulless, vapid, cancel culture bad, woke is bad, repetitive bullshit.
All the leftists pushing their fucking bullshit. We are so done with the entire cancel culture bullshit. And the TikTok liberals with the nose ring piercings, holy, they are not taking it well. Because wokeness is a cancer as well. Woke is dead is not enough. We don't just need the culture shifting away from woke. We need to destroy it. They want your children raped, and they want your children castrated. This is the party of evil.
It seems like what happened with Nux is also what happened with Tectone. Their foray into political content was inspired by Asmongold, and I imagine these two just like the idea of feeling like they have something meaningful to say about something other than cartoons. But the problem with this is that Asmongold is barely more sentient than either of these guys.
Oh!
And obviously, when someone who doesn't cover politics watches an idiot for a year or two and then suddenly starts taking hard political stances, you're going to wind up with some pretty terrible analysis. Real quick example. In 2022, the US Department of Justice started an investigation into Donald Trump's plot to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Jack Smith was appointed to the case by the US Attorney General, but in November of 2024, Donald Trump had just won the presidential election, and as a result, Jack Smith dropped the criminal case against him because of the DOJ's policy that they cannot indict a sitting US president. Nux watches Asmongold's reaction to this story, and the level of engagement you get from either of them is incredible.
We've got some breaking news. Special counsel Jack Smith is seeking to dismiss the Trump election interference case in Washington, D.C.
Oh my god.
The way I see it, if he actually did do something wrong, they should punish him. No one should be more powerful than the law. But on the other hand,
Jesus.
If this is fake, and they're dropping the charges because they don't have anything because he won anyway, then you fucking pieces of despicable shit stains that literally wielded the legal system against this man for 4 years, you are vile. The way I see it, it's one of those two options, and either way, it's not pretty.
Those are not the only two options, in fact. Obviously, the third option, again, is that the case got dropped because of DOJ policy. But neither one of them says anything about this. Look at Asmongold just smiling like an idiot. But it gets worse.
This was expected. We've been
actual lizard people
reporting for a few weeks now that this would happen since the DOJ cannot prosecute a sitting president. Today, this news brings
Wait, the anchor just told you guys what the third option was. She literally just said why. No, nothing? No comment? We just have no comment on that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god is right. And this stupidity just continues.
After almost 2 years of this Jack Smith saga, things seem to be ending for him.
Insane. Again, insane. Completely, absolutely bonkers. 2 years of using the legal system like a weapon against this man to just give up right now. Either you thought that he did wrongdoing, in which case you should continue prosecuting him, or you literally are evil scumbags.
Or
the DOJ cannot prosecute a sitting president.
You fucking idiot. This is what happens when you compound unintelligence. Asmongold is too dumb to understand what's going on, and Nux is learning everything from Asmongold, so there's just so little brain power involved in the end product. It's like a game of politics telephone, but you're playing with these special needs kids. I'm not cherry picking, by the way. A ton of Nux's coverage is like this. He just often has no idea what's going on. But aside from his general incompetence with covering politics, Nux has also inherited a fixation on Hasan from his buddies Asmongold and Tectone. He's one of the loudest slop tubers, constantly calling for Hasan to be banned from Twitch. But his favorite attacks on Hasan are also some of the most dishonest ones. Like, he's a big fan of the Rick Scott talking point, for instance. To this day, Nux will repeat the verifiable lie that Hasan told his audience to kill Rick Scott.
That is a lie, a bald-faced lie.
Or there's this other one, where Hasan supposedly threatened a viewer's life with what appeared to be a gun. Now, Nux is being very intentional with his wording here, because he's referring to this clip, where Hasan does brandish a gun. A BB gun. So already you kind of have to be like, how much do I really care about this? But then if you watch the actual clip, you'll clearly see that Hasan is responding to a viewer who had joined his chat and started calling for him to be beat up and hanged.
Broke the bolt.
And not like legally tried for his crimes and hanged. He's just saying, we are going to do this. So then Hasan says,
let's hang Hasan. Bro, my big booty, big back ass broke one of my fucking bolts on the Hermie. Okay? This past week, the arm keeps falling off, and I was like always tweaking it. I don't even know how I'm capable of breaking a fucking bolt, dude. Dolce & Gabbana Razor collab chair? It's what you get for playing It's Coming Home. It's true. I deserve it. I fucking deserve it. I deserve it. It's coming home. It's coming. Football's coming home. God, I love that fucking song so much. It's so stupid. Yeah. Where were we? Oh, yeah. He's claiming I was fucking trying to assassinate a
I'm
viewer.
nodding for treason, he says. The fuck are you gonna do, you skinny bitch?
And yeah, then he pulls out the BB gun and kind of waves it around for a second. And the obvious question one should ask themselves after seeing this clip is, who gives a fuck? If someone makes a threat of violence towards someone else, who cares if that person threatens them back? I mean, sure, Hasan technically threatened this chatter, but only in the context of defending himself. So to leave this story at the headline of Hasan threatened a viewer with what appeared to be a gun is total bullshit. But even if it wasn't, and there was some kind of call of violence or threat worth caring about here, I don't really want to hear it from this guy.
And the people at CDC who oversaw that process are the people who will be leaving.
Leaving? Fucking kill those motherfuckers! Leaving? Yeah, in a body bag! String them up Nuremberg style! They fucked a generation! Oh my god!
Wow, this guy's like a total bloodthirsty maniac. Now, there are plenty more examples we could go over, but for today, I'm specifically interested in one of Nux's favorite insult about Hasan, which is to refer to him as Hasan Diddy Party Piker. You'll remember from our Cameron segment earlier that Hasan did attend a Diddy party, but apparently he got uncomfortable and didn't stay very long. Now, obviously,
You'll also notice, by the way, Nux Taku is Israeli, so. But you'll also notice a lot of these slanderous statements are always coming from the same place, which I suspect there's a Dan Stalkman piece here as well, because it always materializes from the same community. No, man, I didn't go to a fucking Diddy party, dumbass. No, I went to a Coachella after party. It was a Ciroc party far before anybody knew anything about fucking P. Diddy's crimes, and I was creeped out by it. And there it is. I'm talking about it in fucking 2019, being like, I don't really know what the deal is here, but I find it very strange. Osama bin dripping. And these guys unironically racist against Israel. I know that's the new meta, right? They say I'm racist against Israel. Yeah, I'm fucking racist against Nazi Germany too. Racist against apartheid South Africa. Racist against Rhodesia. You participated in a podcast episode with Nux Taku. I didn't forget. This is intended as banter. Don't yell at me. I am sad at Norway losing. Yeah, I'm sad too.
if someone brings up someone attending a Diddy party, they're suggesting that that person has engaged in some sort of sexual misconduct involving a child. That's the implication. Or in the case of Nux, the explicit accusation. And while we've already seen that that suggestion for Hasan seems...
Isn't this the Hasan Piker guy known possibly having sex with children at brothels and at Diddy parties? No. But once again, when people just repeat it over and over again, it literally doesn't matter, right? Like, that's the whole point. You just keep lying over and over again, and, you know, people hear it, and they're like, okay, this is fine.
Flatly untrue.
You know what's really funny about this, by the way? This Diddy stuff materialized because Dan Diddy Saltman, Sex Pestiny, Epstein's brigadier general, second in command, ironically enough, got investments from P. Diddy when he first started Tiny Chat. Dan Saltman started a website called Tiny Chat, which was under a lot of scrutiny. Okay? Which was under a lot of scrutiny by the FBI because a lot of pedophiles were using Tiny Chat to do pedophilia, to find victims. This website, this web platform that Dan Saltman started was actually started with financial investments from P. Diddy. Once again, every accusation is a confession. Once again, these motherfuckers saw that and then immediately turned around and were like, oh, Hasan, well, let's key search Diddy in Hasan Piker's entire discography and let's find a moment where he's talked about P. Diddy. Yeah. That motherfucker has financial ties to P. Diddy, and he has the audacity to say, I'm connected to P. Diddy somehow.
Taku is quite the interesting person to be making such accusations. You see, in the past, Nux has gotten into quite a bit of controversy for some of the anime-related content that he's put out. Specifically, he more or less built some of his following off of basically towing the line between YouTube-friendly content and pornography. If you take a look through Nux's library, you will see lots and lots of absolutely degenerate, filthy thumbnails, often involving drawings of very young-looking women with captions like, "My clothes," and "Bigger than I thought." Many of these thumbnails feature things like Pornhub colors and typography. Here's one with an ahegao face, a classic—
I don't know if I should show this part. It was a tweet you had about Diddy too. Oh yeah, I had I guess I don't even know if it was a deleted tweet or not, but it was a tweet from like 2012 when P. Diddy was like a super famous guy and not like known in any way, shape, or form as a weirdo.
Expression in hentai and anime porn.
What?
There's actually a really good video by Harmful Opinions that, among other things, lays out exactly where Nux sourced some of the artwork for his thumbnails.
Oh, how adorable. What a sweet child. I've also seen her in a thumbnail of a video on Nuxtaku's Nuxanor channel. A rather unwise reverse image search on Google eventually leads you to a hentai site page.
Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Look away. Georgie and Reed are ready for the big game. Okay, I'm glad that we are officially recognizing that I was always right, that Georgie is British.
Georgie voice.
That's right, I'm trying to fucking go to sleep, yeah. Fucking hell, these humans. They're bullying.
Georgie be like, he's coming home, lad. He's coming home. We showed that fucking Viking what's what. It's no longer Danelaw, lad. It's called England.
Me feeding me the worm and making me fucking wake up. I want to be burrowed.
That's what he's saying. He's so chill.
It's Georgie voice.
That's right, I'm trying to fucking go to sleep, yeah.
Glad we agree. He looks like Keir Starmer. Yeah. Oh, you mean the most handsome man in number 10 Downing Street? Georgie defeated Holland. Georgie fucking scored some fucking goals.
Where the image, which features an erect penis that had just been cut off for the thumbnail, is tagged with, among other labels, imminent rape, loli.
Pretty weird stuff. But the point here is that thumbnails are the way that a creator chooses to market themselves. And there's a pretty insane level of pornographic influence in the way that Nux marketed his channel. He obviously established a not so insignificant portion of his audience by signaling that his content is pornography oriented, which it is. For example, Nux made dozens of videos about Rule 34 porn.
I hosted the craziest Rule 34 tournament. And if you're not familiar with the term Rule 34, it's a term and website talking about how if anything exists, there is porn of it.
And note that in this video, Nux is not only telling you the name of the website, but also what kind of porn you can find there and how much of it. And the only reason why that—
One of the other, I mean, yeah, again, Nuxtaku lives in Israel, just pointing that out for no reason. Chose to voluntarily go to Israel to live there. But one other part of this story is that like a lot of my haters are unbelievably fucking Rizless. Okay. And not only they're unbelievably Rizless, but like they also sound so fucking nerdy. Like they're always like, man, I hate this Hasan guy. Like more Pegaslop. When I first encountered a video from Martin from Slushy News was saying, maybe I'll see Hasan in a brothel last week. Call him out for being weird. Okay, I'll call him out. These guys are like, they're so... They sound like such fucking dweebs. Except for Charles R. Downs.
matters is because Nux explicitly categorizes these videos as being fine for children aged 13 and up. Keep this in mind because there's going to be a pattern. He also would routinely do these fan submission contests, and credit to YouTuber Nicandros for pointing this out. So Nux would announce these contests where he would review entries from fans and declare a winner. Among the list of acceptable submissions is explicitly NSFW content. So naturally, Nux hosts this contest with other creators for some reason, and you can probably guess what many of the submissions consisted of.
Your name's and what is that?
I mean, it's a
What is this?
It's a
Yay.
What did you
this.
I love the censoring.
Later on, he chooses to play another moderately censored, very weird, extended porn segment. Just watching porn on YouTube, you know, real normal shit.
I'll show Oompy.
Yeah.
Oompy, you'll like
Yeah, I've never seen
I
this.
won't say anything.
I mean,
Oh
that
yeah,
was fun.
this is Mousie's
There
favorite
it
part.
is.
There's Mousie's part.
Everybody's household, you can buy a milk girl cow.
Explain the plot, Mousy. What's happening here exactly?
You're living in a society where you could purchase a cowgirl to have fresh milk at your table every day. And it just so happens that the guy's like, hey, she looks pretty fuckable.
Reasonable.
And drink their milk. Oh, yeah,
Whoa, Jesus Christ, Jesus. Okay, moving on from that. Now, once again, these videos, according to Nux, are supposedly appropriate for children. And this kind of content was all over Nux's channel. The guy was known for being a totally degenerate gooner, like to the point that he had a reputation for being kind of preoccupied with porn.
I put on some weird headset and now I'm...
Did I recognize that voice actress? Hold up, who voiced this character?
And have they ever voice acted in something slightly more Rule 34 than this? I don't know where I've heard this, but it's hitting me in a certain way.
Now, in a lot of circumstances, this would be fine. But for one, Nux's right-wing traditionalist grift is just transparently nonsense. And two, the real issue becomes clear when you consider who exactly Nux's target audience is. Take, for instance, the fan submission contest that we just watched. Sandwiched between two porn submissions was an entry that came from what was obviously a child.
Is that
Noted, credit to Nicandros for this. This is a video of child. The child just farts and then shoots their dog with a Nerf gun. Censor video for privacy.
Bro.
I don't even know what that was.
That was some kid just sent you a video of them shitting and then shooting a dog with a Nerf gun.
Oh no, it's all that time.
I'm gonna be honest, man. When you did this, did you not think people would send you all this shit?
Yeah, I didn't
Who did you
expect
think
like
they
a
were gonna
whole
send
one.
you?
Aw.
What the fuck?
So Nux is publicly announcing fan submission contests where he expressly requests NSFW entries. He doesn't age restrict any of it, and then when children participate, he doesn't remove them. He publishes them, right alongside pornography. And this one child was not an outlier. Nicandros, in his video on Mudahar, discovered that as it turns out, old Nux Taku videos often received a significant number of comments from people claiming to be underage.
The most vile part about this video is that the comments section has many children in it, explicitly reporting their ages. 11, 10, 9, 7 years old. One of the minors comments that the only place they can see the uncensored animation, Pornhub, is blocked on their father's Wi-Fi.
Nux, in fact, made
Oh my God.
no effort to keep kids away from his adult-oriented content. His videos
Oh
are
my
13+.
God.
His Discord server is 16+. His official subreddit is unrestricted, and you only need to be 13 to use Reddit. Kids were declaring their ages in his comments. They were participating in his contests. And all this is to say, Nux knew his audience was comprised of a significant number of viewers who were under the age of 18. But it's not just that he knew that kids were in his audience. He wanted them to be there. Look at the subjects of Nux's content. We're talking Pokemon, Minecraft, Mario, numerous popular cartoons and anime series, things like Disney, Fortnite. You know, stuff that appeals to kids. He drew them in, allowed them to watch his content, and welcomed them in his communities. He wanted this. But why? He was making money. And the thing he made the most money on was sexualized portrayals of these children's characters. The most popular video he ever produced on his channel featured an Animal Crossing character performing a sexualized pornographic dance. And this is the first major problem with Nux's old operation. This specific behavior is known as EPI, early porn introduction. It's most commonly used to refer to a fetishistic normalization of pornography to kids. Not only do the franchises Nux covered attract children to the content, but when these figures are presented in a pornographic way, especially when they're frequently childlike youthful depictions, the child is now seeing their world being—
Dude, I didn't know the fucking depths of depravity. I thought he was, I mean, look, I thought he was a nasty guy from just his vibes alone, the Twitch's hentai stuff, some of the right-wing shit that I had seen. And I just assumed that he was like really into weird hentai stuff. I didn't, like, I had heard, because I saw some of the Nick Hendra stuff, right? Where I wasn't like fully aware of like the level of depravity from this fucking demon. He is like fully into the worst possible things that you could be into. Because you stopped the Nick Hendros video early, I know, and he really wanted me to watch it too.
sexualized, which normalizes the idea to them that they exist in a sexual context. And now the next time the child is playing Animal Crossing, it's not really the same old innocent hobby.
Bro, this, by the way, this entire video is Judge Me by My Enemies.
Somebody started perverting it for them. And the second major problem with Nux's old operation is even worse. As I mentioned earlier about the Rule 34 segments, a lot of Nux's videos made it somewhat easy for children to happen upon uncensored pornography themselves. Whether it was naming the websites directly, using thumbnails that lead straight to porn sites with a reverse image search, or simply showing the titles of explicit works that kids could easily search for, Nux's content made it trivially easy for children to find the real thing. But making pornography accessible wasn't just a part of his videos. In fact, the culture of Nux's community was one of common collaboration on locating the sources of the explicit content that Nux covered on his channel, like his official subreddit, where helping each other find the original uncensored materials was commonplace and seemingly never moderated. And again, you only have to be 13 to be in this community. And as discovered by Nicandros, the 16 and over Discord server also for a time had an easily accessible NSFW channel. And this sourcing and sharing pornography type of behavior in Nux's community wasn't just permitted or ignored. In some cases, it was even encouraged by Nux himself. So this guy was essentially
weird how the anime community was cool with him, but politics is too far. Yeah, because this is the type of non-political politics. That's what it is.
targeting and accepting children as a demographic into his audience, while simultaneously desensitizing them to pornography through his content, and then overseeing and even facilitating.
Again, another dude that will fucking falsely say, they falsely call me Diddy Piker, okay? For being creeped out at an event far before we knew about Diddy's crimes, being creeped out at a Coachella after party I went to and left early. That motherfucker calls me Diddy Piker. Meanwhile, this is his hard drive, brother. Oh my God. I mean, I want to say check his hard drive, but he's in Israel. So, you know, that's, what can you say? What can you say about that, you know?
Sourcing and sharing of the explicit materials he covered within his communities. Now, of course, kids can't always look up stuff on their own, and maybe you're thinking parents should have control over what their children have access to. But usually, those parents don't have to worry about YouTubers who cover youth pop culture introducing pornography into the equation. Those two pathways aren't supposed to intersect. But in case you aren't quite convinced of Nux's transgressions here, there's still one more thing. I'm going to heavily summarize here, but if you want the full story, go watch this video by Nicandros that's linked in the description. And huge credit to Nicandros for doing the research that allowed a lot of the stuff we covered today to become known in the first place. Nicandros' video does a deep dive into Nux's community, where he explains some events that took place in the Nux Taku Patreon-only Discord server. The short version is that this server had no age restrictions, and shortly after it opened, a 14-year-old child joined, publicly stating their age. They would soon request an NSFW channel, which Nux granted. The user was also promptly engaged by adult members of the server who wasted no time in grooming them. They would send them pornography, gore, violent imagery, even encourage them to drop out of school and self-harm. And this all happened right under Nux Taku's nose. Many of the interactions were in the public general channels. Nux had even interacted with the child in voice chat on multiple occasions. There were no rules to prevent this from happening. Nobody got moderated or banned from the server. Nux did nothing and put a child in harm's way. Given the full scope of his behavior, the only two—
Bro, he was doing like Order of 9 Angles shit, but just for grooming. He was doing, I mean, I guess Order of 9 Angles does like pedophilia as well, but this is prison.
Two options here are that Nux wanted this kind of thing to happen in his community, or that he simply didn't care as long as he was making money. I'm not sure which is worse, but in either case, it would not be wholly inaccurate to describe the totality of Nux's behavior online as him participating in and facilitating acts of grooming. But guys, don't forget about Hasan. Isn't Hasan bad? Remember the guy that went to a Diddy party? Hasan bad is actually Nux's go-to strategy for responding to controversy. In fact, when responding to Nicandros' highly damning video, Nux did not take any accountability. He didn't acknowledge any wrongdoing or recklessness. He did this.
Everyone did these videos, all right? PewDiePie, biggest YouTuber on the platform at the time, was making Boku no Pico reaction, an animation of adults raping little boys. And it became a huge meme, and a lot of massive YouTube channels ended up reacting to it and talking about it. It's a really disgusting thing. But unfortunately, it was really common. Now, I find it ironic that people like Hasan, all right? Hasan is gonna show up, and he's gonna call me a pedophile and call Tectone a rapist and call everyone everything. Now, Hasan calling me a pedophile for things he's done, all right? Like, this dude went on podcasts where they promote this kind of thing, all right? People on this podcast are pro-lolly directly. Pro-lolly. Openly pro-lolly. I, however, have really
And then this guy actually spent 5 minutes going through the Hasan Bad Greatest Hits, and then he buried this response to the Nicandros video deep in a Hasan segment on his second channel. Very shameful. Funnily enough, Hasan actually might partially be the reason why Nux' podcast with Mudahar fell apart. A little over a year ago, Hasan was reacting to a YouTube drama Reddit post talking about how Nux had shown his co-host some lolly pornography.
Resurface video of Oompaville, some ordinary gamers and Nukes Taku watching lolly porn together on a Discord call.
Mudahar was very clearly bothered by the criticism he was getting for associating with Nux, and the extra exposure might have contributed to him posting a video distancing himself from Nux only a few days after Hasan's coverage. This is pretty surface level research, but before Mudahar canceled their podcast together, Hasan had been mentioned on Nux' second channel only 95 times in 4 years. But since then, he's been mentioned almost 500 times. So in just over a year, Nux has increased his coverage of Hasan by almost 400%. Ever since Hasan's coverage might have pressured Mudahar into ending their podcast. That might not mean anything, but I thought it was interesting. Nux has also since teased a lawsuit against Hasan for calling him a pedophile.
You call me a pedophile. That's slander, Mr. Hasan. In case we're calculating. I am looking into lawsuits. Don't worry. It's gonna be fun.
But Hasan responded by saying this.
He wants to sue me for slander for calling him a pedophile, only to discover that a slander case would open him up to discovery. And I feel like his hard drives would be so criminal that he might actually go and face criminal repercussions in the aftermath of said situation, you know?
And ever since then, Nux has gotten pretty silent about any potential lawsuit. What was that thing Nux said earlier about wanting to protect kids?
Our children are being exposed to shit that they should not be exposed to. The unimaginable amount of random, degenerate, furry, gore, porn, vor shit. I'm telling you, you have no idea how much weird garbage is there. And in my opinion, kids should...
Yeah, I mean, he moved to Israel. I'm going to keep repeating this, but he moved to Israel.
not be exposed to shit like this.
Nux Taku gets the Great with Kids award. He's all good with them.
Jesus Christ. Okay, this one...
Hasan Piker is a genuine douchebag, extremely unintelligent, probably as politically illiterate as me on most things, and I literally know nothing. I'm a complete fucking normie who doesn't care about politics.
Nicholas Diorio is the owner of a pair of mid-sized commentary YouTube channels. His following is somewhere around 150,000 people, and he's known for covering new online dramas and his Ultimate Rape Review segment.
I'm the host of Ultimate Rape Review.
Nick has been involved in the commentary genre for almost a decade. He's been closely associated with figures like Tommy C, Turkey Tom, Willie Mac, and other longtime contributors to online drama coverage. He's not the biggest name, but he is well established, and he's seen as somebody with credibility in these circles. And part of that is because historically, Nick has always positioned himself as being somebody with principles. He was always one of the most outspoken creators about things like targeting sponsors.
Attacking YouTube sponsors is generally like a negative thing to do. Attacking sponsors, doxing, like there's a handbook of things like you just can't do. I'm not a supporter of targeting anyone's revenue. I think it can damage the entire landscape.
Or abusing copyright.
There's also the issue regarding rapid copyright abuse on the platform that YouTube has done nothing about. Chris has been ban-evading and breaking TOS through multiple false copyright strikes. YouTubers who abuse built-in support systems to silence creators who are critical.
So this is one of the guys that is an op that I don't even know about, and I've only encountered like once or twice on the internet, I think. You know what's funny? You said, my guy, you have so many haters. Dog, this video doesn't even cover, like, this video doesn't even cover a fraction of my haters. You understand that, right? Like, this is, and for the record, every single hater of mine that he has talked about, is like, you could have an extensive, like a video that's 4 hours long on just them alone. Okay? These are the apolitical slop tubers that are melting the fucking minds of a lot of normie coworkers and like young people on the internet. So if you're wondering like where a lot of this fucking idiotic, like Hasan did this, Hasan did that conversation is coming from, it's from these guys. And every single one of these videos could be 4 hours long in and of itself. If you just talked about their rap sheet, this is the Cliff Notes version of it. And even then, some of these haters, I didn't even really know about that well. Like the Cameron guy, I don't really, whoever fucking cares. I don't really know this guy at all. I don't really know this Nicholas Diorio guy at all. Like, I just know that he does a thing called Rape Review, right? So this is the tip of the iceberg. You have so many more. Like, Kilotonics could do another video that's like another 4 hour long video just on Destiny alone. I had someone in real life say you hate black women, but I think that's coming from the libs, not these guys. Yes, these videos have been circulated around the internet and bounced around so much that like now I have actual real world like haters in places of power and prominence, like in the media or like actual consultants, actual politicians. I mean, look, Rick Scott fucking cries about me on a damn near weekly basis. I have ops in Congress. So for that reason, I've been banned from England. So now all of this nonsense that's been bouncing around will reach an entirely new audience, right? So now you got like older normies, which, by the way, the older normies are much easier to convince. You can just literally be like, that's not true. You got duped by the internet, you know, let's take you to bed. I got ops in Congress. I got ops in positions of power in governments. I got ops in both parties in this goddamn government. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Rappaport is one, but I honestly think he's going to stroke out soon with all the screaming and turning red. Yeah.
Them are the worst of the worst.
In defending free speech.
Oh, what's that? The Jeff Holiday? Apparently Jeff takes a holiday from free speech. He locked replies and attempted to silence criticism. I have no fucking problem with anybody being a leftist, as long as you don't try to infringe upon my free speech.
So because of that outspokenness and his proximity to other large creators, Nick was always a somewhat prominent voice, helping enforce the core standards for his corner of the internet. However, recently, Nicholas has pivoted to covering almost exclusively Ethan Klein and his enemies, or to put it more specifically, sucking Ethan Klein's balls for 25 hours a week.
What I think Ethan should do is he should use the GoFundMe money from the lawsuits to buy all of these things. I think he should take all that money and then buy Anissa's house. If everybody can see that what Ethan is doing is so fucked up, then why are you guys getting so much hate? Ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Klein has confirmed that his motion to subpoena Reddit and Discord was granted. Ooh.
His relentless positive coverage eventually got him noticed by the Kleins themselves.
I love Nicholas Diorio. I'll say it. I've been watching your content. I think you're very funny guy.
And I feel like your coverage has been really good on topics that I end up watching. Like you're good with research.
He's seen consistent growth in subscribers, likely from H3 viewers, ever since he shifted his focus. And as a result, Nick has been cemented as Ethan Klein's number.
Yeah, the problem with the origin of your clips is that the community that spread it know their favorite content creator is irrelevant and their reputation is dirt. So you attacking them back is pointless. Also, yeah, that's another issue. I can't like what am I supposed to do? Be like, oh, that came from a sex pest cult that's led by a guy who's currently in an active court case for distributing revenge porn. Most people are going to look at you and be like, I don't care. Like, address the clip, you know? So, yeah, I'm going to skip Nicholas Diorio. Let's look at the dishonorable mentions. I don't even care about him enough to like actually cover that part. I want to see the dishonorable mentions and the finale.
Ethan, do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Like, dude, I'm pretty sure I'm not making this up right now. All right, let's finish this segment. I'm keeping Dan Saltman waiting because Dan's coming on soon.
Which, by the way, I guess I should just go ahead and say it. Me and Dan Saltman are going to have a YouTube exclusive stream pretty soon.
I've actually been like getting calls and invited to like tons of streams of all sorts of streamers. I just did one with Tectone and Dan Saltman the other day.
This post was going mega viral on their subreddit. It says Dan Saltman's minions, Ethan's bestie. I love how they're so desperate to connect the dots on shit. It's so stupid.
Dog, it's right there. It's literally right there. How can his fucking fan base be so goddamn stupid? That actually blows my mind. Like, you can't be that dumb, can you? I mean, he's sponsoring the fucking show. The sponsorship is right there. Wow. It's an ad. It's an ad right there. Either the ad doesn't work, either the fucking ad doesn't work because no one is aware of it, or you're the dumbest person on the planet.
Are mass reporting Hasan to the FBI for the crime.
At the gooey, sticky center of this large-scale...
I just say your haters remove context, explain the truth, and then tack on that Sex Pests Online hate you and work to spread your lies. Great. Keep up the good work.
Misinformation campaign against Hasan is a weird middle-aged dude by the name of Dan Saltman. I don't really want to give equal time to this guy, but to his credit, it's hard to ignore the impact he's had on people's attitudes towards Hasan. You see, Dan is the kind of guy who gets off on feeling more important than he actually is. He's always talking about how much money he has or how many important people he talks to.
I have House of Representative members that
I have meetings with.
And he really likes the idea of being remembered for something bigger than just being Destiny's best friend. To that end, he's decided to spend the last couple of years pouring resources into desperately trying to bring down Hasan. He kicked things off with his campaign against Dan Clancy and Twitch regarding anti-Semitism, which he opened up by massively overstating what was actually just a very stupid oversight on Twitch's part. The claim was essentially that Twitch had been banning Israeli users from making new accounts. But aside from the fact that Dan potentially lied in the way that he presented this initial complaint, Twitch's totally understandable explanation didn't stop him and Ethan Klein from helping launch a full-scale PR attack on Twitch and its sponsors, citing things like chat messages during Hasan streams as evidence of Twitch harboring anti-Semitism. Another notable example they used was this panel during TwitchCon 2024, where a group of Arabic streamers ranked other creators according to their level of affinity for Arab culture or something. Now, it would be totally fair to criticize the people who hosted this panel for it being stupid and not funny, but Dan and Ethan Klein managed to convince a bunch of people that this tier list was actually racist against Jews.
I mean, it's kind of just Arab good, Jew bad. I mean, I'm having a hard time seeing this any other way.
While trying to excuse her racist, disgusting, fucking anti-Semitic behavior on stage.
Okay, the Dan Stockman stuff is obviously super crazy in and of itself. He's just been stalking my ass for 3 years now. It is kind of funny because, like, once again, we go back to what do you do when someone just has a lot of money? Dan has a lot of money, right? So does Ethan. And they're just insane. Like, they're positively batshit. They have nothing to lose. Ethan actually at least had like some level of respect within the content creation community that I think is forcing him to maybe reconsider his like frivolous lawsuits and stuff. But Dan, nobody knows who he is. Nobody gives a shit. He's just an insane guy with a lot of money, and he will continuously bot his posts. Like, he will buy favors from people like Ethan Klein. Like, he will literally do everything in his power to regularly do opposition research. And in most circumstances, because I don't have anything that you can do opposition research on, they'll just make shit up. They'll just keep lying continuously and engage in like sophisticated doxing and smear campaigns in many instances where they're just straight up lying about shit. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about it because he's an utterly irrelevant person who has openly admitted that he wants to slander me. Like, his life's mission is to just like openly and actively slander me too.
Of putting Jews on the bottom and Arabs on the top of their tier list.
And this narrative somehow got sold pretty well, despite the top tiers consisting of mainly non-Arabs and the bottom tiers consisting of mainly non-Jews. In fact, as far as I could tell, Ethan is the only Jewish person at the bottom of this list. This panel was made for the Arabs podcast, which is about Arab identity and culture, and features a Jewish host. Ethan and Dan tried making the argument that because Sabra is an Israeli brand, that this panel was ranking people from Arab to Jew and was therefore racist. But Sabra is also just the most basic mass-market hummus you can buy anywhere. Hummus is a core Arab dish. To Arabs who take pride in their culture, Love Sabra just represents cultural disconnection, not Israel or Jewishness. The panel wasn't even saying it's better to be Arab or anything. Was this idea for a panel maybe controversial? No, not really. I have a hard time getting on board with being genuinely upset about this, but the nonsensical outrage about it worked, particularly for liars.
Twitch.tv allowed them to do an Arab to Jew tier list. Twitch needs to take responsibility that they had a fucking racial tier list. The tier list goes from Arab to Jew, and they use like hummus as a stand-in for Jew.
The noise that Ethan and Dan generated about this panel led to the ADL stepping in and pressuring Twitch to take action, and Frogan and a few others that participated got 30-day bans as a result.
Which was double the length that Asmongold received for saying Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve to be genocided while the genocide was ongoing. Asmongold received 14 days for that. A lot of people were very offended by it. A lot of people were very mad he got banned at all. Most people celebrated that he was going to become a better person after this. Oh my God, this fucking nasty little pervert, this nasty little racist ended up cleaning his house, shit like that. Okay. Everyone celebrated it. Meanwhile, everyone celebrated this ban. A ban that got pushed by the ADL, which is Israel's own attack dog, the Apartheid Defense League. The ADL, which gamers normally fucking hate, including Asmongold, right? Because they were coming after Steam for a while. All of a sudden was the hero in this story. These guys don't give a shit about anything.
which was kind of ridiculous. But this is essentially what most of Dan and Ethan's war against Twitch consisted of. Misunderstandings, bad examples, or even outright lies, like using a completely fake, doctored screenshot of an anti-Semitic meme on Twitch's front page. Or if you go to Dan's website and you take a look at the examples of anti-Semitic chat messages from Hasan's community, it's actually laughable. In fact, I challenge anyone watching this video to go comb through Dan's website and try to find me one genuinely racist comment. I legitimately couldn't do it. I'm sure you could probably find real examples of creators or chatters being anti-Semitic on Twitch, just like many other forms of hate. But if this were a real actual systemic issue at Twitch, why would these guys need to lie about it? But with the help of the ADL, their campaign actually worked, and Twitch experienced a notable decline in overall ad revenue, which did adversely impact some streamers who don't even have anything to do with politics. And despite how fake this whole anti-Semitism thing was, Dan even went so far as making threatening comments towards the families of Dan Clancy and other Twitch employees.
They don't sleep good at night knowing that I'm downloading every Facebook comment that you've made, Dan. And I've basically downloaded every comment you made everywhere. All of your travel journeys, the stuff with your kids, literally everything. Downloading it all and use it all against them.
The quote from you was something like you have to go after the people they care about.
Mm-hmm. So I have a list of all the employees in trust and safety, and half of them hide. No profiles, no nothing. I hope I don't have to go to this direction. Sometimes there are people and you can't get to them, no matter what level of insane targeting you do to them. No matter how autistic you are with the websites that you set up and everything else, they just don't care.
It's so funny that this guy and Epstein unironically still to this day are like, why are we not unbanned by Twitch? I don't know. Maybe because you literally actively openly admitted to stalking and trying to dox members of the Trust and Safety Committee on the fucking platform, on your goddamn live stream. That's why we call him Dan Stalkman. This guy is like 60 fucking years old, by the way. And the craziest thing is, you know what happened at some point? I don't want to get into it too much, but like, he has a fucking wife and children too. So people obviously, not from my community, mind you, I've never brought this shit up, but people started fucking doing the same thing to him. All of a sudden, his attitude changed dramatically. I don't think that's an appropriate thing to do, by the way, but I am finding a little bit of irony in the way that he was making random people feel terrified. Random people that work at a company that he just doesn't like. Okay? Like, you're a fucking content creator. And for the record, before people go, oh, you just brought it up. You just brought it up. Dude, 56-month subscriber, eat this fucking ban. This guy literally fucking had a doxing server for my entire family. Okay? This guy literally operates a doxing server for my entire family. He is a serial and notorious doxer. What the fuck are we doing? We have to get back to a normal place on the internet where we can't just like mass harass, mass stalk, mass dox people and their family members and the individuals in their lives, okay? We can't be doing this shit. I don't participate in it. I wish he would stop participating in it.
Then you have to start going to the people that they care about. And then they start caring.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit unhinged to go against a $50 billion company as one person.
And I say back to, and the reason why I say back to is because this kind of stuff was always happening, right? This kind of stuff was always happening on the internet. It just was happening, you know, in the deepest, darkest pits online, okay? People like Dan Stalkman, people like Epstein, they organize it and they turn it into content. They take, hey, thank you, Phoenix Emoji, for the 56 community gifted subs in honor of that 156-month chatter that just got fucking yeeted off the face of the earth. Anyway. I personally find it hilarious that the Pest would have probably been unbanned, but for their stalking and slander ops against the platform CEO and employees. Yeah, most likely. He cried when people called her workplace while he literally brags about calling random viewers jobs to complain about them. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to me that this guy thought that like what goes around would never come back around to him. Wait, I missed it. Why did they get yeeted? I was literally talking about, this is the fucking Discord server that they have with like openly being like, what's his dad do? Whatever, all this shit. They found books that my dad wrote. It's the limited free version in Turkish, but maybe something could be extracted from this. Good shit. Step 1, confirm it's his dad. Step 2, answer the question, who is his dad? This is Dan Stalkman's stalking server that he created specifically for my fucking family, dude. Okay? They're probably watching this shit right now. The difference though, is that in the past, stuff like this would be in kiwi farms, right? People would get together on 4chan to try to do this on Pole, kiwi farms, all these other places, right? There's never been a serialized version of this kind of like A-logging and mass cyber stalking operations that people monetize. That's what I mean is new. That's what I'm talking about when I say like this is a whole new level of depravity. Yeah. They took over a subreddit, LSF, if you recall. They got bots on Twitter. They brigade fucking subreddits all the goddamn time. It's crazy. All you do is talk politics. Wow, that's insanity. There's no reason for that. They should go to jail. Yeah. I mean, the law hasn't caught up to this kind of behavior. The law hasn't caught up to this kind of behavior, but yes, of course it's illegal. And it will be illegal in the future for sure.
Sending a nicely worded email to a support ticket is not going to usually have the effect you need.
Those vaguely threatening comments, the multiple websites, collating people's personal information, that stuff all led to his account being banned from Twitch for harassment, obviously, which he then tried to spin into Twitch wanting to silence him. Okay, man. But with him failing to cause Dan Clancy to lose his job, and losing multiple bets in the process, Dan Saltman dropped the act and turned his focus to what this was really all about, which was Hasan Piker. Dan is so maniacally obsessed with Hasan that he winds up becoming involved in almost every single front in the war against him. If you're a somewhat notable online figure who publicly voices criticism towards Hasan, even if you're an unintelligent slop tuber or somebody he's completely politically opposed to, you will hear from Dan Saltman wanting to be best friends. He's done shows or had plans for them with almost all of the creators in this video, which often may fall through because Dan's dishonesty is so blatant that even notorious liars like Nicholas Diorio can't come up with ways to defend it.
That is what everyone does all the time, nonstop. It will never end, ever.
It's not a good
argument.
argument.
No, here Dan is defending his use of extremely old, out of context tweets or clips to attack people like Hasan. Manyak Mason, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Manyam.
It doesn't need to be a good argument. That's what everyone does.
But you're just throwing shit at the wall. What makes you better than...
Yeah, see, he openly admits, he's like, it doesn't even need to be a good argument. It just needs to churn out because there's always going to be someone crazy enough to believe it or dumb enough to believe it. And I suspect his newest friend is Fed Empanada, for the record. He's done this with every single person that caught the bug, the Hasan derangement syndrome. And I suspect his newest ally in the fight has been Fed Empanada. I doubt that. Okay. I don't.
And what makes you better than Hasan?
It's a scary combo. Why is it a fucking scary combo? It's the same exact shit that Destiny's been doing.
I'm glad you asked, because my side is honorable and it was obviously taken out of context. Their side meant it and they still haven't changed.
Oh, so it's just sides cock. This is the issue.
Completely. 100%.
That's the big issue though. That's unironically, that's why we can't do a show.
Dan is actually impressively the most prolific.
Yeah, they've been retweeting each other's stuff. It's not subtle, you're right. No. Man, please don't go that route. Don't go what route? Fed Empanada and his little fucking Discord server has been reposting a lot of these guys non-fucking stop. Okay? Non-stop. He has basically decided, fuck it, I can't actually reach like a level of political prominence or political significance, so I'm just going to fucking melt everything in the process. Unhinged. Straight up. Do you get off on attacking people to your left? No, this is the reason. Are you fucking stupid? Do you get off on attacking people to your left? This is why. Because many of you hear someone say the right words, hear someone say an established legitimacy in a certain fucking perspective, and you think that there's valid critiques to my left. I have people to my left that critique me in a very valid manner. Okay? If you're reposting the ultra Zionists that have gone to Israel, okay, if you're reposting them and their fan base against other anti-Zionists that you think are insufficient in their criticisms of Israel, you are worse than the anti-Zionists. You have become a loyal soldier. You have become a servant. And also, I don't think Bad Empanada's to my left anyway. I think he's just like a super, super unserious. Your whole chat is saying he's not to your left. Look what you've done. What have I done? Have I disparaged someone who has disparaged himself with his clown-ass behavior over the course of the last year and a half? Okay, man. Well, keep getting fucking duped. Keep getting fucking duped, buddy. Keep getting duped. If we have to be serious and exercise discipline with the people that we bring into our ranks, like fucking Graham Plattner, if we're going to be critical of people who even hedge their commentary on Graham Plattner, but ultimately say like, you know, better than Janet Mills, better than Susan Collins or whatever, which many of you guys have done, many of you guys have yelled at me over, then don't you think we should be exercising a little bit more caution with someone whose perspective has swung so fucking wildly? Swung so goddamn wildly over the course of... I don't think they streamed together. I think this is just I don't think they streamed together. I think Destiny was just watching his video or something. The reason why I'm saying that is because I have noticed, aside from his like takes on how, you know, American labor union organizing is all for the labor aristocracy, all this shit, but we don't need to attack him so much. Yeah, he spread the fucking lie that I went to the wrong hotel in Cuba. He literally just straight up lied about that. I did not stay in the wrong hotel in Cuba. He shit all over Progressive International. He shit all over anyone else that tries to do anything constantly. At some point, you have to realize he's just a fucking narcissist. Okay? He's just a goddamn narcissist who reposts ultra-Zionist sex pests. Sorry. Like, yeah, he's always been crazy. He's always been crazy. That's fine. You know, I've openly mentioned this even back when he was behaving in a crazy manner against, like, you know, some of the worst defenders of Israel on the internet. You have to always ask yourself, is this productive? Is what I'm doing productive? Is this community I'm a part of productive? The moment that it stops being productive is the moment where your entire output is just simply criticizing other people for not being sufficiently anti-Israel. Yeah, when the Trump administration, when Fox News came out and said that I had a subpoena waiting for me, he joked about how he had information that would help the Trump administration come after me. Like, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, okay, you know, maybe you're just LARPing as a fucking third worldist. Yeah. Notice all their stands exclusively tweet about you. Literally nothing else. Just clip most disingenuously to frame you as a pro-Israel DNC stooge. Yeah. Especially in a target-rich environment. He also said he thinks a left-wing Charlie Kirk will happen soon. I feel like in a target-rich environment where there are so many horrible right-wing content creators, if you're spending all of your output, all of your time, all your effort disparaging people that are marginally to your right, if you think that that's the case, simply because they have different methods. Did that subpoena ever come, by the way? No, it never did. Then you're a saboteur. He's made jokes about getting Zoran killed or someone should assassinate Zoran Mamdani. It's just not normal.
Liar in this whole video, not just because of how often he lies, but also because he just openly admits that he lies.
This is the game. Like, you can't change it as much as you may want to change it. I might want this to be, we have an objective debate and we look at it and, everyone comes away and it's like, okay, well, that would be the world I want to go to, but that's not the world that we're in. We're in a world of all that matters is the end result of the general public having an optics on something.
I said that Hasan Piker visited a brothel that was later raided for suspected sex trafficking. Actually, Hasan wasn't there. Yeah, that matters. Yeah, that matters. And misleading. That matters. Yes, you are misleading. Yes, Dan. Yes, Dan.
That is the game, 100%. Do you not think that that's what people do on Twitter all day, every day?
Yeah, but you're the guy on Twitter.
That's the game.
But I'm not playing the game. I'm trying to get the truth. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not here to play your game.
It's not my game. That is the game. I think.
Does Cat fall into this? No, I don't think so. But they were yelling at him too. They were claiming that he's like too scared to call me out or something. Again, they said that about Chris Kunzler. They said that about Cav. They said that about people that I've known for far longer than Bad Empanada as well. People who I actually respect. And it's really fucking insane. It's genuinely insane. Anyway, going back to Dan.
You might be having a very commentary brain to take care of versus what
the commentary take is to not lie.
It's pretty bad when this guy is calling you out for being a hack. Dan is a huge fan of clipping Hasan dishonestly or outright lying about things Hasan says and then spreading these lies on Twitter to generate public backlash. You may have even come across certain Hasan clips circulating around that are commonly used to attack him, but they're actually deceptive edits, often originating from Dan Saltman. This clip shows up on my Twitter feed pretty often.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them.
People like Dan use this clip whenever the Trump administration does something disagreeable as a way of attacking Hasan's credibility. But the clip's been trimmed of any surrounding context, and it's also cropped and zoomed in so that you can't see Hasan is covering one specific current event and talking about one particular issue, which is Israel.
Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Why? Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel right now. Chuck Schumer has come out and launched his support. Chuck Schumer, a week ago, was complaining that Donald Trump was Taco Trump. He wasn't going to actually fucking strike Iran.
Yeah, we get it. So you can still think Hasan is wrong about that take, but there's just absolutely no way that if you've seen that original context, that you can in good faith reply to tweets like this with that 18-second cropped edit. This is just a blatant lie, and it seems like Dan is its originator. There are probably dozens more examples of him doing this, but I don't really need to show any more, because again, Dan just openly tells us that this is what he's doing.
See, this is what you guys don't get. You don't play the game. You don't play it strong enough. He has no issues clip chipping me, okay? He's fine doing it. Why the fuck would I not do it in return?
So yeah, Dan's kind of insane track record might cause some issues for some of his potential partnerships. But a little bit unsurprisingly, the one person who can tolerate maintaining a steady business relationship with Dan Saltman is Ethan Klein. Yeah, Dan's company Redact for a long time was the lone sole sponsor for the H3 podcast.
Code H3 for 15% off. Redact.dev, baby.
So it just
it's a dream partnership.
It just makes sense.
They're part of the team now, part of the gang. So.
And to be honest, I kind of get the feeling that their partnership is a little closer than either of them like to let on. They both sort of downplay the extent of their relationship, like we saw earlier.
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I talked to Dan Saltman. But
as Ethan Klein said, I've talked to him every once in a while.
It says Dan Saltman's minions, Ethan's bestie. I love how they're so desperate to connect the dots on shit. It's so stupid.
Is it stupid, Ethan?
Struggling to find an example of you clip shipping Dan Saltman? Yeah. For that to happen, I would have to go and watch wherever he live broadcasts, which I don't even know where he does that. It is very funny that he thinks that that's a real That's a real thing that's happening.
I kept hearing them say stuff like that, and it always sounds so defensive to me, which made me curious. Consider this. H3H3 Productions is a 15-year-old YouTube channel, first created in 2011. And despite Ethan's lengthy history of copyright disputes and preaching about protecting IP, the content nuke is the first time he's ever registered one of his works with the US Library of Congress, which makes it seem like he had just recently learned that that was something you could do. And that left me wondering, where did he get the idea from?
But basically, yeah, so I got banned by Twitch for extreme harassment, permanent. I put in a request to cancel my partnership agreement, which is a right that is afforded to me in the contract that I have with Twitch. And then after that, I put in a request for them to delete all information about my account. Some of that stuff I have registered with the Library of Congress. If they don't, I will go and I will initiate a copyright lawsuit that has statutory damages applied to it. That's basically a thing. If you register specific works directly with the Library of Congress, you can get statutory damages. It's not like a typical DMCA thing where you have to prove damages and things along those lines. So I've gone and I've registered a few things that I know that are stored on Twitch's servers. And
didn't the views start with him shitting on you because of Plattner? No, dude. What the fuck? No, that's not where it started. What are you talking about? For the last, like, I would say far before then, he was constantly coming after me and claiming that I was like a Zionist, a defender of Israel, was insufficiently against Israel, was not actually a real person, a DNC operative, someone who works within the Democratic Party, Mamdani also, and the Democratic Socialists of America. These are all groups that are actually trying to... yeah, he was shitting on us for supporting Zoran and Bernie, and he never really stopped. Like, he went crazy. He thinks I work for like the fight agency, stuff like that. But it's really funny because when we had a conversation, it was cordial because I explained to him my project, right? I told him, look, I don't think you and I see the world in very different ways, or at least at the time, I didn't perceive him of seeing the world in very different ways, right? I was like, I want to hold Israel accountable for a genocide. I'm an anti-Zionist. I explained all this stuff to him, right? And I told him my methods of arriving at this change are perhaps a little bit different than yours. I'm talking about, yes, fed empanada, okay? I said that the ways that I'm trying to get here is by fomenting class consciousness by way of the electoralist route to gain legitimacy as fast as possible for a massive platform, and also potentially create a little bit of power for like-minded people. Now, I explained all this to him in that Noah Samson live stream that we were on, and he agreed with me. The entire time, he agreed with me. Like, he did not have like significant critiques. He wasn't as crazy as he normally is. And somewhere along the way, I think like he realized after, going after a lot of my haters and saying like, oh, this fuck Hasan stuff is like really, it makes a lot of money for people. And it's like really dumb reactionary slop content. I guess something tweaked in his brain where he was like, well, I could do that. Okay. Bad Empanada just wants to be a Molotov thrower and nothing else. No, but here's the thing. He doesn't want to do that either, because all he's doing is make YouTube videos and post unhinged rants on Twitter. So he's actually not doing anything. All he's doing is, in many respects, all he's doing is what I'm doing, but less somehow. And that's precisely the reason why when you ask his audience, like, what have you done materially in the direction of anti-Zionism, they usually don't have a response to it. Well, they'll say, well, I'm not defending the Democrats. And then you go, okay, I'm not asking you what you're not doing. I'm asking you what you have done, right? I'm not asking you what you are what you're not doing. I'm asking you what you have done personally. And they have no answer. They have no answer at all. Yeah, he went to Cuba. Yeah, and so did I. And when he went to Cuba, he literally used that to gain leverage over criticisms that he launched towards Progressive International, myself, aggressively lied about my lied about my circumstances in Cuba. That's what's so fucking crazy. Yeah, he attacked me for going to Cuba, said it was fake and phony, unlike him, who he was doing it in a much more real way. Right? Now, here's the problem. There's strength in numbers, right? Like he could have just easily not criticized Progressive International or tell people not to donate to that at all. You know what I mean? And instead actually worked alongside this organization to have more impact, have more positive impact rather, right? But he didn't do that. He chose not to do that. He chose to shit on it and then, you know, have his own impact personally. And it was far less. His impact was far less overall. And dare I say even maybe somewhat negative. So it's tough to see it as anything but a fucking wrecker. A guy who just chirps. And it's fine if he's like at least chirping and trying to de-radicalize reactionaries. But if his goal is to but if your goal is to simply try to throw a fucking Molotov cocktail in any kind of left organizing in this goddamn country from afar and rarely ever talk about, you know, situations unfolding in your backyard, like the owner of Palantir, the founder of Palantir moving to Argentina, shit like that. Perhaps he has done some stuff. I haven't seen it. All I see from his output is just drama slop. At a certain point, you got to be like, what are we doing? You just kind of come across like a guy who is living in Argentina and making America money in Argentina because you have a YouTube channel and I assume a Patreon as well. And you make a shit ton of money. Sometimes you even flex about how much money you make. Thiel isn't the founder. This is basic knowledge. My mistake. How is this not boring for you? No way is this what your nature wants you to do? React YouTube documentaries about subhumans who hate you. You do analyze clavicular kissing clips. So now I don't know what you wouldn't do. Yeah, sometimes I like to have fun. It's Saturday. Am I allowed to have fun on Saturday? This is fun for me.
And I'll move forward with that if they don't delete all of my data. So there's that. What else was I going to talk about?
To go riding in a one-horse sleigh. All right. Jingle bell,
Thank you,
jingle
everybody.
bell, jingle bell rock.
I'll have a special
Jingle
project on
bell
Bit Break, so don't miss that. And wow, we'll be back in January.
Also, I have been teasing a work on a video I've been working on, or a special project, let's say. I have spent every waking moment on this project. Hope you guys enjoy that when it comes out eventually. I think within 2 weeks for sure. Within 2 weeks. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now. I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hasan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating?
And then Dan posted this Discord message right after Ethan's video announcing the lawsuits was posted. And look, none of this is proof of anything. But why does this matter? Well, because if what I'm suggesting is true, and Dan and Ethan have been in somewhat close communication since November of 2024, it would actually create quite a few problems for Ethan. Number 1. It supports the idea that Ethan was originally trying to target Hasan with his copyright plan. This is something that Ethan denies, but if he had come up with the plan with the help of Hasan's #1 hater, who do you think it was originally intended for? And if people knew that was the original plan, it kind of makes Ethan look bad. Not only would it build a stronger perception that he's abusing copyright law because he switched his target after the original plan failed, but also his original plan failed. Ethan had been begging Hasan to watch his video, but a month had passed and he was still unable to get him to do so. So then look at what Ethan registered last February. I'll never forgive Hasan Piker for this. To me, it just seems obvious that Hasan was the intended target of the copyright plan. And obviously Ethan wouldn't want everyone to know that that's what he was trying to do because, you know, he lost. Number 2, Ethan.
Wait, what? He registered I will never forgive Hasan Piker for this? So he was just like trying to register as many fucking videos that he thought I would potentially react to with the hopes that he could catch me? Bro, that's so funny. Him using AI voice to say shit you didn't say was one thing, but him saying, as Hasan likes to say, a K slur on a pike is so fucked. Yeah, I mean, peak mental illness.
This. To me, it just seems obvious that Hasan was the intended target of the copyright plan. And obviously, Ethan wouldn't want everyone to know that that's what he was trying to do because, you know, he lost. Number 2. Ethan vehemently denies that he worked alongside the ADL to get Frogan banned and claims it was anti-Semitic for Hasan to suggest that he did.
I have never spoken to the ADL. That's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
But guess who it sounds like did speak with the ADL?
Wait, what do you think caused the ADL and stuff to apply? Like, why do you think what's happening now is happening now?
I think, well, I can't say all of it. I think.
Hold on, what does that mean? Can't say all of what? And why can't you say it?
Like, I'm fine to be this cabal Discord Jew that meets up on Fridays with all the Jews across the world.
So you are talking to Jonathan Greenblatt. Got it.
In the secret meetings. Like, I'll play that part.
That video is now called Hasan Piker Laughs at Dead Israeli Children. Yeah,
I have
that's
reached
crazy.
out to all of these organizations and give them information.
Seems possible to me that Ethan was a little bit closer to the ADL's involvement with Twitch than he would like to let on.
So if you're mad Frogan got banned, fucking I'm laughing in your face. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
So you can kind of start to see how a close relationship between these two causes some optics issues for Ethan. And there are other possible explanations, like wanting to avoid anti-Semitic tropes.
Sounds like a little Jewish conspiratorial.
Or not wanting to be associated with Destiny.
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
But I think reason number 3, why Ethan would downplay his relationship with Dan Saltman, might just be that Dan is kind of a massive piece of shit. We've already covered his blatant dishonesty and his threats against Twitch employees and their families, but Dan is also a notorious and open doxer, something that Ethan should be principally opposed to.
Here's the mods doxing our office. Yes, this is actually a real screenshot. This is fucking insane.
Does Ethan just not know that his business partner does this too? He's pretty public about it.
There's one of Hasan's moderators, the guy named Comrade Liam. He's been calling me a pedophile, and I did a subpoena and got his information, his full information. It was quick, surprisingly.
Wait, really? You could just do that?
Yep.
Stop! No!
That's late.
No, you don't do that shit on my stream.
Here's him then tweeting a photo of that person as a minor, obviously censored here. And here's him trying to intimidate the spouse of somebody who was saying weird stuff about him online. So that's crazy to do. And while there are more examples of Dan's behavior we could go over, I don't really want to draw attention to most of it. And we don't really need to anyway. Dan openly tells us who he is. And who he is the exact type of person that Ethan claims his enemies are.
It's just pathetic the way you lie about your perceived enemies. You don't care about the truth at all. For you, it's just about destroying your enemies.
If you don't play the game, you're like so fucked, right? Do I personally care about Kaya? I could give a fuck about Kaya just like I could give a fuck about Lonerbox's dog or anyone else's dog. I ain't met the motherfucker. That said, yeah, it's fair to push this because it hurts Hasan, and Hasan is a bad person, and the goals are accomplished as a result of that.
You people are scum. You have dedicated your lives to harassing me, my loved ones, my crew. You are disgusting, vile, fucking pieces of shit.
Sometimes there are people and you can't get to them. Then you have to start going to the people that they care about. This costs me nothing. I can keep going. I can't be stopped. I can't be reasoned with. You do what I say or I'll keep going. And I'm fine to keep going. I do kind of enjoy it a little bit.
Relentless slander, straight up lies, defamation.
All that matters is the general public having an optics on something.
No, I'm saying that's how the game is. That is the game. You don't play the game. You don't play it strong enough.
Here's the mods doxing our office. This is fucking insane.
This so-called doxing that happens, at least it's not like Hasan waving a gun around. Jesus Christ.
Wait, did you dox someone in the past or what?
I'm just saying it's not like Hasan's doxing.
Ethan has spent 2 years going after liars, doxers, and harassers, which makes it a little awkward that one of them is apparently his vacation buddy. He's in a pod.
Yeah, also they lie and they say that I doxed the Progressive Victory people because like I watched a video from Bad Empanada covering the Progressive Victory FEC files, which again is literally not a dox at all. Like there is no, the only way that you can consider that to be a dox is if you're just straight up, like these are public FEC filings. I know that when you say it's public FEC filings, people turn around and go, well, anything could be public. Here's your home address. It's like, I think we both understand there's a difference between a public FEC filing. My donations are public FEC filings. My donations to candidates are public. Everyone's are. That's how the FEC works. That's why we have open secrets, for example. So the idea that that's a dox on people is fucking totally ridiculous. And not only is it ridiculous, even Progressive Victory itself, there are no addresses on them. And Progressive Victory itself said that that was a misunderstanding that people were promoting. And it doesn't matter. They still say it. They still fucking say it. They say, oh, it's on doxes people. It's on doxes people. It's fucking bullshit. The only reason why they say it is so that they can justify their own behavior because everything is no you. Everything is no you. Oh, you're saying I'm doxing someone because I literally subpoenaed Twitter to find their fucking home address, to find personal information about them, unmask them, show photos of them as minors to my audience, to my serial doxing community. Well, guess what? Hasan looked at public FEC filings. That the organization itself said was not doxing.
Stu, I'll tell you. I don't want to spend any more time on Dan because I think he gets off on this shit. So Dan Saltman doesn't get an award. So to me, it's quite obvious that these people have zero standards. None of this was ever about harassment or defamation or doxing because the clients don't actually think those things are bad. They just don't like that it's happening to them. Ethan doesn't care. He thinks you're stupid. He thinks he can make up justifications and explanations for his behavior that people will buy. And they do. All of these guys have been pushing a completely dishonest agenda, each for their own reasons. For some of them, it's clout. For others, it might just be stupidity. And for some, they just want you to be looking at somebody other than them. But they've all willfully pushed these lies, and in the process, they've eroded any standards we used to have for political and commentary creators. Things like doxing, abusing copyright, and harassing smaller figures into silence shouldn't be permissible, but your favorite streamer has convinced you that they are, because remember,
You look around the scene, right? And you see people like Hasan Piker with his crocodile tears. This was his reaction to the shooting. I cannot believe this hypocrite who's been advocating for political violence for years, now pretending like he's shocked something like this would happen. No, dude, not you. You are disgusting. I am so tired of this man and his violent rhetoric, crying on stream. No, not you, man. Not you.
It's so obviously a call to violence. You're obviously wrong for saying it. There's no justification at all to say something like that.
I feel like I've seen a few different clips of Hasan saying like, we don't really know for sure if Kamala would have been different.
And once again, we have Hasan engaging in activities which may very well violate California law.
Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn because he also like protects Hasan at all costs.
God, I fucking hate Hasan so much. Hasan is a fucking stupid, tanky, jihadist, apologizing piece of shit. Fuck Hasan. What a fucking asshole.
Because Hasan is the most unlikable human being on earth unless you want to have sex with him.
Like when we go to his channel.
Gay. That's awesome.
Most unlikable human being on earth unless you want to have sex with him.
Like when we go to his channel, I gotta stop talking about Hasan so much, to be honest with you. It just bothers me that like
Okay, so you think Hasan is not fun to talk to about anime?
I think normalizing Hasan is dangerous.
Because there's genuinely so much to attack Hasan for. Every day there's like a new thing to bash Hasan over the head with. Because he's just so fucking stupid and malicious.
I genuinely do believe that Hasan is one of the worst people on the internet.
Hasan Piker is the most dangerous person that if you're over the age of about 35, you've probably never heard of.
So Hasan is one of the most terrible human beings on earth.
At least your villain, Ethan Klein, showed real emotion. And when he discovered the news on his podcast, he was sobbing, and I believe his tears. I don't believe Hasan Piker's crocodile tears.
The people that simp for Hasan who are like, he's hot, whatever, it's so pathetic. Even if you think it's hot, it's so embarrassing. It's so cringe, guys. Please, I'm gonna fucking die.
I haven't seen you in pretty much never.
Yeah.
You want to be in my vlog?
Sure.
Starting it up.
Oh hell yeah! I just started vlogging recently as well. I feel you. It's hard. It's awkward.
Yeah. I came here to say thank you.
Wait, why? No, thank you.
For supporting Teddy Fresh so much.
Thank you for the big baggy pants. I love them so much. Oh my god.
Well, have a good show.
Thank you. Bye everybody.
That's great.
That's great.
On YouTube for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hasan, bad. Hasan Piker is bad, and he's dumb, and bad and a terrorist, probably. We can call this the Hasanabi Dunk Video Industrial Complex. It's common for YouTubers during low view months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos, taking short clips from Hasan's thousands of hours of live streaming to misrepresent what he's saying, usually parroting the exact same talking points they're getting from the same YouTubers in the same community. They're watching each other's videos and making each other's videos. It's kind of like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics, but that's the result of such an ecosystem. It's not about the politics, it's about making money by attacking a guy they don't like.
That was Noah Samson, who I briefly mentioned earlier. Noah is a 28-year-old video essayist with over 500,000 subscribers. That video came out over a year ago, and Noah keyed in on quite a few relevant things. He explains that when Ethan's commentary on Israel and Palestine is almost exclusively antagonism towards people who, above all else, morally object to the genocide in Gaza, it sort of has the function of supporting genocide, because as Noah puts it,
the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him.
So I know you had hate, but I genuinely had no idea to what degree it was. You know what's funny? I'm going to repeat this one more time. This is literally just the tip of the iceberg. There are like Destiny wasn't even mentioned in this. Like Destiny was only tangentially. Epstein was only tangentially related or mentioned in this video, like a little bit. A lot of this stuff is originating from his cult. Okay? That's one. Then there are a fuck ton. There's no Pegaslop. There are like left anarchist versions of this as well too. Like there's definitely left adjacent wrecker content creators as well. There is a reason why if you look at anything I post on Twitter, if you ever look at the replies, it's insane. You get shit talked so much that my opinion of you before I actually started watching your stream was decided ahead of time. Everyone said you were some kind of extremist asshole shithead. A lot of my leftists told me, so I just kind of believed it. I have to wonder how many others are true, lol. Yeah. This is what happens. I mean, there's also like the incel community, right? There's like a lot of incel content creators who fucking despise me. There's also a lot of people like Ben Shapiro, like the more traditional content creators on the independent media side, the entirety of the platform of Kick, which seemingly has a contractual obligation to do focus on content almost. So yeah, it's pretty fucking wild. And now also Fox News, the current American administration under Donald Trump, numerous members of the Democratic Party, virtually the entirety of the Republican Party, numerous advocacy organizations that are Zionist advocacy organizations. Yeah. Laura Loomer, Jake Tapper, Josh Gottheimer. I mean, I have a bipartisan messaging bill that was presented to Congress demanding my deplatforming. I've been banned from the country of the United Kingdom. There's a reason, right? It doesn't stem from the slop tubers, but I speak on a lot of issues. Elon Musk fucking hates me. So there are so many unhinged people who spend a great deal of time. This is part of the reason why I stopped responding. Part of the reason why I stopped responding is because if I spent every waking moment reacting to people who make focus on content, I wouldn't be able to cover the news. I wouldn't be able to do anything. Look at this. We watched one video. It was like 3 hours and 50 minutes. That's the whole day. And this is just a couple people. This is just a couple people. It's the tip of the iceberg, right? Like just today, Charles Downs. Today, Ro Khanna and CNN reporter seemingly ventured into a war zone in a fake country known as Palestine and shared an unintentional incident. Unsurprisingly, Hasan just announced that Khanna will be speaking to him on Monday about his experience. In April, I embarrassed Ro Khanna by asking him about appearing on Piker's show. These Islamic communists are crazy. But yeah. But I think don't feel bad. Do not feel bad. One, judge me by my enemies. Okay? Judge me by my enemies. I mean, this is just a little taste. They're all fucking freaks. That's number one. Number two, the reason why this shit has, I mean, the reason why this shit only increases in its intensity year over year is because the movement continues to grow. And someone has to be able to fucking tank it. Okay? This is not for everybody. This is not for everybody. Not everybody could just like sit there and eat this shit all the time for just simply trying to help other people out. Okay? Someone's got to fucking tank it. It actually does stem from the slop tubers that take over the subreddit is when popular opinion of you on Twitch flipped on a dime. The negative harassment campaign from de-isolated other streamers on the platform from expressing any positive opinions towards you and framed everything in a negative light for years prior to 10.7. I mean, that didn't... No. 10.7 is the switch. Because even before then, I was perfectly fine with most people, both privately and publicly. After October 7... obviously, everything that I do is now seen as an endorsement of anti-Israel statements. Even though anti-Israel sentiment has become widely popular, people still get scared because they're worried that like their ad money is going to dry out or something. That's just the truth. It sucks. But if you're wondering why everything I do is presented in this like unbelievably negative manner, this is why. Because there are concerted efforts to constantly paint everything that I'm doing in a bad light. Everything I'm doing in a bad light. But it's all good. I got my community. I got my people. We got this movement. And I got, more importantly than anything else, the truth on my side. And the truth will always prevail.
His arguments de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side. You know, anti-genocide is pro-genocide.
Which isn't really that unreasonable. And when you think about it that way, it further illustrates that the widespread Zionist perception of Ethan is really just a product of his own behavior.
Let's bring an Iraqi terrorist group to your neighborhood and you just go out and be slaughtered and your mom be slaughtered and your kids be slaughtered and you burned alive. And again, I'm saying that I support Palestine. I don't know how more I can express that. You know?
But Noah also lays out the thing that we've been demonstrating for the last 3 hours, that there is a massive and corrosive financial incentive to make content that...
Set to it run. Thank you for the 20 bones. God damn. Hype train incoming. We haven't carried the flame today yet, chat. Maybe we can carry the flame right now.
Paints Hasan Piker in the worst possible light. And it's gotten worse since he made that video. Guys like More Pegasus, Sensitive Society, and WestJet have virtually perfected the craft. And it's not just creators. There's an entire network of entities across multiple platforms, all feeding off each other to spread misinformation and baseless character attacks about Hasan. Places like LSF on Reddit or Yeet on Twitter. These function as dedicated anti-Hasan news networks that feed back directly into the machine. A clip gets posted, a creator makes a video on it, the news networks post clips from those videos. It's this bizarre incestuous cycle of people just jerking each other off about how terrible Hasan Piker is. It's funny, for how much Ethan Klein cries about an organized harassment campaign, you would be shocked at how organized Hasan Bad is.
Fucking A, let's go. Ethan Klein, Destiny, Dan Saltman, who else is there out there that is pushing the fuck Hasan narrative? There has to be more of us.
Well, it's happening organically because people realize that Hasan is a crazy person. Yeah.
He is a bad guy. I am so happy that I could be part of this movement to destroy this fucking terrorist motherfucker.
So this goes beyond a genre. It's like an entire ecosystem. But the attacks on Hasan are also often exaggerated, misleading, or even outright false. And as we've already seen, there's quite the ragtag band of rapists, liars, and complete morons that are most responsible for pushing them. So all things considered, it can be a little difficult to parse what information about Hasan is actually real. So to wrap up this video, let's go through some of the most sensationalized and infamous claims about Hasan Piker and see which ones hold up. Let's start with one of the most widespread and craziest headlines about Hasan that still gets repeated to this day. Hasan visited a brothel in Germany that was raided for trafficking minors. Now this story comes in a few different forms depending on who's telling it. You've got Dan, who very strategically says that Hasan visited a brothel that was later raided for human trafficking. Nuxtaku more aggressively states that the brothel was raided for the trafficking of at least one minor. And on the most extreme end of the spectrum, Destiny outright claims that Hasan literally raped a 15-year-old. So here's what actually happened. A long time ago, Hasan visited the legal Artemis brothel in Berlin, which is a pretty famous and reputable establishment. In 2016, this brothel was raided on suspicion of human trafficking, but the entire process, which involved 530 investigators, yielded no results. In fact, the authorities recommended no changes to the brothel's employment process or working conditions. And in present day, they're actually 100% compliant with Germany's Prostitution Protection Act. When the public prosecutor's office tried to salvage some remaining charges out of this case, the court rejected all of them. And it's noted here that it's rare for an indictment in Berlin to be considered so weak that it doesn't even open a trial. As a result of all of this, the local government publicly apologized to the Artemis brothel and compensated them almost $300,000 for damages caused. Now, there is one truthful element to this story. The raid was prompted by a witness whose abusive older boyfriend had been forcing her to work at the brothel, and she was reportedly underage. Her pimp was sentenced to 7 years for this. But this was just one criminal using an otherwise legal venue to exploit somebody. This wasn't
Which not, by the way, in like 2017 or 2016, like 6 years after the fact, and the brothel is still in operation. Which is what's so fucking insane about it.
The brothel itself trafficking kids. And the only reason you would ever care about someone supporting a business where something like this happened is if the business itself did something that led to it happening. And following an extremely thorough investigation, a court rejection, and a formal apology from the city, that pretty clearly seems to not be the case here. So if you're telling me your standard is that all 100,000 people who visit the brothel each year are child rapists because of this one isolated incident, I just think you're lying. It's been speculated that the primary reason for the raid was actually that the city was missing out on substantial tax revenue because of the pay structure of the workers. Now, we can't know if that's true or not, but it is entirely possible that this whole thing had almost nothing to do with that one incident at the brothel. And to top it all off, that lone isolated incident happened 6 years after Hasan visited Germany. So this entire child trafficking claim about Hasan is built on a story about one incident that happened 6 years after he was there at a brothel that was never even charged with anything and was compensated for the investigation. And as a side note, I also want to mention that Artemis ended up donating said compensation to a children's hospital. So happy endings. This whole story is really just a lazy way to desperately try to attach bad things to Hasan's name.
I said that Hasan Piker visited a brothel that was later raided for suspected sex trafficking. Actually, Hasan wasn't there. Yeah, that matters. Yeah, that matters. And misleading. That matters.
So while the underlying facts about this claim are somewhat true, the implications about Hasan that people make from them are deliberately misleading. Next claim, Hasan threatened to kill a US senator. You may remember from earlier that one of Nuxtaku's tweets actually alleges that Hasan has threatened to kill 2 US senators. So no, this isn't about Rick Scott, this is about Tom Cotton, senator from Arkansas, who in 2024 posted a tweet encouraging people stuck behind pro-Palestinian protesters to take matters into your own hands. He then went on Fox News and suggested that in Arkansas, protesters would be thrown off of bridges.
If something like this happened in Arkansas on a bridge there, let's just say I think there'd be a lot of very wet criminals that have been tossed overboard, not by law enforcement, but by the people whose road they're blocking.
Hasan in response quote tweeted Cotton with a diagram of the homemade shotgun used in the assassination of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. So is this a threat? Technically yes, in the same way that Hasan technically threatened that chatter that was calling for his hanging. But to be clear, an elected official was calling for violence against the American public, and I'm supposed to object to somebody using a meme to threaten him back? Look, maybe this is just me, but if our elected leaders start threatening us with violence, frankly, I
went to the brothel and they have your picture up on the wall that has all the famous people who visit the brothel. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? That's crazy.
kind of hope that someone would threaten them back. So you can say Hasan's response here was irresponsible or stupid if you want.
Wait, really?
But to say Hasan threatened to kill a U.S. senator while ignoring that it was a response to a call to violence is at best seriously misleading.
Nope,
Next,
Lamau,
Hasan
fuck
said
you, man. God damn it. I got stoked.
Hila Klein was a valid military target. This one got picked up everywhere. Ethan and Hila started claiming that Hasan was calling for violence against her, and Asmongold was similarly flabbergasted.
If somebody attacks Hila Klein, they're gonna go to jail. Why is he telling people this? Why would he be what is wrong with you? He's making a direct call for violence. That's insane. Oh my God.
Yeah, that would be insane if I was doing that. And I would have been promptly banned if I was doing that. So much of this stuff is just them imagining a totally separate reality and then being like, why is he not getting punished for this thing that I imagine he was doing when it's clear he wasn't doing it? What gives?
But here's what Hasan actually said.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal. It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal.
So clearly Hasan is discussing international law as it relates to resistance against military forces in a legally occupied territory. He says that violent actions against settlers who are conducting military operations in these territories is completely fine, and included your favorite podcaster's wife probably has a jab at Hila to be a little bit of a shithead. But for context, many people often dismiss Hila's role in the IDF as being just that of a secretary, despite her at one point volunteering to participate in a highly questionable night raid into Ramallah.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them.
Also, remember when I got Ethan to admit that? I got Ethan to call his wife a terrorist. Another debate that people were like, "Oh, Ethan owned you." Okay.
To like a terrorist city?
Yeah, they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to. I just wanted to see what it's like.
So Hasan was quite obviously not saying that somebody should attack Hila Klein. He said that people engaged in military operations in a legally occupied territory are, under international law, valid targets, like Hila would have been while she was doing that. So whether Hasan is correct or not, the way the Kleins presented his statements here, and the way many people subsequently reported on them, is completely wrong. All right, next. Hasan called babies valid targets. So this one stems from the final episode of The Leftovers on October 12th of 2023, where Hasan and Ethan are discussing comments made by another creator who argued that all Israelis are occupiers, not civilians. Here's a clip that got circulated around.
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality. And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
This very truncated clip got picked up everywhere. Stitch and Adam, for instance, cut a video titled, Hasan claims babies are the same as soldiers. As a result, to this day, many believe that Hasan was implying that babies are valid military targets. But the clip conveniently leaves out what happened just minutes earlier. Hasan and Ethan are discussing JT Chapman's statements about there not being any civilians in Israel proper, as he considers it occupied territory.
If Germany invaded the United States and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there.
Hasan and Ethan both go on to disagree with these statements.
I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution.
Do you think what he said is evil?
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not a viable solution.
And after a bit more discussion, Ethan asks Hasan directly about babies being combatants, which Hasan, in no unclear terms, rejects.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies...
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course.
And they're not even living...
They're not.
Okay,
yeah, they're babies. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
Thank you for agreeing.
So Hasan using the term baby settlers was just him clarifying what someone else was saying. And as for valid targets, this is another example of Hasan getting clipped dishonestly, when he explicitly said the opposite of what people are claiming he said. This one is also a lie. Moving on. Hasan would put capitalists in re-education camps. This one also comes from The Leftovers, where Hasan and Ethan are having a hypothetical conversation about what implementing socialism would look like, specifically how you handle people that don't want it.
What do you do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
Hasan's position is pretty straightforward. He doesn't think this would ever happen in an ideal society, obviously because it's ideal. So to him, it's kind of an inherently weird question.
If everything is given to you, if every single thing is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But he goes on to say that re-education could be a potential solution specifically for those that commit violent terrorism in the name of capitalism.
The solution to that would always be education.
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
Funnily enough, Ethan is the one that keeps introducing camps into this conversation, and Hasan has to keep saying no to it.
I know that that's like a trigger word. Camps. No, not like that.
Well, China does that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the Xinjiang? Yeah, 100%. They do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
which isn't
I think
good, right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well.
So what would be good about a social?
You know what's really crazy about this, by the way? Ethan and I had this conversation. He knows my full perspective. Obviously, we had this conversation, and he still fucking put that shit in the context, Snook. He put that shit in the context, Snook, where he was like, Hasan wants to do re-education to capitalists, and he loves, putting Uyghur Muslims in re-education camps in Xinjiang. Isn't that fucking nuts? I mean, what a fucking slime dog, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar.
Re-education camp for capitalists.
I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on crime, right?
No, man, he didn't fucking forget. He just knows. He knows. He's just a disingenuous asshole.
People committing crimes at the behest of this.
So Hasan explicitly rejects camps, rejects the Chinese model, and is literally just describing criminal rehabilitation. For some reason, people just restate Hasan's words and frequently cite him as wanting to put any and all capitalists in re-education camps. But that's literally not what he said. This one is also bullshit. The next claim is basically just...
That's why it's also really fucked up, because like once this sets in, and if you were to ask like the random fucking person that's like even seen some of these like edge, if they've even participated in any of these communities at all, or if they've like kind of seen a video or a clip here or there, it's ironic if they were to come up to me and ask me, like, oh, do you agree with this? And I say no, right? They would be like, oh, you're just lying to me now. It's like, no, I never. That's my previous position as well. Yeah, Ethan with the brothel thing too. Ethan knows what the truth is about the brothel situation because we covered it on the fucking broadcast. We covered it on Leftovers. He read the article about how the German brothel got fucking compensation from the Berlin government for slander.
Something about Hasan encouraging violence. This one's a bit nebulous because it's not really any specific incident. It's more of a general vibe that people have that he just kind of broadly encourages violence.
Videos of Hasan's violent rhetoric.
He is the one encouraging violence on a regular basis.
It's so obviously a call to violence.
I am so tired of this man and his violent rhetoric.
And look, Hasan absolutely uses incendiary language. He said things like this.
You need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just rot.
Yeah, in a debate.
On stage. What the fuck is this shit, man? Slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this?
Which I'm sorry, but that's just funny. But it's also just metaphorical. He's talking about political debates. He's saying Democrats need to be more aggressive and cutthroat in debates. It's not an actual call to violence, it's just being expressive and provocative. What you won't find if you actually watch Hasan's content is any encouraging or advocating for direct violence.
I don't think violence against civilians is justified.
I would never advocate for violence against a political enemy.
Any kind of violence against civilians is completely unjustifiable.
The bad faith version of this stuff was on full display after Charlie Kirk's assassination, when certain people, like Tectone, used these obviously figurative expressions as evidence that Hasan openly calls for violence. And this happened again after the recent assassination.
Wait, what was that one? Hasan, Charlie Kirk, guys, you know someone's got to do it. I don't even know where
figurative
the fuck that's
expressions
coming
as
from.
evidence that Hasan openly calls for violence. And this happened again after the recent assassination attempt on President Trump, when people like Short Fed Otaku seemingly reflexively start blaming Hasan. But there is absolutely no evidence for this. In fact, that shooter seems to have been pretty openly oppositional to Hasan on social media. There's also no real evidence of Charlie Kirk's assassin being a Hasan fan either. So this idea that Hasan encourages any actual violence is very dumb, and the instances people point to as evidence for it are often entirely made up. So it'd be more honest if this critique was just that it's irresponsible for Hasan to speak the way that he sometimes does. But at that point, I just think you're kind of being a baby. Alright, next. Hasan shocked his dog. The story doesn't need much introduction. Hasan's dog, Kaya, appeared to yelp on stream when he reached for something on his desk, and the internet exploded with speculation that he used a shock collar on her. This prompted one of the most frenzied online news cycles ever about Hasan.
Maybe skip this one. No, I mean, I don't care at this point. Literally, either people believe it, don't give a shit. People believe it, do give a shit, but don't care about it as much. Or people don't believe it, and understandably, there are plenty of people in this community who are like, this is fucking bullshit. But there are also people who don't believe it and keep advancing it. Okay? And I would go so far as to say the people who keep pushing this beyond like memes, beyond jokes, which many people are just doing memes at this point because that's just what it is. But it's just a meme at this point. But there are people who will go, why are you laughing about this? This is serious. This is serious. You're a fucking dog abuser. You're a dog abuser. And the irony is those people are oftentimes in this column, and therefore nobody takes them seriously.
Where for weeks, #Collargate was all anybody talked about. Hasan denied using the collar. People analyzed every frame of the incident, and it still gets brought up to this day. Now, I will say, as far as whether Hasan shocked Kaya or not, based on all the available evidence, it's probably true. But here's the thing. Kaya is obviously a well-cared-for animal. She goes on multiple walks a day, she has regular playtime with other dogs, and everyone attests to how loved and spoiled she is.
I have the best dog. It's crazy. Like, if there was a dog Olympics, like, she literally clears it. She is the #1.
And shock collars, while not my preference, are a legal and still somewhat widely used training tool. This is basically the dog equivalent of spanking a child. You can disagree.
The irony is Fox News also destroyed shock collar gate because they snap paparazzi pictures outside of my fucking house of Kaya going on a walk, and people figured out that it was a vibe collar. As I've been saying, it was a vibe collar. But it is kind of funny that, you know, everyone stopped talking about that. They just don't give a fuck.
Agree with it, and I do also, but the idea that this represents some pattern of abuse is pretty silly. And if Hasan does use a shock collar and then lied about it, I kind of get why, considering the situation led to some people filing reports to have Kaya taken away. Does anybody really think it would be better for Kaya to be entered into the foster system rather than staying in the LA mansion where she seems to live a largely spoiled and happy life? Look, if you want to criticize him for using a shock collar, that's totally fine. That is a legitimate concern. But this story quickly stopped being about Kaya and turned into yet another desperate scramble for a smoking gun to use against Hasan.
Do I personally care about Kaya? I could give a fuck about Kaya. That said, it's fair to push this because it hurts Hasan, and Hasan is a bad person.
Spending a month covering it, filing animal welfare reports, and demanding Twitch ban him over this. These just aren't really proportionate responses to what he actually did. So I don't know, man, this obviously isn't ideal, but to me, even as someone who doesn't eat meat.
Yeah, he falls in the camp of he did it, but who gives a shit? It's like at a certain point, most people are going to be like, why are you, like, it's very clear that this guy doesn't abuse his dog. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's just like, it's so fucking funny that the best thing that could have happened was me just like joking about it myself, and then all of those people getting super butthurt.
And also likes dogs. It's just not that serious. Chill the fuck out. Next, Hasan supports terrorism. Even just engaging with this claim makes me feel like I'm losing on principle. And just to be clear, I don't really think that anything I'm about to say is particularly insightful. But what does supports terrorism even mean? Because if it means speaks positively of organizations that have been designated as terrorist groups by the US Department of State, then yeah, sure, he does do that. But when most people, especially apolitical commentators, say this about Hasan, that's not really what they're saying. They're using it as this severe moral condemnation, as though it's just self-evidently true that supporting any terrorist group is morally horrible. End of conversation. But if your definition of a terrorist is just whoever the government says is one, then surely you think anybody who supported the American Revolution or Nelson Mandela is a bad guy.
Highgate is still X's favorite. He brings it up daily. Brother, Gucci bag. Let it go, bro. Let it go. He's going to keep hitting every vein he can. Someone was telling me that XQC was talking about the brothel shit. Who gives a fuck, brother? Can you not tell? He feels slighted. He feels fucked up about the decisions that he made in his life that caused him, that caused him to isolate himself from people that he was friends with, myself included. And he wanted to get the bag. It's okay. He will always be recognized. He will always be recognized as a legendary content creator for a lot of young people. A lot of the FaZe boys, they all fucking grew up watching XQC. And he will forever sit around and do everything in his power to just be like, you know what? Fuck Hasan. It's nothing different than this group of fucking weirdos. Now, to be fair to XQC, unlike these fucking losers, he's just kind of a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. He's selfish. He doesn't care about other human beings. He's much nicer to people in person, but when the cameras are on, he's a giant fucking asshole. And on top of that, he's been, pummeling and pumping unlimited amounts of fucking gambling content for a cryptocurrency that gave him $100 million. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He is never in a million years. He's going to watch this clip and milk it for a week now. Yeah. But again, is that different than any number of different people that fucking despise me? I'm still here. I miss the old juicer. I'm sure there are plenty. I don't even know if they have the old juicers in his community at this point.
That doesn't sound right. So if that's not your definition, and it's something more like someone who carries out political violence...
He was crying last week that you are the reason coworker Wig doesn't invite him to events anymore. Dog, AT&T is the reason why I don't get invited to coworker Wig events. The fuck's he talking about? How do I have this level of power and influence? By a guy who had to distance himself from me by being like, he's my coworker. I wouldn't go to his funeral. I actually don't like the guy. The fuck? Again, none of that shit even makes sense. I'm not even at the event. Am I capable of stopping Ludwig from disinviting or uninviting XUC? How the fuck does that work? Perhaps it's because he's kind of an asshole. And by that, I'm not talking about Ludwig. I'm talking about XUC. He's an asshole who has, for many, many years, when he was at the fucking tippy top of the game, greatly abused his prominence and his influence to mistreat people, to treat people like shit. Including people like Ludwig, Ludwig was incredible to him. I've opened my home to XQC too, but Ludwig literally fucking opened his entire home. Not only is he super flaky and he bails on everything, but like there's been a lot of like behind the scenes help too, and he's just an asshole. So what? At a certain point, if you're gonna consistently be a fucking asshole, people are going to be like, all right, man, it's not worth the headache. Yeah.
against civilians, then unfortunately groups like the IDF are also terrorists, and people who call their pilots heroes are supporting terror. I think there are basically two types of people who make this criticism. The first one, which is probably the vast majority, is somebody who just hasn't thought very hard about what terrorist actually means, or how the list of them is historically just determined by the interests of those in power as much as...
Yeah. This.
Mr. Trump.
Clout hungry. Clout. Desperate for clout. That's it. Linking up with some of the worst motherfuckers out there. So I don't really give a shit if he calls me a dog shocker. X was also trying to poison the well by bringing up Kaigate the shit to Tyler 1, and Tyler 1 basically was just like, Hasan was cool to me in person. I don't know. Yeah. And no, I mean, it's just, desperate.
Anything else. But the other much smaller percentage of people that make this criticism are probably just saying that he's supporting groups that they don't personally agree with supporting. But this sounds like way less of a moral condemnation and more like you just disagree. Like, are you saying your big moral issue with Hasan is that he supports the rebel group in Yemen instead of the Western-backed government, who, by the way, have likely killed far more civilians than the Houthis have? Norway is an example of a country that does have a list of designated terrorist groups, a list that notably does not include the Houthis. So if Hasan moved to Norway, would he then be all good to go on saying positive things about them? And furthermore, somebody supporting the cause of a group like the Houthis doesn't mean that they support all of their tactics.
Any kind of violence against civilians is completely unjustifiable.
Speaking positively of a group is not the same as endorsing every action they've ever taken, and collapsing that distinction is how you wind up with a completely useless definition of support. Now, there is obviously some utility to the word terrorism in humanitarian and international law, but that's just not really what's typically being discussed when most people say this stuff about Hasan. Most of them are just saying, he supports terrorism, and terrorism is bad, which is not really an argument. I have a lot more to say about this topic, but I'll keep it short and say that you're kind of telling on yourself if your big criticism of Hasan is that he, quote, supports terrorism. Because while he does express views that a lot of people find uncomfortable, his position on this is actually closer to that of a significant portion of international legal scholars, human rights organizations, and frankly, a lot of the world outside of the West.
And the entirety of the scholarly work on anti-colonial resistance movements. Remember, my position is literally international law, okay? That occupied peoples have a right to defend themselves militarily against an occupation. That is just straight up international law. You can get mad about it, but all of this like terror jacketing nonsense, all this like terrorism, he's a terrorist, he supports terrorism, all of that is a way to sidestep the actual conversation that many of these people are not mentally equipped to have. That's it. Yeah, grassroots volunteer groups defend their town against their rising settler violence. Fundamentally describes the PLO, Hamas, PFLP, Hezbollah, and all other anti-Zionist resistance factions. When these guys get too effective, Israel will just bomb them and say they're terrorists. Yeah, Palestinians in Sinjil, Occupy West Bank, have formed a grassroots volunteer group to defend their town from rising settler violence, saying the Israeli military and their own government have proved unable or unwilling to protect them.
I mean, hell, George Lucas made billions of dollars off of terrorism. So to be honest, I can't even really evaluate the truth of this claim, because it's kind of a nonsensical, thought-terminating criticism, and I don't even really know what the fuck people are actually saying when they make it. And speaking of terrorism, Hasan interviewed a terrorist. Let's keep this brief. Hasan interviewed Rashid al-Haddad in early 2024. He's a Yemeni influencer and self-described media personality and photographer. Hasan was under the impression before the interview that Rashid was affiliated with the Houthis, probably because of the nickname that people gave him on social media, but he quickly corrected himself when he realized that he wasn't. There is no evidence that Rashid participated in seizing any ships or has any formal Houthi association. People use really dumb pieces of evidence to say, oh no, he is a Houthi, like this Instagram comment, where he just says he is a soldier, which could mean almost anything, or the photos that he took on this captured vessel, which was open to the public for photos. But ultimately, it wouldn't really matter if he was a Houthi. Hasan should be allowed to interview terrorists on stream.
Yes, 100%. I'm not on Twitch, but people do it all the fucking time. And yes, of course, I reserve the right to be able to do that, which I made very clear. That was another one of these fucking arguments that I found so stupid, because I was like, he's not a Houthi, but I will and should be able to interview a Houthi if I fucking want to. Like, that's what's so fucking crazy, where I was like, they would be like, oh, you interviewed a Houthi and you're lying about it. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm just telling you what the fucking truth is, you stupid idiot. And I'm also telling you, like, I would do it.
There's just no evidence that this guy is one. Rashid is currently suing Ethan Klein for repeatedly calling him a terrorist. So based on the evidence that we have, this one's also kind of bullshit. And finally, Hasan is anti-Semitic. This claim could be its own video, and this one's long enough as it is, so I'll keep this brief too. The evidence that people cite for Hasan being anti-Semitic is either extremely amorphous and vague, or simply not good evidence at all. There's him calling a chatter pig dog,
You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my dick.
which people claimed was an anti-Semitic slur, even though it doesn't appear in common anti-Semitism glossaries.
Because it's not! Because they made it up after the fact. They just sit around and wait for me to say something creative. They literally, it's not. It's so not that like most people don't even know what it is, where they're like, what? I don't really know. This one, yeah, maybe it's because he said pig, and people used to call pigs, Jews pigs. Is that what it is? I don't really fully get it, but it's fine. They made it up. It's an ad hoc response. They made it up after the fact. It's in Shrek, dude. Puss in Boots calls people capitalist pig dogs. It's in fucking Shrek. It's in Command and Conquer 3. It's so ridiculous. It's made up. It's made up. But again, this is how easy it is.
And Hasan primarily uses it to describe capitalists and imperialists.
You imperialist, capitalist pig dog, you fucking violent murderer of the third world.
There's him calling Orthodox Jewish settlers inbred, which was clearly just supposed to be an insult directed at people who subscribe to a racist ideology, not Jewish people as a group.
The broad majority of the ultra-Orthodox are also unimaginably racist and very much pro-Israel. I can't wait for these inbred motherfuckers to have to serve and see what happens to the IDF.
And beyond that, most of the rest of it are just these nebulous, broader claims about his positions on Israel and how they point to an underlying bigotry. But almost every single example that people use for this often could be better explained by him simply being anti-Zionist. For instance,
at least Twitch waits for you, waits for the stream to be finished before they ban you. See you in 7 days, chat. No, that's not. Dude, we're literally talking about the fact that it's not a term that was not even vaguely considered an anti-Semitic term. Like, that's not. This is worse than even fucking Crackergate, if that's the case. Then anything and everything could be considered a slur. That's the whole point. Like I'm sorry. That's crazy.
people often point to things like Hasan saying that rapes having happened on October 7th wouldn't change his perspective as evidence of anti-Semitism. But that's not anti-Semitic. It's actually a pretty consistent application of Hasan's anti-imperialist framework. And if there's a perceived double standard in how aggressively he talks about Israel versus other actors, it could very easily be explained by his own family background in the Middle East, or the region's history, rather than automatically assuming it's just secret racial animus towards Jews. He isn't uniquely fixated on Jewish institutions. He applies this same lens to American imperialism, Saudi Arabia, capitalism, and plenty of other power structures. I think in 2026, if you look for anti-Semitism hard enough, you'll kind of see what you want to see. But the idea that this progressive, leftist, anti-class, equality-minded type of audience are actually secretly racist towards this one group of people, it's a pretty big stretch when these people are consistently anti-racist on every other axis. Now, the more sophisticated version of this argument is that even if Hasan never says anything explicitly anti-Semitic, his rhetoric still functions to foster hostility towards Jewish people, even if that isn't his intent. This is basically the functional racism version of the argument. It's the same thing as saying voter ID laws are racist. It's not because the people writing them necessarily want to disenfranchise black people, but because they do disproportionately cause that to happen. But for one, that argument requires you to subscribe to a view of racism that isn't really speaking to the character or intent of the individual, which kind of makes it have less bite. And two, that's if you subscribe to that framework, which I personally don't. So in my opinion, calling Hasan anti-Semitic isn't even misleading. It's just not substantiated. There are obviously a lot more claims we could go through, but the pattern is pretty clear. The lies about Hasan Piker that come from this side of the internet
the
are
make
pervasive.
drones one, that was awesome. Laura Loomer loves using that. The just make drones to do acts of terrorism.
Widespread, and an embarrassing number of them fall apart under even mild scrutiny. This video was focused on the drama and commentary side of this dynamic. Ethan Klein, the people around him, and what they've done to the content creation ecosystem over the last couple of years. But truthfully, this is only half of the story. Hasan also gets a hysterical level of hate from the more genuinely politically oriented crowd too, and that stuff could probably be its own video. But at some point, the commentary slop guys started getting courted by the politics sphere to the Hasan bad cause anyway. And then when you have creators like Hutch, who covered Collargate for him.
Yeah, that's the other side of the story. If it was just like Lonerbox or the Ukraine guy or Hutch, If it was just those guys, then it's like pretty obvious. Like the audiences that they have are inherently political. So like they're slotting themselves into a specific ideology, specific ideological tendency. But these apolitical slop tubers don't do that. So they have a broad base. And this broad base is slated for, going on a political journey and learning more about the world, learning more about politics. And those guys end up developing this weird, unnecessary antagonism towards me and my worldview. And the unfortunate reality there is like, it's kind of sad that those guys often find themselves on this right-wing pipeline because they watched one too many fucking drama slop tuber videos. You know what I mean? They watch one too many drama slop tour videos and they go, I hate everything that this guy likes. I like everything that this guy hates. And that's it.
Months straight, and whose channel often looks almost indistinguishable from Nuxtaku's. It's just at a certain point, these two groups kind of start to morph together into this big, neurotic mess, and it just gets a little hard to keep taking them as seriously. Now, there are decent criticisms of Hasan. For example, in his interview with Rashid, he laughs along at the idea of Houthi pirates dancing and having fun with their captives, which could be Hasan basically sanitizing a Stockholm Syndrome type of situation. If you're gonna have this type of interview, you probably need to come in more prepared to handle those moments responsibly. He's also an extremely sloppy communicator, and at a certain point, if you're getting clipped dishonestly this much, you gotta be doing something wrong somewhere. And there are plenty of these.
Dog, you literally just described the form and the function. I speak for 10 hours. Well, not 10 hours. I speak for 7 hours, sometimes 8 hours, sometimes 6 hours a day on politically charged topics from a perspective that many Americans are either oblivious to or antagonistic towards. Okay? And then to top that off, I have an unbelievable Legion of Groom style a group of villains that will mass brigade, smear, and do everything in their power to try to get me fucking deplatformed. I am willing to bet, I will say this, I don't think I ever have, but I'll say it right now. I don't think there could ever be another person that would do this kind of commentary this consistently for this many years and not have the same exact level of mania associated with them, especially if they had the same level of insanity in their ops. It's impossible. And I came to terms with that reality a long time ago. It's impossible. I'm not saying, oh my God, I'm a fucking hero or anything like that. I'm an insane person. I'm a very stubborn person. And maybe a little insane. Okay. But that's precisely the reason why it's fucking impossible. I'll give you an example. Someone who does it for shorter bouts of time, but also is seen as a villain in this sphere, Michael from Pennsylvania. And the more he starts getting motion, the more he interviews candidates, the more he's going to appear on Fox News. Like, he also gets fucking attacked nonstop too. And it's not because he's a sloppy communicator. It's because this is how it works. This is just how it works. There is no way that you can arrive at a level of prominence, especially as a socialist, especially as an anti-imperialist, in this day and age, on a platform where the message or the function of the platform requires back and forth communication and sometimes is contentious. There's no way that you're not going to have a million different controversies when people can materialize controversies, as you also correctly pointed out, out of thin air. There are people who are just making shit up. That's why it's also funny, because like people say, oh, don't you take accountability? Look, here's the thing. I do take accountability. I try to do my best. And I also recognize that I might even fuck up in the future, right? But having said that, it is virtually impossible. It's virtually impossible to speak for this long, especially when you have a legion of psychopaths who are just clipping every single thing they can, every single moment of the day, and trying to blast it out into the ether in the most negative framing possible. It's impossible for there not to be constant controversy. You know? Yeah, even Sean the Black, Caroline, they all have clips from the D community people weaponize. They're just not as big. Exactly.
You know, he does tend to moderate his views in contentious conversations. He does have some questionable opinions on oppressive governments. One of my big ones is that he has on occasion spread misinformation that I think he should retract or correct. There are fair critiques to make, but we sort of left the realm of reasonable, honest perception of Hasan a long time ago, and we're now in the land of Hasan is literally like Hitler. And this Hasan bad virus has gone mainstream. Every week it seems like there's a new article from a big publication trying to convince people how terrible Hasan is, often citing these out-of-context clips or quotes that came from our side of the internet. Dan Selman is even writing news articles now, pretending to give some thoughts on a Senate race in Michigan, but in reality, it's just...
The reality is that we're fighting to change the fucking world and take power and resources away from the capitalist class. There's infinite resources available to stop us. Yeah.
About Hasan. It's always just about Hasan. This is like kind of insane.
What is this?
Whatever you can honestly say about Hasan Piker, he isn't fucking dangerous. He doesn't deserve to be deplatformed. He's just a goofy Turkish dude saying crazy political shit from his gaming room.
If I step foot wearing this outfit into Toronto, I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
Yeah, I can't wear my skirt in Tehran. I can't eat Kubi Day. Whoopee, don't you understand? I can't wear bikini to the beach. So obviously, they all need to die. We need to kill them. So, by the way, that was fucking 100% a correct take. Not only can you wear a skirt in Tehran, but that was before. That was the buildup to the fucking Iran war. If you remember, that was the buildup to the Iran war. And they were using the IRGC's repression as a justification for direct military intervention. And I kept consistently saying, no, no, no. That's fucking bullshit. And I called it. I was fucking right. And honestly, the American government is so fucking depraved at times that it wasn't even, I called it right, but too early. I think most people very quickly realized that this was really fucked up.
Whether you're one of these teen liberals people blaming Hasan for all their self-inflicted problems, or you're a slop commentary YouTuber who won't know what to do if you have to cover anything else, please, by all means, hate Hasan, but just be fucking honest about it. This whole Hasan derangement thing, especially recently, has gotten completely out of control. Because here's what's kind of telling. Hasan, despite the smear campaigns, despite people trying to take his dog, despite being called a terrorist and an anti-Semite and a rapist, he's never sued anybody. He's never tried to get anyone deplatformed or gone after entire websites. It turns out, Hasan, not bad. Hasan, pretty good actually. Ethan Klein, on the other hand, just recently filed a lawsuit against Noah Samsen for the opinion that Ethan was, through his content choices, running defense for a genocide. That's Noah's belief. Ethan wants to control whether Noah is allowed to express it. And every creator who's been profiting off of Hasan bad, while also cheering on Ethan's anti-free speech behavior, should ironically probably be thanking Hasan for not holding them to the same standard that they're celebrating. You know, for not being like Ethan. The thing about people like Ethan, who try to convince people that they're wrong for expressing their opinion, for criticizing them, or even just for hating them, they are the ones with the problem. They're the ones who can't help themselves from going out of their way to read every word that people write about them. They're insecure, irrational thinkers who desperately want to control how people perceive them, and it drives them crazy that they can't. So whether it's Willie Mac, or iDubbbz, or me, or anybody else in this video, talk your shit about them. You shouldn't let somebody like Tectone convince you that you're the wrong one for believing that he's a sexual predator. Don't let Nicholas Diorio dissuade you from calling him out for being a giant pathetic loser. Talk your shit and let other people talk their shit to you. Even if you truly hate the guy, you should be a Hasan. Don't be an Ethan.
Damn.
Before we go, there's someone I want to introduce. It's a guy who's one of the great internet philosophers of our time, and he's somebody I think Ethan Klein would have a lot in common with. His name's John Card, and in his video on Pirate Software, he has something to say that I think applies to Ethan Klein perfectly.
There's some people out there in the world who think it's just inherently wrong or regressive or childish to hate people, or to rail against public figures online or whatever. And those people are wrong. Wrong, and just trying to run cover for all the other people in the world who deserve criticism. When do you find someone who deserves all the hate they're getting, and much, much more, encourage that hate, feed it. Remind yourself and others that it's perfectly okay, good even, to wish all the worst in the world on this guy and people like him. You shouldn't just merely dislike the man or simply disagree with his opinions. You should hate him and everything he stands for and represents.
That's how a lot of people justify their hatred of me. Couldn't people use the clips, Ethan publicly relinquishing his IP in court against them, like against lawsuits or possible slap lawsuits? I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. But that was a great video. Holy fuck, that was a great video. This was 2 months ago. I took my sweet ass time to not watch
While all
it.
this is going on.
But go watch it. Go show it to your friends. Go show some support to it. But yeah, this video is titled "Judge Me by My Enemies." Okay, from my perspective at least. And once again, I can't stress this enough. This literally is the tip of the motherfucking iceberg. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Wow. Tucker coming for your job. An American member of Congress is threatened by foreign terrorists carrying American rifles backed by a foreign military paid for by American taxpayers. And the U.S. ambassador to that country says not a word in defense of his own countryman and instead uses social media accounts to promote his own vapid cable news appearances, which amount to propaganda for the same foreign country. It's too much, too insulting, and humiliating to America. This is how revolutions start. For the sake of our nations, Mike Huckabee should be removed from his post immediately. Yeah. By the way, while we were watching this, new strikes. U.S. Central Command says forces launched a third round of strikes against Iran this week at 7:15 p.m. Eastern, claiming the operation followed an IRGC attack on the Cyprus flag container ship MV GFS Galaxy in the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media and local outlets reported strikes or explosions across southern and coastal Iran, including Bandar Abbas and Shirik, where an IRIB correspondent reported 3 explosions in each area. Asaluya, where 4 explosions were reported. Bandar Jask, where more than 4 explosions were reportedly heard. Kangan, Bushehr, Dayer, Shabahar, and the nearby Konarak area. Reports suggested the Dayer pier may have been attacked. Air defenses were reportedly activated in Tehran, while units in Mashhad engaged what were described as hostile targets. Officials said no injuries have been reported in Keshem. Iranian officials denied reports of attacks in Ahwaz, Abadan, and Minab. Explosions were also reported near Arbil in Iraq's Kurdistan region. Multiple unconfirmed reports on circulating footage suggest missiles were launched from Bahrain. Pete Hexas says Iran made a poor choice. U.S. Secretary of War says Iran will pay a price for making a poor choice, appearing to refer to Iran's strike on cargo ships today in what Iran says is an unauthorized land per the MOU. Update, Iranian media reported another wave of U.S. attacks across southern Iran. War is back on, and there will be an oil and gas crisis that is hitting the rest of the world and maybe even potentially the United States of America by August. And I assume, unless it's managed, this will have devastating consequences worldwide, of course, and perhaps even some very negative consequences for Trump's chances in the midterms. Not that that is in any way, shape, or form relevant right now, but I just don't understand what the fuck these guys are thinking. I don't know why they're doing the classic, like, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing 1,000 times over and expecting different results. Kind of feels like that's what's going on here, right? It feels like that's what's going on here, where we couldn't militarily defeat Iran, and then we went to the MOU to get a moment of respite, so that we could re-up, or at least like take away some of the exhaustion from the resources from the strategic reserves. And now, I guess war's back on the menu, boys. Right? What else can I say about this, other than I'm tired. 7 hours and 30 minutes. I will be interviewing Ro Khanna, I believe, tomorrow. Okay, about his experience in Israel, Palestine, sorry. And yeah, that's all I got. Okay, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls.
I have to get, I'm a little too high, so let's... I don't know if you guys can see that, chat, but... Maybe not, let's do that. Alright.
2,500.
There we go, 2,500. Oh, shoot. What? Hold on, just give me a second. What do you mean?
Flight attendants speak, flight attendants speak for landing.
Okay. Oh, we got a raid! A raid from Hasan! Alright, let's do flaps 5. Right at the perfect time, you found me. Right at, well, let me say hello to them. Hello, everybody. We're right about to land here at Los Angeles International Airport. I gotta get slower, though. Oh, we really, I gotta... Austin? Yeah, we're getting a little close here, so I gotta... Okay. I know, I just kind of gotta get configured here for landing. Okay. All right, the gear is down. All right, and we're approaching runway 24 right at Los Angeles International Airport. Flaps 30. Okay. All right, let's get our, let's see, what is my final approach speed gonna be? I should have done this earlier. Oh, 145 knots. Okay. Okay, all right. I'm a little too low. Okay. How's the audio? Can you hear it okay, chat? I'm a little low, but there's no panic. No panic. Look, no hands. No hands. Could Murat do that? No, he couldn't. Okay. Stop. Stop it. I got it. Don't worry. I got it. I'm just showing off. I'm a little low, though. I got to keep it. Oh, man. I'm a little low. Ready? Look, I'm Mitch McConnell. That's good. All right. Did you get that on the front camera? Real quick, Frank. Look, I'm Mitch McConnell. All right, here we go. All right. Whoa, 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 whoa! All right. We're flying over the Forum. That's, look, I need to actually focus here. I'm a little too fast. I fucking said it. A little too fast here. Right leg on the center line. Here we go. 1,000. 1,000 feet. Still a little too low, but we're good. Tell me if you want me to switch it back. I would make sure that you got me and the whole view. I would back up and get everything. Got it. I want everybody to see everything. The back view is the best view for landing. Can you see well? Can you see okay, chat? He is extremely focused right now. Murat couldn't do this, by the way. I just want to let you know. I'm a little bit to the strip. Let's get over here. Look at that yoke. Oh, gosh. I want to let you know, Murat could not do... I'm just kidding. Thank you, Hasan, for the raid.
500.
Oh, my God. We're so close to the ground.
Plus 100.
Okay. Minimums.
Minimums.
Come on. Okay. Give it to me. Oh my gosh.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Woo! Okay, well that was a little rough of a landing, but we made it. I'm sorry, it was a little rough, but we certainly did make it. Very good. Look, we made it was very oh crap. Okay. Look, we made it, but it was a little rough. That was probably one of the rougher landings I've had in a while. David,